Honestly, what's better than going for a nice Sunday afternoon drive through the countryside on a crisp fall afternoon? You go to a nice secluded cabin up within the woods with your friends. You plan to spend the weekend just hanging out and having a good time. No worries, not a care in the world. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, look at this. You found some silly little book with a face on it. Oh, and a tape recorder that documents some scientist's weird ancient discovery that has something to do with releasing pure demonic evil into the world. Well, that's just weird, but I'm sure it's fine. Anyway, I mean, at least you wouldn't read from the book, thereby starting a horrific chain of events which lead to all of your friends being possessed, maimed, and cut into several bloody severed pieces of their former selves, while relishing in your terror and fear as they try to destroy your mortal soul, only leading to more horrendous events like possessing your right hand to the point where you need to remove it via chainsaw, or opening a portal through time, sending you back to the Middle Ages, where now you have to fight an army of decaying skeleton monstrosities in order to save a kingdom from their certain doom. But hey, at least that keeps you away from working retail for a while, because honestly, nothing's worse than that. The Evil Dead franchise has such an interesting, long-lasting history, and like many films that became classics and stand the test of time, it's because it brought something completely unique to the table with the way that it presented itself. By and large, what makes the Evil Dead franchise stand out isn't just about the demons, the gore, or its ability to almost perfectly blend horror and comedy so seamlessly, but much of it comes down to the creative vision of its maker, Sam Raimi. And yes, of course, that lovable asshat protagonist, Ash. The original Evil Dead film is an inspiration for horror lovers and wannabe filmmakers everywhere. It's the idea of being able to create something impactful and memorable from sheer determination and the drive to do it. The idea that you could make a movie and you didn't have to be some big famous Hollywood director or limit yourself to the guidelines of a major studio. Sam Raimi was only 21 years old when he made The Evil Dead. He managed to raise some money, had a cabin, had some friends, and he went to work, bringing with him gallons of Caro syrup and red food dye to mix together and cover everybody in blood for days on end. And not trying to make it as realistic as possible, but adding in that artistic flair, like how the moon looks against the sky, or his signature quick-cut editing style at times of intensity, or the POV shot of the demonic force rushing through the trees, finding its next victim. Dozens of horror films that have come in its wake have attempted to copy or mimic the Sam Raimi camera style, but none have come close to accomplishing what these early films have done with it. When I was younger and getting into filmmaking, the Evil Dead films were almost more of an inspiration than anything else because of how much Sam Raimi did with nothing. I mean, like, I have friends, I have a creepy basement, I can make fake blood, I could totally make a movie. And I did. When I was 15, I made my own Evil Dead film. Well, I didn't call it Evil Dead, I called it Possessed. That's super clever, right? But it was about two bank robbers that are running from the cops, and they go into the woods and stumble upon a group of kids hanging out in a cabin. They figure they can stay there for the night and avoid capture, but they happen to find the Book of the Dead, and then everybody gets possessed. And to this day, Sam Raimi has never sued me, so I think I'm in the clear, but at least I put that little bank heist spin on it. It's super embarrassing, but I'm going to share a clip of it with you guys.
He's dead.
Anyway, now that you've seen that cinematic masterpiece, The Evil Dead wasn't necessarily what made me want to make movies, but it was one of the first ones that made me believe that I could pick up a camera and actually do it. Sometimes the beauty is in the simplicity, and even better than that, when I found out that the Evil Dead series didn't actually originate with just that movie, but a short film that Sam Raimi made earlier that was basically a proof of concept for Evil Dead, a test run, if you will. And since this is a full retrospective video of the entire franchise, that is actually going to be the first thing that we touch on. So we have to go all the way back to the past and see where Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell got their original ideas. Now, some people might know Sam Raimi as the guy that made the original Spider-Man trilogy with Tobey Maguire, still the best Spider-Man in my opinion, but that was definitely a passion project for him because Sam is just like us. He's a big fucking nerd. Also, I want to shout out the super underrated movie he's made called A Simple Plan. If you can find this movie anywhere, I don't know where it's streaming, but it's not a horror movie, but it is one of the best suspense thrillers that I've ever seen. Anyway, Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell are the dream team behind the creation of The Evil Dead. Meeting when they were only teenagers and sharing a love of film and cinema, they began making a bunch of short films using Super 8 cameras. Around this time, Sam was in college, and after making a few experimental films, he and Bruce decided to raise some money to make basically a proof of concept of what they could do with a feature film, kind of like a pilot. I think the term pilot only applies for TV shows, but that's basically what it was. They were able to gather just about $1,600 for a budget, and since this was back in 1978, I adjusted that for inflation, and that would be around $7,380 today. So imagine making your own movie for just $7,000. That's still pretty impressive. And that's what they did. He took what he had available, a house in the woods that he could borrow, the woods themselves, a couple of participating friends that were more than willing to get splattered with blood, and the original film would be titled Within the Woods. At the time, there was no specific plans for The Evil Dead and certainly no title, but Within the Woods paved the way for it to happen, starring Bruce Campbell not as the character of Ash, but as Bruce, and also Ellen Sandweiss, who in Within the Woods would play Bruce's girlfriend named Ellen. Yep. But she would actually go on to join them in the first Evil Dead film, playing Cheryl, who is Ash's sister. So, from lovers to siblings, I don't know, I'm sure there's a sick, help me stepbro joke in there somewhere, but I don't got time for it. The hope was to make a good enough prototype that somebody would want to help them finance a full-length feature. Sam wanted to make a scary horror film and use concepts like the ancient Indian burial ground trope and demonic possession as his basis for it. Now, finding a copy of Within the Woods is basically impossible because it was never officially released. This was not meant for a wide audience consumption, but of course, it leaked online over the years. There used to be a bootleg VHS copy of it, some even entitling the movie The Evil Dead Prequel, which just makes the Evil Dead timeline even more confusing, and trust me, we're gonna get to the Evil Dead timeline. But no, this movie is not connected to Evil Dead by any definition of canon. It's simply a prototype. There's multiple reasons why it was never officially released or included as a bonus feature on any of the DVDs or Blu-rays. One of the reasons mentioned is that they used copyrighted music in its score, which part of me just really laughs at that because having to deal with so many issues on YouTube over copyright, especially lately, it's just hilarious that even a film back in 1978 is having that issue even to this day. And clearly the film was never meant to be a wide release or make profit off of, but if you put it on a Blu-ray, the Blu-ray sells, and there's a legal problem that comes in there. There's also rumors of other legal issues that are happening with it, how well the original film has held up over time, and if Sam Raimi even wants it out there since it's pretty poorly done, at least when compared to the actual Evil Dead film and the rest of his filmography. So the only way you can see it is if it was ripped from a bootleg copy back in the day that makes the grainy, low-budget, dimly lit short film look even more bad with its quality. But I actually did rewatch it, even with the horrendous audio and visual quality, and here are my thoughts. The film begins much like Evil Dead, but with the kids already at the house. Bruce takes Ellen off on a walk to a romantic Indian burial ground, telling her all about how evil spirits can haunt you if you disturb the graves. Now, I know many might think this is a dumb move, but I know all about putting the ladies in the mood, and the best thing that you can possibly do is tell her that she might get killed by some evil spirits later on. Trust me, fellas, it always works. And just as Bruce gives us advice to not mess with the graves, moments later, he's taking a strange dagger that he finds out of the ground, claiming that it was probably buried with a shaman of some sort. So, yeah, there's no Book of the Dead or Necronomicon in this version, just a dumb teenager messing with the gravesite. But there is a lot of aspects that would eventually be used in the Evil Dead films. When Ellen wakes up from her nap alone, that she hears this strange demonic noise, not that dissimilar from how the sounds in the Evil Dead would be. She's also chased through the woods by an unseen force, which of course became a staple of the series. In the short though, Bruce Campbell is the one and only one that becomes possessed, and he basically acts like a slasher villain, but with demon makeup on and an altered voice, going around and stalking Ellen with the dagger to kill her with. There is this one great shot that I love where he's silhouetted by the light of the house, which is pretty cool looking for an amateur filmmaker. Also, other things are on display that would be in future Evil Dead films. Bruce saying, "Join us," for example. And when Ellen cuts off his hand halfway, Bruce pulls the rest of it off himself, just like a Deadite would do in the first Evil Dead movie. In what's left to decipher in this murky, film grain, tracking, off-putting short film, it looks like Ellen put Bruce down with the dagger itself. Again, it's very hard to tell, but at the end, right before the credits roll, Bruce rises back up for that classic last shock ending. For what it's worth, I love seeing stuff like this. I love to see where directors were and what they were doing before they made it big. I think it deeply humanizes what we look up to and gives us an example of the humble beginnings and a motivation that, hey, we could do this too. I understand if Sam Raimi is embarrassed by it or just thinks that it's shit, kind of the same way I feel about my little Possessed movie, but there is a charm to this kind of stuff, and even though you can barely make out what's happening on the screen in the bootleg copy, if you do give Within the Woods a chance to watch, I think it's a fun little blast from the past. Just don't expect anything much from it. Don't expect any Evil Dead lore to be present, and don't expect it to be that memorable either. It's just a stepping stone, but one that was needed in order to get them further. I would say only seek it out if you're a big Evil Dead fan and have that morbid curiosity of where these ideas all sprang from. Their first break came from a theater in Detroit, Michigan, which played late-night screenings of the Rocky Horror Picture Show on a regular basis, and the owner agreed to play Sam Raimi's movie before Rocky Horror started, and from what I've read, it had a pretty good response. I mean, that's definitely the right crowd for it, for sure. So some praise, some notoriety, and a positive written review or two, along with begging for a lot of donations from investors, some family help, and probably a bunch of other stuff that I will never know the full details of. Eventually, a few years later, Raimi and company managed to raise near $100,000 to set forth to develop a full feature horror film that would eventually become The Evil Dead. Again, with inflation, that would be about $365,000 today, which is crazy. But with the prototype out of the way and getting into the real deal here, I want to take a brief moment to take you guys over to the timeline board. Welcome, one and all, back to the timeline board. Yes, the timeline board is making an appearance in the Evil Dead video as well as the Halloween video, and I know what you're thinking. The Halloween franchise had a bunch of different timelines and different sequels and ones that didn't line up with the original, and then it had a remake that had a different timeline, and then Halloween 3 doesn't fit in there at all. So it was definitely needing a timeline board in order to talk about the entire franchise. But The Evil Dead only has 3 movies and a remake. Why does it need a timeline board? Well, you would think with less movies that the timeline of Evil Dead would be a lot easier to figure out, but you would be wrong. Evil Dead has one of the most confusing continuities of almost any horror franchise that has ever existed, but largely it is not because of the films themselves. It is because of the rights of the films and who owns the rights to each in particular film. So when it comes to Evil Dead, there is a little bit to discuss when it comes to the timelines, and I'm going to be discussing it film by film as we go through the reviews. So just to kind of give you an overall idea of what we're going to be looking at here, let's start with the original. Okay, so we have Evil Dead as a franchise right there. So let's start with timeline number 1, which is, of course, The Evil Dead. Also, don't forget, the first movie had the word "the" in the title. It's The Evil Dead, not Evil Dead. Isn't that weird? Anyways, Evil Dead 2 comes next, followed by Army of Darkness, which should have been called Medieval Dead, but, here we are. And then, of course, it segues to the TV series Ash versus Evil Dead. Again, Evil Dead, not The Evil Dead. Or is the TV show The Evil Dead? I need to fact check that. I should have fact checked everything before starting this, but you know what? Fuck it, we're here. All right, Evil Dead. There you go. That is the first timeline. Now, the other timeline that we will get into, which may actually not be a different timeline, but may actually coincide with the original timeline, yet to be seen. But anyways, we have, of course, the Evil Dead remake from 2013 and the upcoming Evil Dead Rise, which by the time this video is released should have just come out in theaters. Is Evil Dead Rise connected to the Evil Dead 2013 movie? I don't fucking know. Maybe it is. I guess I'm going to find out. I really don't know. So we have a couple of different representative lines here. The straight line is a direct sequel. The squiggly line is a, it fits. It fits kind of. It's not 100%, but yeah, it's there, but it's not there. Let me start to explain what I'm talking about. Okay, so bit by bit, the first Evil Dead movie, of course, low-budget film that they created and released and was a hit. Now, by the time they got to Evil Dead 2, which I'll go into this more detail when I get to Evil Dead 2. I'm just kind of giving you a overall look at the timeline board. By the time you get to Evil Dead 2, they made that movie without having the rights to the original Evil Dead. So they were trying to make the movie without directly referencing the first movie, as well releasing the film as the idea, if you've never seen the original Evil Dead, we're going to have to basically explain everything about Evil Dead to you within the first 10 minutes and then get into Evil Dead 2 without referencing the first Evil Dead. So Evil Dead 2 is a sequel, but the first 10 minutes of Evil Dead 2 don't necessarily line up to Evil Dead. Just the same, at the end of Evil Dead 2, we have a definitive ending of where Ash is at that particular moment in time. But when Army of Darkness picks up, which is a sequel to Evil Dead 2, we have a completely different scenario where Ash is. So does this indicate that we are creating alternate timelines within the Evil Dead universe? Well, let's not get too crazy because none of those are kind of followed up on. So basically, the beginning of Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness kind of reboot the ending of the previous movie. But everything else is still within continuity. So it is a sequel. It is a continuation of the story. But the last 10 minutes of like each movie just kind of doesn't work. Same thing with Ash versus Evil Dead. So once you get to the TV series, Ash versus Evil Dead, they didn't have the rights to use Army of Darkness. So technically, Evil Dead 1, 2, and 3 are canon within Ash versus Evil Dead, but Ash versus Evil Dead can't make any reference to anything that happened in Army of Darkness. So it's a squiggly line because it's connected, but it's only connected because we know it's connected, not because it shows it in the TV show. Yeah. And you have to remember, too, that when the Evil Dead movies were first coming out, this was a time before people were looking at canon the same way that we look at canon now. I kind of consider it the same way as like the original Universal Monster movies or the Godzilla Toho franchise, where things are canon when they need to be canon. Otherwise, we just kind of don't bring them up. Like, for example, at the end of, Ghost of Frankenstein, the character Igor puts his brain in Frankenstein's body, okay? But then in the next movie, which is Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, there's no mention of that whatsoever, and also Frankenstein goes back and forth between being able to speak and just grunting as a character. But back in those days, you didn't have VHS tapes or DVDs or Blu-rays or anything where you could go back and rewatch the older movies over and over and analyze every little detail. Basically, you just took the general idea of, I understand what Frankenstein is, or Frankenstein's monster, and so when it's in the next movie, no matter what happened in the previous movie, you kind of just go with it. And if something needed to be really important from the previous movie, they would just show a clip of the previous movie before the new one started to kind of get you going and set you up, because it wasn't like people could just go back and rewatch these movies over and over like we do now. Now people analyze the Marvel Cinematic Universe with a fine-tooth comb and a magnifying glass, and every single little explicit detail is put online, circled and analyzed and underlined, and nobody can get anything wrong. And when they do, they completely demonize the entire studio for it. And it's just madness. Canon means so much more now than it ever did in the past. And I think when it came to Evil Dead, there's enough continuity there so you understand that it's a sequel, even though there are particular things that are different from movie to movie that don't line up. Also, not to mention the fact that Evil Dead 1, 2, and 3 all take place within a matter of like 2 days. And the franchise spanned an entire decade. So Bruce Campbell, the actor, literally is a decade older in Army of Darkness, even though Army of Darkness takes place right after Evil Dead 1 and 2. Now, another thing I'm going to mention real quick before we get into the films themselves is I want to talk about the idea of having a recurring protagonist within a horror franchise. I think one thing that sets Evil Dead apart from a lot of other franchises is the fact that it has a recurring main character, minus the remake and the upcoming film. Which is a point of controversy, but I'll get to that when I get to those movies. See, a lot of horror franchises have recurring antagonists, Jason Voorhees, Freddy Krueger, and so on. But very few horror movies have recurring protagonists. Evil Dead does. The Scream franchise did for a long time. Of course, the most recent movie got rid of Neve Campbell, so eventually I suppose your protagonist does go away. But Ash is such a standout character because even in the first movie, he's kind of a pussy, but that's the point, is that he becomes so personable and so relatable, and he's such a dickhead most of the times, and he's a dumbass most of the time. But he also is competent when he needs to be competent, but usually it's because he's forced into that situation. He's kind of like a goofy version of a Mad Max, where a Mad Max just kind of gets thrown into a situation and then he just kind of reluctantly helps out with what's going on, even though he's got his own psychological shit happening. Ash is kind of like that, but a much more goofy and, less competent version, where he just kind of gets thrown into something and he's like, fuck, I guess I got to deal with this. I don't really want to deal with this. I'd rather be over there. And he just sort of has to figure it out. And yet somehow he just kind of happens to come out on top, but he also gets extremely wounded within the process, both psychologically and physically, but to the point where he's cutting off appendages and like losing his sanity, right? The other unique thing about the Evil Dead franchise is it balances this line between horror and comedy in a way that not a lot of other franchises do. But it has a very distinct transition between the two. Now, a lot of stories change and adapt over time and become different, but with Evil Dead, it becomes really different, to the point where Army of Darkness is a vastly different film than The Evil Dead, and Army of Darkness is a movie that is way more popular and known and renowned through the movie fandom rather than the Evil Dead movies. Like, if you're a general, like, big movie fan, you've probably seen Army of Darkness. But if you're not a horror fan specifically, then you probably haven't seen Evil Dead 1 and 2, the originals. That is because the first Evil Dead, low budget as it is, has some moments that might not be directly meant to be funny scenes, but have a little bit of like a slapstick humor vibe to them. And I think a lot of that comes down to Sam Raimi's style and the low budget nature of it. But by the time you get to Evil Dead 2, there's a lot more of the wacky stuff thrown in, a lot more of Bruce Campbell kind of going off the wall. You could attribute that to him kind of losing his sanity, which is correct, but also it makes it a lot sillier and gives you a lot more things to laugh at. And then by the time you get to Army of Darkness, you could pretty much say Army of Darkness is a comedy, because it is. It is really goofy. It is extremely goofy and silly and weird and all over the place. You got skeletons making jokes. You have Bruce Campbell's face getting elongated as he gets sucked into the book. It's really, really ridiculous. And all of that kind of comes together full circle by the time they get to the Ash vs. Evil Dead TV series, because believe it or not, even though I like the movies more, I think the TV series understands the franchise and all aspects of it to a remarkable degree. Actually, I'm incredibly impressed with how well the TV series actually is done, because I think this toes the line between horror and comedy probably the best. It's not my favorite, but I think that when it comes to understanding Evil Dead as a franchise, all the things people love about it, the blood, the guts, the gore, Ash as a character, intense horror, lots of good comedy, silly antics between the characters, but also this sort of darkness and the fact that everyone dies, everything gets blown up in people's faces. There's constantly, every single episode, there's blood splatter everywhere. I think that it really, truly understands it. And so these are the things that really separate Evil Dead from a lot of other franchises and makes the fans love it, which is the reason why I love it too. It's not just the blood. It's not just the guts. It's not just the gore. It's not just Sam Raimi's camera style. It's not just Bruce Campbell. It's not just the horror. It's not just the comedy. It's the blend of all that things. Shove all that shit in a blender, blend it on high, and then just like spew it out onto the floor. And that's what you get with Evil Dead. So without further ado, let's get into the very first film, the one that started it all, the legend itself, and actually my favorite of the Evil Dead franchise, The Evil Dead from 1981. The original title of the movie was going to be The Book of the Dead, which is, of course, in direct reference to the Necronomicon featured in the movie that is the catalyst for all of the demonic shit that happens, largely based upon the works of H.P. Lovecraft and first mentioned in his short story, The Hound. The Necronomicon is described as a book of arcane and forbidden knowledge whose contents can drive a person mad, and that definitely reigns true in the film. Expanded on, Sam Raimi's version of the Necronomicon is the Necronomicon Ex Mortis, meaning from death. As explained in the first movie, it is bound in human flesh and inked in human blood, an extremely powerful artifact that contains immense amount of dark power, not only holding sacred information and prophecies, magic, but also capable of resurrecting Kandarian demons that attack and possess the living. The lore of the Necronomicon and the Evil Dead franchise slowly gets expanded through the rest of the Evil Dead films, and in the original, that's about the extent of the information that we get. As far as what Kandarian means, it mostly is referring to the location that the book was found, before the movie even begins, the Kandarian ruins. So, Evil Dead has its own unique style of monsters. They are not zombies, they're not vampires, they're called Deadites. And yeah, Deadite is the official term for the demon-possessed human in the Evil Dead franchise. And usually each possessed human seems to have their own characteristics and personalities, sometimes wild and uncontrollable, other times making sick jokes and mentally torturing their victims. Deadites have access to all of the knowledge and the memories of their host, so it's very easy to play tricks on others or try to convince them that that person is still in there somewhere and they need to be saved. This is another aspect that makes the Evil Dead franchise stand out from a lot of other horror movies, because the Deadites are so unique and original to Evil Dead. And we get our first taste of all of this in the 1981 original. So we start with a car full of kids heading up to a cabin that was supposedly rented out to them for the weekend. And that's really all that's mentioned within just one passing line of dialogue, so there's not really much time to dwell on it, and we don't really need to. Our original cast gives us, of course, Ash, who is definitely at his most docile and wimpy as it begins, his girlfriend Linda, his sister Cheryl, and another couple, Scotty and Shelly. And honestly, Scotty is kind of the MVP for the first half of this movie. I don't think he gets nearly enough credit as he should. Sure, he's a bit of a cocky jerk, but when shit hits the fan, he is more useful than anybody else. From the very get-go, the experience is feeling uncomfortable, from the bridge that is breaking away as they drive towards the cabin, or just seeing the place in general. It's such a wonderful setting for a horror movie. Now, I wouldn't say that there's any great characterization in the first 15 minutes or so. It's just a bunch of dorky kids. But when the cellar door bursts open inexplicably, it's time to go down and check it out.
That is the stupidest thing I ever heard of.
Scotty is the first one to go because he's a Chad, but when he doesn't come back up for a bit, the girls force Ash to go down and check on him. It's actually quite a large basement for a cabin like this, and apparently the cabin was here long before any of the demon nonsense, so I wonder who designed this cabin and just decided to make it so generally creepy. Anyway, down here in the basement itself is where they find all the artifacts that are important to the movie. They find the Necronomicon, along with a brutal-looking dagger, obviously a carryover from the Within the Woods prototype, and a tape recorder. Oh, also I need to mention the torn up Hills Have Eyes poster on the wall. It's an inside joke that refers to the movie The Hills Have Eyes that was made by Wes Craven, because in that movie, there's a torn up poster of a shark on the wall in the RV. And the implication of that coming out not long after Jaws was a very successful movie is that if you think Jaws was scary, no. Hills Have Eyes is real horror. So Sam Raimi decided to do the same thing with Hills Have Eyes, saying that's not a scary movie. This Evil Dead is a scary movie. And it's a joke that would go back and forth between the two directors. Later on in A Nightmare on Elm Street, Wes Craven had Nancy watching The Evil Dead just before a scene with Freddy. Now, as to why some old scientist staying in this cabin had this Hills Have Eyes poster, well, who knows? I mean, he is researching the literal Book of the Dead, so maybe he was just into some creepy shit all around. Hell, just look at his wife. When Scotty and Ash bring the tape recorder back up to listen to, we get our exposition about a man who was here before them researching the book and finding out some horrifying things about its power, not the least of which is the demon possession and how the only way to kill them is through bodily dismemberment. As he recites the passages on the tape recorder, whatever happened to him is about to happen to our characters as well.
Shut it off.
Conda.
But we got to talk about this scene. Okay, so Cheryl gets freaked out and wants to leave. She goes into the woods, and the woods themselves begin to attack her. A way to make sure the characters can't just leave the cabin, the bridge is destroyed off screen, and the trees themselves come alive. And not only attack her, but, okay, well, have you guys ever seen an edgy 80s anime movie where there's lots of tentacles and those tentacles usually end up doing a particular thing to the female victim? Yeah, these tree branches do the same thing. I mean, Ash and Scotty are here with their girlfriends, so they were probably going to get laid. Cheryl's the only one here that was seemingly single and without a significant other, but I really don't think that she would have wanted this kind of hardwood. Jokes aside, though, this scene is really awkward and is just one of those moments that is always going to get a what the fuck is going on reaction from the audience, as it should. It's genuinely terrifying. And if tree rape wasn't enough, it causes Cheryl to be the first candidate for the demon possession. Her first transformation is great, and I love the awkwardly stiff movements that she has. It makes perfect sense for a demon inhabiting a human body and the strange ways that the body would move. There's also the Achilles tendon stab, which always gets me. Goddamn. They do manage to lock her in the basement where she spends most of the movie trapped, but constantly traumatizing the characters by either screaming or laughing at their misery. But it's when Shelly becomes possessed that shit really gets wild. Her attack scene is crazy. And it's my main man, Scotty, who has to fend her off. What's Ash doing during this time? Well, the doofus gets knocked into a shelf and can't even get himself up. Also, fun to point out that all these actors are basically doing their own stunts. Raimi literally kicked the shit out of his actors on this set. Well, maybe not literally, I don't know, but it does look pretty messy in there. Again, there's a couple references to the Within the Woods short. Shelly's hand gets halfway cut off, so she rips her own hand off, but this time it's by biting straight through her wrist. Crazy. She also gets stabbed in the back by the Kandarian dagger, which is similar to the short film, but her death scene is so wild. Steam escapes from her body, blood, and I don't know what else. I don't know what this is. Cum, maybe. It spews everywhere, but she just keeps on going. Scotty eventually grabs an axe and hacks the shit out of her body, bodily dismemberment as it were, and it seems to do the trick. By the way, not only does Scotty do all of the fighting here, but I also love this moment afterwards where he talks about leaving and Ash doesn't want to leave Linda behind. Scotty says,
I don't care what happens to her. She's your girlfriend, you take care of her.
She's your girlfriend, you take care of her. And okay, on the surface, I know that's kind of a douchey thing to say, but think about this. Moments ago, Scotty literally just hacked his own girlfriend into pieces with an axe because she turned into a motherfucking demon. I kind of understand him not caring about anyone else's girlfriend at the moment. But his venture to leave the cabin is cut short once again by the trees themselves. Now, I have always wondered, we don't see the trees attack Scotty. It happens off screen and he comes back bloody and cut up with a broken arm. But do you think that the trees did the same tentacle thing on him that they did with Cheryl? I'm just curious. Anyway, this is where the movie really takes off. Linda becomes possessed as well, turning her into a high-pitched, laughing, doll-like demon, and it's just Ash alone in an inescapable cabin fending for his life until sunrise. And Bruce Campbell plays it pretty serious. Like I was saying earlier, a lot of the comedy aspects are not featured in the original film, and I think the funnier moments are more so just from amateur acting, filmmaking, and cheesy special effects. But there is a charm to it that I absolutely love, and I take this first movie seriously when I watch it. When I was 13 years old watching this movie alone at midnight, it scared me, legitimately. Ash is forced to fight back against his friends' bodies possessed by nightmarish demonic entities, and he struggles with this like any normal man would. When he takes Linda to the woodshed with the intention of chopping her into pieces with a chainsaw, he can't bring himself to do it. Seeing the little necklace that he gave her earlier in the movie and remembering how much he cares about her. And this scene is here for an emotional beat, and to me, I think it works. It's also the only time the chainsaw is featured in the first movie, so sorry, no actual using it until part 2. It's not until later where Ash tries to bury her without chopping her up that she comes back to life, and then he eventually decapitates her. God, I love the blood spray here, it's crazy. But then he still needs to take care of Scotty and Cheryl. Both are fully possessed deadites at this point. There's a lot of other stuff too, going down to the basement for shotgun shells and blood falling from the pipes and all over the projector. You get this feeling that it's not just the physical threat of the deadites, but that this whole cabin, this whole section of the woods is somehow under a demonic possession. Like they've just entered into a hell dimension, that there truly is no escape. And that's the part I love about this movie. It's a true battle for survival with nobody coming to save you. Can the weakest, most docile guy of the group push himself to fight back against both physical and psychological torture? The movie feels dirty and grimy, which is also a reflection of the working conditions. Apparently, while they were here, nobody could shower due to no running water. They had sleepless nights, adding to the irritation, super uncomfortable makeup of the deadites, but it all adds to what you see on screen because it feels stressful, it feels painful, and in the end, I think all of the hardship of its creation pays off in a major way. The ending of the film gets even wilder as Ash decides to throw the Necronomicon itself into the fire in an attempt to destroy the deadites. And it works like a charm. Using some crazy stop-motion animation, the remaining 2 deadites decay and break into pieces, and one of the coolest looking special effects that I've ever watched. Way better than any CGI could come up with, in my opinion. Even the Necronomicon itself starts licking itself, showing its impressive tongue action. Pause. Giant demon hands burst out of their body, cockroaches fall out everywhere. I have no idea what's going on, but it looks fucking cool. And of course, it ends with a huge blood splooge right onto Ash's face. But after all of that, the sun begins to rise. Ash steps out of the cabin victorious, the only survivor of a vicious demonic onslaught of madness and depravity. But as we have to end with a cliffhanger, the evil force within the woods barrels its way through the woods, through the cabin, and towards Ash. A force that we never get to see, but is assumingly a POV shot of whatever demon is coming to possess him. In the last moments, Ash is hit with this full force, screaming loud, and we cut directly to the credits. When it comes down to it, The Evil Dead is just a fun and crazy horror movie, and that's why I love it. From the low-budget filmmaking aspect to just how much this movie goes from bad to worse to batshit crazy, it actually sets up a really fun lore as well that almost has limitless potential and will continue to grow and get expanded upon. The only thing that you can say is lacking is more characterization of Ash. It's definitely a far cry from the Ash that we would know later in Army of Darkness and beyond. But my argument to that is, since this is the first movie, there was no developed Ash to compare him to. In this movie, Ash is just a regular guy, a kid even. He hasn't gone through the endless bullshit of chaos yet, so if you take this movie just on its own, I think he works just fine as a character and a protagonist. Now, obviously, I love the more developed Ash, but the original Evil Dead movie will always be my favorite because of the accomplishments of its simplicity and how it really does maintain itself as a pure, unfiltered horror film. The Evil Dead's success is attributed to a few things: getting accepted into the Cannes Film Festival in 1982, having a praised review from horror writer Stephen King himself, and being one of the first movies featured in the rising Fangoria magazine. Eventually, it was picked up and distributed by New Line Cinema, and the rest was history. Making the rounds and becoming a cult classic, Evil Dead left its mark on the horror community for decades to come, and I think even without the sequels, it would still be talked about today, even as a standalone film. So Evil Dead was out there, existing in the world, doing its thing, finding its audience. But what was to come of the filmmakers? Well, they wanted to go on and make other films. Naturally so, but all kinds of films. A sequel to Evil Dead was not necessarily on the horizon, and it was made to be a standalone film. Ash is the supposed lone survivor, but getting hit with the evil force at the end of the movie can pretty much signify that he was a goner as well. Everything dies in the film. Sam Raimi went on to direct another feature called Crime Wave, which is a comedy that I can't really comment on because I've honestly never seen it, but fun fact, writers on this film include the Coen brothers before they had made it big as well. But there were numerous issues getting the film made and released, tons of studio interference, and certainly not least of which is that it was a total and utter bomb. Raimi also wanted Bruce Campbell to star the lead role in the movie, but the studio would not allow it, opting for another actor. Basically, everything that could go wrong did go wrong. Producer Ivan Shapiro suggested the idea that they go back to the well and expand on the Evil Dead universe, especially sequelizing it so that Bruce Campbell would have to be the lead character again. Ideas were tossed around, and the eventual concept would be a story called The Medieval Dead, where Ash gets sucked through a portal in time to the Middle Ages and faces ancient Deadites and becomes a legendary hero. But it was a little too ambitious to try to do at the time. Studios wouldn't put up the funding and take such a risk on the idea. So after all these disasters, there was only one man that could salvage the possible career of Sam Raimi, and that was Stephen motherfucking King.
Meteor shift!
Actually, I don't know if it was him alone, but the rumor has it that he helped in a big way, and honestly, sometimes all you need is somebody with a lot of clout to vouch for you. According to the stories, while Stephen King was directing his one and only movie that he ever made, by the way, it's called Maximum Overdrive. It's about machines and technology that gain sentience and start killing people, featuring a huge tractor trailer with, I'm not kidding you, the Green Goblin's face on it as the major threat of the movie. Yeah, and I mean like Green Goblin from Spider-Man. And actually, later on, Sam Raimi would go on to direct the first ever live-action Spider-Man, and wait, Green Goblin was the main villain. Holy shit, it's all coming full circle now. Anyway, King talked to one of the producers on that movie about getting an Evil Dead 2 made, and it actually worked. Now, I still don't really understand how you can title a movie Evil Dead 2 if you are a completely different studio that distributed the first one, but that studio difference is what led to the absolute confusion and weirdness of the continuity. But first of all, they couldn't make Medieval Dead, and instead, it needed to be more like the first movie, at least in terms of its premise. A guy at a cabin battles demonically possessed humans. Yeah. But as far as everything else, Evil Dead 2 is radically different from the original, and it changed the fucking game. Raimi, alongside Scott Spiegel, created this bizarre, over-the-top, balls-to-the-wall horror comedy madness with more gore and action than you can possibly imagine. Basically, the tone of what Evil Dead would be known for came from this installment. The budget for this movie was around $3.5 million, Bruce Campbell returned, a new cast was formed, and legendary special effects artist Greg Nicotero came on board. Now, at the time, he wasn't as famous as he is now, but this guy is a legend in the world of horror, and the list of films that he's worked on is pretty jaw-dropping. In recent times, he's basically the head of the special effects, makeup, and gore effects that are on the Walking Dead TV show, so that shows you where this guy came from. So everything was coming into place to make another Evil Dead film, but the one pesky problem was the canon. It last left off with Ash getting hit full force by a demonic entity. So How do you explain that and then pick up where you left off, where you can't even show any clips or reference the first movie? So because of this studio madness, this is why we need a timeline board for the Evil Dead franchise. Not just because we're going to shift into the remake timeline at some point, but like I said before, the straight line would be a direct sequel, but the squiggly line, of course, has to be a sequel that, well, it is a sequel, but yeah, so we got to make a little adjustment there between Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2, because somehow we wound up in a universe where a separate studio could make a sequel to a pre-existing movie, but basically make it as if that first movie didn't exist. Now, in the canon that is created by Sam Raimi, Bruce Campbell, and everybody else that worked on the movie, it is generally considered that, yes, Evil Dead 1, 2, and 3 are all sequels of each other. It's all the same universe, and that's what happens to the Ash character. But when creating Evil Dead 2, they had to basically create it as if there was no Evil Dead 1. So we want to get Ash into the same place that he ends up in the end of Evil Dead, and then continue the movie from there, which Evil Dead 2 does. But you have to begin that by explaining the entire concept of Evil Dead to an audience that might not have seen Evil Dead. And it actually really is interesting because as each movie comes out, it is true that more and more people have seen it, where more people have seen Evil Dead 2 than the original, and most people have seen Army of Darkness, but not necessarily Evil Dead 2 or 3. So it kind of filters down, which is the really interesting part. So here's what they decided to do. They decided to essentially remake and condense all of Evil Dead 1 within the first 10 minutes of Evil Dead 2. So we're going to show Ash get to the cabin, hang out at the cabin for a little bit, find the Necronomicon again, find the tape recorder again, play it. His girlfriend turns evil, he has to kill her, and then he gets hit with the evil demonic force, which propels us into the actual sequel part of the Evil Dead franchise. Problem was that they didn't have the entire cast to be able to do that. And in fact, the only character they bring back with Ash is his girlfriend Linda, who is also played by a different actress in this movie. So when you begin Evil Dead 2 with Ash driving up to the cabin with just one girl who is named Linda, some people think that Ash was so fucking dumb that he decided, once he eventually left the cabin and then apparently lived life for a little while and then found another girlfriend who just coincidentally was named Linda also, because he only dates Lindas, brings her up to the same cabin and the same thing happens again. That is not the intended canon of what's happening with Evil Dead. The first 10 minutes of this movie are literally just supposed to be a recap, but things do happen differently. But even Bruce Campbell himself has stated that the correct way to watch the films, if you want to watch them in a row as one long story, is to pick up Evil Dead 2 at the moment where Ash gets hit by the evil force, just the same way that the first Evil Dead ends.
So if you really want to do it right, you take the first Evil Dead up to where the evil entity hits me, cut off all the recap, go right into Ash being thrown through the trees at the beginning, lands, play the movie. It would all make perfect sense.
But at this moment in time, too, that was really the only continuity error that existed in Evil Dead. But what I think is even more hilarious is that as the series went on, continuity inconsistencies kind of became part of the series. It kind of became the joke, or one of the many jokes that exist within the Evil Dead universe, which is even funnier. So they accepted and embraced the fact that they had to do that with Evil Dead 2, and then pretty much in Army of Darkness and a little bit of the TV show also, they also throw continuity inconsistencies in just because it's kind of hilarious. And it is, actually, if you want to go even further, it's that Evil Dead eventually gets into like time travel and lots of crazy dimension shifting shit. So in a way, continuity inconsistencies are kind of consistent with the Necronomicon. So there you go. But jumping into Evil Dead 2 now, I know a lot of people are excited for this. I know Evil Dead 2 is the favorite amongst many, many people, and I can definitely understand why. I have my own personal reasons why I prefer the first movie, but I gotta say, Evil Dead 2 ramps everything up to a fucking level way beyond what the first one was, and it is insane. It gives you all the tropes that are classic with Evil Dead. It gives you the iconic images. We get the chainsaw hand, we get the shotgun. Well, there's a shotgun in the first movie, but you know what I'm saying. So let's dive into it. Evil Dead 2, let's talk about it. So yes, the movie begins with Ash taking Linda up to a cabin, and it wastes no time getting into the chaos. Just a few brief awkward moments of Ash showing off his impressive 1980s riz.
Hey, what do you say we have some champagne, eh, baby? Huh?
Sure.
After all, I'm a man and you're a woman. At least last time I checked.
In the span of just a few minutes, he finds the tape recorder, Linda gets possessed, he beheads her with a shovel, buries her, and then gets hit with the evil entity himself. Now, one interesting thing also, that even though this movie does show him pick up the Necronomicon, remember that at the end of the original, he throws the book into the fire, seemingly destroying it. And even though he picks the book up here right at the beginning of Evil Dead 2, they never show it again after the introduction scene. So that proves even more that you are meant to pick up the film once Ash gets blown backwards. Because at that point, the book never appears again, and we only get the extra pages that were torn out prior. After getting hit, it also seems like the evil has won with Ash, definitely turning him into a Deadite himself. But as the sun rises, it seems to have an effect in subduing the evil inside of him, at least for the time being. I'm not sure what lore reasons there are for this, if demons really can only come out at night, but in future installments, there's definitely Deadites during the daylight. But then I also assume that each demon is different in their own way, so maybe some are weakened by the sun. Not that it matters too much though, because Ash passes out and sleeps through the day just so that he can wake up right at sunset again. He does try to escape with the car, but realizes the bridge is actually destroyed. Also, fun fact, this car, the Oldsmobile Delta 88, is actually featured in every single Sam Raimi movie. It's always a fun thing to look for, so no matter what Sam Raimi movie you're watching, look for this car. Anyways, when Ash gets back to the cabin, this is where you can kind of see that this is going to be a very different movie than the first one. The first thing is the slapstick. When Linda rises from the grave again and her severed head bites Ash's hand, and it's just him walking around bashing her head into everything. Or when he takes the severed head into the tool shed and her body storms in with the chainsaw, clearly a puppet just bouncing around, and Ash's feeble attempts at smacking it away from him. It's hilarious and awkward, and not like low-budget filmmaking funny like the first one was. More like this movie is letting you know it's going to be a wacky, over-the-top, how far can we push this kind of film. Even when Ash's hand becomes possessed, it is like a demonic Three Stooges act, and it's one of those moments where you have to be on board for it. If you don't get Evil Dead 2 style, you're probably going to hate it, but if you go with it and you embrace the insanity, you're going to have a great time. Anyway, Ash is eventually forced to cut off the demonic hand, which leads to many great attachments for his stump later on. More haunting shit happens, like blood spewing from the walls and everything in the cabin seemingly coming to life and laughing at Ash's torment and misery. It's a scene that shows the madness Ash is experiencing and toes the line between being really funny and also disturbing, with just wondering how much sanity Ash has lost during this entire process. Now, on the flip side of things, the one thing this movie didn't have from the get-go are characters that we can kill off and gain a body count. So we are introduced to some newbies. We have Annie Noby, who is the daughter of the scientist that was researching the Necronomicon, the man whose voice is on the recorder. Her and her research partner, Ed, are on their way to the cabin to bring her father some more pages that were found in the ruins of the Kandar Castle. On the way there, they also discover that the bridge is destroyed and run into another couple, Jake and Bobby Joe, who agree to show them the path to get there, for compensation, of course. Annie is really the only one with character development or anything to do here. The rest are pretty much just meant to be expendable, which is what you need in a movie like this. Now, obviously, Annie isn't too happy when she gets to her father's cabin and finds a man with a shotgun covered in blood. It's an awkward moment. The men overpower Ash and then throw him down into the basement, which is pretty much the worst decision you could make. And another moment where you kind of have to disregard continuity a little bit because Annie's mother, who in the first film is mentioned on the recorder to have been possessed, but what happened to her after that? Well, here Annie continues playing the recorder, and we learn that her mom, sweet Henrietta, was buried in the basement, but not dismembered, so she comes back to wreak some havoc. Why she waited till now, this exact moment, and didn't appear in the first movie? Well, we just forget about that. But this Deadeye is the big one of the movie. The suit is disgusting as hell, and actually playing her is Sam Raimi's younger brother, Ted Raimi, always getting cameos and small roles in Sam Raimi's films. But I can't imagine that this suit was too comfortable, and it looks absolutely miserable to wear, but he pulls it off fantastically. So now we get our new cast reaction to the horror that's afoot. Ed is the first victim to be taken and transformed into a Deadeye, and my man Ash, one-handed now, just hacks the shit out of him, exploding random green blood everywhere. But what's great is the explanation of the pages that Annie brought. Literally tells a story of the Middle Ages where a man fell from the sky and saved the kingdom from demons, even with a perfectly drawn picture of it's basically Ash. Totally setting up for what Raimi had initially wanted to do with the Medieval Dead idea. But the plan is basically to read the passage that will make the evil surrounding the cabin manifest itself physically, and then send it away through a portal. But Jake stops them in order to force them to go outside and look for Bobby Joe, who tried to run away. And I really just wanted Ash to turn to him and say this line to him.
I don't care what happens to her. She's your girlfriend, you take care of her.
Anyway, Bobby Joe did run outside, and we get a little bit of a repeat of the trees from the original, though this time it's not quite as horny. But it is way more violent. The branches stab into her body and drag her through the woods, basically smashing her full force into a tree. That's pretty much it for her. As for the other characters, they don't get too far outside before whatever demon that entered Ash's body earlier begins to manifest itself again. And this whole sequence of Deadeye Ash hunting Annie down is basically a straight-up remake of the Within the Woods short. A lot of the same things happen, like Ash saying "join us," Annie accidentally stabbing Jake instead of Ash, and it's really cool that even almost a decade later, Raimi pays tribute to that original short that he made. But since Ash is slowly becoming more of a badass in this movie, he sees the necklace that he gave Linda, and somehow it allows him to regain control over his body. From then on, it's all about business. And look, I don't know how he decides this, because there is no dialogue to explain this. Ash and Annie simply just go into the woodshed and through a series of montages create a way to attach a chainsaw to Ash's stump on his right hand. There's no discussion, there's no explanation. It just happens, and it's awesome. He saws off the shotgun, making it easier to maneuver, places it in a holster on his back, making this the first appearance of an extremely recognizable version of the character. The moment where Ash is fed up with all the demon bullshit, and he's just gonna go full force against them. He enters the basement to find the pages Jake threw down there earlier and enters a face-to-face battle with Henrietta. She wraps up and contorts her body, some strange monkey sounds come out, I don't know what's going on, but Ash throws down the best that he can while getting the pages to Annie so she can translate the passages. Eventually Ash chainsaws off Henrietta's neck and blasts her away with the shotgun in an incredibly satisfying scene.
I'll swallow your soul! I'll swallow your soul! I'll swallow your soul!
Swallow this.
Now, once the evil manifests itself, we basically get a giant tree kaiju motherfucker that smashes its way into the cabin. This giant puppet is so cool looking, and this creature in the canon of Evil Dead is apparently just known as the Kandarian demon. It is meant to be a physical form of the literal evil within the area. So This is like fighting everything evil here at once. This is like fighting the Necronomicon. This is the thing that we see through the point of view traveling through the woods. This is what makes the blood fall from the walls, controls the trees outside. This is it in a physical form. And Ash basically has no chance. He does chainsaw the fuck out of it, but this thing's huge and it just keeps coming. And so Annie opens a portal to suck it away, kind of like a black hole, but she is also killed by Ash's evil severed hand still roaming around the cabin. So the evil is sucked in, but she can't close the portal, causing Ash to be sucked in along with it. And this is kind of where you should turn off the movie if you care about canon, because just like the first 10 minutes of Evil Dead 2 and how it doesn't count, neither does its ending. Ash lands in some sand and is surrounded by knights and a wizard, I guess. Then a flying deadite heads towards them. Ash whips out the shotgun, blows it away, and then the movie ends on this bitterly tragic note. Even if he's going to be seen as a hero, he's trapped somewhere in the past without any way to return. Now, this concept would remain and eventually be followed up on a few years later in Army of Darkness, but this ending is completely scrapped for a new way to start that story. Ultimately, Evil Dead 2 did make back its budget, but not by much. But it still did spawn a huge cult following over the years. It would become that crazy movie that you'd introduce your friends to late at night after a few beers. Something incredibly off the wall that you just couldn't get anywhere else. As for the next installment, it would be a few years before they would get to it. Raimi was lucky enough to get some bigger funding, and he would go on to make his own original superhero film called Darkman, which is awesome if you guys haven't seen it.
Take it now. Take it. Take the fucking elephant.
But Evil Dead 2 remains an iconic horror film having its own legacy that doesn't depend on the original film. Hell, they made it so that you didn't even have to see the original. Evil Dead 2 is practically no build-up and virtually all payoff, and nobody is complaining about that. When it came to making another movie in the franchise, it was no doubt that Raimi wanted to finally make his Medieval Dead idea come to life. And thankfully, Evil Dead 2 was successful enough in the international market that producer Dino De Laurentiis was willing to finance that third installment. And thankfully, too, that Darkman did as well enough as it did to help boost some confidence in Universal to help finance it. With these two powers combined, Army of Darkness got up to a $12 million budget, which seems like nothing today, but for a niche horror franchise that was mostly an underground cult hit, and the fact that it would have Universal backing it with a wide release and allowing Bruce Campbell to still star, that's pretty amazing if you think about it. But of course, the film had to be marketed in a way where, once again, people had to be able to see this movie without having seen the first two and still understand it. So instead of being able to title it Medieval Dead or Evil Dead 3, it was given the title Army of Darkness, which could mean just about anything. It's a cool title, don't get me wrong, but I do wish it was called Medieval Dead instead. Also, this means that they needed to recap the movies in the intro again. But this time, instead of trying to condense Evil Dead 1 and 2 within the first 10 minutes, they start the movie in medieval times and then have Ash do a voiceover basically explaining the lore and how he got there by being sucked into a portal after reading from the Book of the Dead. It's funny because there's a brand new actress playing Linda once again in the flashback. This time it's played by Bridget Fonda, but she doesn't really have anything to do here except just exist for a moment. And then this time, since it did have the same producer, they were actually allowed to use some footage from Evil Dead 2, which really helps the continuity sync up a little bit better, at least when it comes to Evil Dead standards. But this movie would turn out to be a lot different than its predecessors, not just in terms of its location, breaking away from the cabin and dealing with knights and castles, but this movie is definitely one you could call a straight-up comedy.
Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants.
It's still within the world of horror, but its tone is much more wacky and slapstick than anything that was done before. Not to mention having dozens more characters, needing way more special effects, monsters, and more skeletons than ever. There's clearly a lot of influence from old school Ray Harryhausen films like Jason and the Argonauts, where characters would battle against stop motion creatures and lots of fucking skeletons. We get way more cheesy dialogue and one-liners from Ash, and Ash himself is incredibly different here in terms of personality. Mostly you can just base it on the fact that he is so over dealing with this demon shit and basically just becomes a little bit of an asshole. But understandably so. So that works well enough, but it's also really funny how, timeline-wise, all the Evil Dead movies take place one after another, but since this came out in 1992, which is 11 years from the original's release, Bruce Campbell is definitely a lot older than when he started. Maybe it's due to all the stress and time travel. That's what ages Ash. Yeah, that makes sense. But as the movie begins and Ash gives us his backstory, it actually starts briefly before the cabin events at all, showing Ash working a job in retail at a store called S-Mart. Wait a minute. Now I understand how Ash is able to withstand all of the chaos and fight so many demons. He's a retail employee. Nothing can be worse than working customer service and dealing with customers and angry Karens and entitled bullshit from people. I worked retail for many years, and this makes so much more sense now. After dealing with all of the bullshit at a job like that, fighting monsters and hacking your friends up into pieces because they get possessed by demons, that's a cakewalk. We also learned that Linda was a coworker, so there's some extra Ash lore for you. And similarly to Evil Dead 2, the recap skips the other friends and his sister and just goes straight to Ash and Linda at the cabin, finding the book, releasing its evil, Linda getting attacked, Ash cutting off his hand, and then it jump cuts right to the portal opening. But it is odd that even though they could use Evil Dead 2 footage, they did choose to reshoot the clip of Ash cutting off his hand. Maybe they wanted it to be less gory for the opening. I don't know if they were trying to get a PG-13 rating, but ultimately the movie was rated R, so maybe they should have just used it. Ash and his car crash land into the past, and redoing the Evil Dead 2 ending, Ash is found by knights but not hailed as a hero immediately. Instead, he's assumed to be their enemy, working for a rival kingdom run by Henry the Red. So, Ash, along with Henry and his men, are taken captive and marched back to the Kandar Castle, the same place that the Necronomicon would eventually be found hundreds of years later, and then brought to the cabin. Now, this introductory scene is actually my favorite part of the movie. Ash, along with the other captives, are marched to the center of the castle walls and are sentenced to be punished by feeding them to deadites, dropping them down into a pit that's infested with them. So, in the medieval world here, deadites are a little bit more commonplace and a regular threat to the people. Also, they are in the daylight, so that kind of negates the idea that sunlight subdues them or reverts them back to human. Anyways, when Ash is thrown into the pit, we get our first real example of what this movie is going to be like, and once again, you're either on board and you're going to love it, or you're probably going to hate it. Suddenly, Ash is fighting a deadite with ridiculous choreography, big winding up punches, the sick leg move. It's basically a live-action cartoon. But the best part is when the wise man throws Ash's chainsaw down to him, and in a legendary heroic jump, it attaches perfectly to his hand. From there, it's business as usual, with Ash chopping up the demon bitch, and then trying to escape before the spiked walls come together. There's a second deadite that comes out of the walls wearing this big cheesy mask, and it's just classic B-movie goodness. Ash crawls his way back up, and then there's one of, if not the most iconic moment of the entire franchise. Also, I love when the Arthur character asks for his sword and then just kicks this man over to unsheath it. Like, that's so extra. He didn't need to do that, and it makes me laugh every time. Anyways, as Arthur challenges Ash, Ash takes out the shotgun and blasts away his sword. Where he got the shotgun back from, I don't know, because he definitely did not have it with him in the pit, but whatever. Continuity in Evil Dead is a roll of the dice. But shocked and in awe by his weapon, Ash holds it up and declares it, yes, as his boomstick. When you hear people quoting this boomstick line, it all comes from this movie right here.
This is my boomstick! 12-gauge double-barreled Remington. S-Smart's top of the line. Shop smart. Shop S-Smart. You got that?
This causes the kingdom to revere him, and they fix him up in a room with a bunch of ladies feeding him chicken legs and grapes, and honestly, hey, he deserves it. This man's been through enough. But it's not over yet. The wise man explains that the only way to save them from deadites and to find a way to get Ash back to his own time is if they had possession of the Necronomicon, which is actually not at the castle yet, but in a cemetery very far away. Ash being, I guess, worthy enough to retrieve it is requested to. Once again, after facing another random deadite attack, he's gotten really good at just taking them out. So they fix him up with a shiny new metal hand. Sad because I'm really going to miss the chainsaw, but I suppose it makes it a lot easier to get around and not have to worry about sawing yourself in half. Also, before leaving to go get it, I think one of the worst elements of this movie is the Sheila character. Giving Ash a random love interest in the past just doesn't really fit for me. First of all, her name isn't Linda, so it already doesn't make sense. But also, she lost her brother in a battle against King Henry's men that she thought Ash was working with. Finding out that he wasn't, she goes to apologize, and then just Ash becomes a smooth-talking Chad amongst men out of nowhere. Honestly, compare this Riz to his Riz in Evil Dead 2, and that's probably the biggest form of character development that you can quantify.
Hey, what do you say we have some champagne, eh, baby? Huh?
Sure.
After all, I'm a man and you're a woman.
Give me some sugar, baby.
His I don't give a shit anymore meter is off the charts, and I'm not saying I don't want Ash to get laid. I mean, how often are you going to be in medieval times and can score a maiden? I get it. But his actual girlfriend did just die, and Sheila isn't really that interesting of a character, so it just feels rather forced to add some romantic subplot out of nowhere. And in a movie that is as off the wall and entertaining as this is, I don't think that it was needed. Before Ash sets off on the quest, the wise man tells him that before picking up the book, he has to recite an incantation, the words Klaatu Barada Nikto. Now, I'm going to tell you guys an embarrassing story. When I was in high school, I was in a class that was doing a trivia contest with different groups of kids together. Our question was movie related, and it asked, what movie used the phrase Klaatu Barada Nikto? Now, at the time, I was a huge horror geek, so I immediately recognized the words from Army of Darkness. I confidently convinced my entire group that this was the answer, and I was so confident about it. It was ridiculous. Nobody knew this movie, but I was like, it's Army of Darkness, baby. Not just confident that I could answer a movie question, but that a question was referencing Army of Darkness. In school, Army of Darkness was relevant. I was stoked. And I got the answer wrong. Because Klaatu Barada Nikto is actually originally a phrase that was used in a much older film called The Day the Earth Stood Still from 1951. It's used to command a robot to resurrect the main character Klaatu. Sam Raimi threw it in Army of Darkness as a nod to that film and as a joke, and I was humiliated and let my entire group down. But hey, that's life, I guess. Soon, Ash is left on his own in the forest, and that classic demonic force POV shot returns, chasing Ash down to a windmill where he tries to take refuge. And a whole bunch of weird shit happens here. There's kind of a Gulliver's Travels reference as Ash sees a version of himself in the mirror, breaks into it, and then dozens of mini Ashes come out to attack him. This scene is filled with lots of silly gags, slapstick humor, but it all ends on one of the mini versions entering Ash's mouth, and I guess using his body as a host in order to grow into a completely new Ash that buds out of his body and separates into two beings, regular Ash and then evil Ash. Look, I know I shouldn't be thinking too deeply into the silliest film of the franchise, but I'm a fan of lore building, so let me try to headcanon this out. Okay, this is not based on any established explanation by the creators, but in Evil Dead 2, Ash is possessed by evil for a while, and he does manage to regain control of his body, but what if that evil was still within him? What if this mere hallucination and these mini Ashes are a way to get the demon to remove itself from Ash's body? Since it can no longer take control, it just separates itself from him like some Kami Piccolo action, and just creates a version of Ash that is evil so that it can be 100% in the driver's seat. Evil Ash. That's what I'm going with. I'm probably wrong. But the real Ash blasts him in the face and immediately dismembers his body. I'm telling you, this Ash is no longer fucking around. And the best joke, probably in the entire movie for me, is when he goes to bury him. Just look at this scene. This is fucking gold.
Die in the graveyard before you get it.
Hey, what's that you got on your face?
Huh?
Now, when Ash gets to the cemetery, he's very confused to find 3 books instead of just 1. Sadly, they don't really do anything with the other 2 books other than just having a few gags, Ash getting pulled into a portal briefly, and then the other one biting his hand. It's one of those moments where the movie, basically being a comedy, kind of takes away something that could have been really interesting. Like, how many Necronomicons are there? Maybe they all do something different, but that's not really the point. It's just here for a joke. And of course, before taking the book, Ash forgets the words Klaatu Barada Nikto and just fudges it, pretending to cough while saying it. And because of that, he just so happens to awaken the Army of Darkness. Nice. The Army of Darkness itself, I guess, is considered to be Deadites, but they're not really, at least not in what we've seen so far. It's literally resurrected corpses, and most of them are skeletons, so there's not really any remnants of their human form. Is that demon possession, or is that just evil skeletons, or is it both? I always felt it was a little different since it's not a living human that's being possessed. And also being resurrected with the army is Evil Ash, who basically serves as the main antagonist from here on out. Bruce Campbell also plays him as well, and the makeup for him is pretty crazy. Everyone at the castle is disappointed in Ash's fuck up, but it's not long before Ash reluctantly decides to continue to help them to protect the Necronomicon and fight the Army of Darkness. Sheila also gets kidnapped, and one makeout session with Evil Ash later causes her to become a Deadite as well. That's gotta be some truly intense tongue action going on. There's another great montage of them preparing, and one funny thing is it's the first time we see into the trunk of the car opened up, and it's filled with conveniently useful things like a chemistry book that explains how to make gunpowder and some extra shotgun shells. Also, I always assumed that this was Scotty's car since he was the one driving it in the first movie, but retroactively it has been confirmed to be Ash's car. The rest of the movie is truly a fever dream of old school stop motion, action adventure films combined with Sam Raimi's signature style of camera work and horror elements. Skeletons are blowing up, saying swear words, sword fighting, ramming the gates of the castle, flaming arrows. Everything's here. It's a spectacle of carnage that is as fun as it is cartoony, and it's just one gag after another, while at the same time delivers some pretty decent choreography that you can tell most of the time is the actual actors doing it. I mean, how Ash got that good at sword fighting after like a day of training, I don't know, but here we are. It all leads to the final confrontation between Ash and Evil Ash for possession of the book. They have a pretty good back and forth until Ash manages to burn the evil version until he's right down to a skeleton himself. And then the catapult scene. I mean, it's kind of hard to believe that this moment is part of the makings of what that original Evil Dead was, but yeah, we get the bug eyes, the sound effect, the catapult explosion killing the leader of the army, and Ash becoming that legendary hero that they would write about in those extra pages. He also even gets the Kandar people and King Henry to make up. Oh, and Sheila returns to a normal person upon her defeat. So, yay. The finale of the movie and the finale of this trilogy takes a shift as Ash is instructed to take some drops of a serum and say some more sacred words that would put him back into a hibernation until he wakes up in his own time. And in the released and canon version of the movie, that is what happens. The final scene takes place back at S-Mart. Ash just goes back to work like normal. They don't acknowledge his missing or dead friends and girlfriend here. They will in future installments, but definitely not in Army of Darkness. And he's talking to another employee, played by Ted Raimi, who actually plays several small parts in this movie, about all of his adventures, and of course, nobody believes him. That is until one of the customers in the store suddenly becomes a Deadite. Why does this happen? Well, once again, Ash kind of fudged up saying the magic words, and that's kind of funny. So he grabs a shotgun and announces himself confidently to the Deadite.
Who the hell are you?
Name's Ash. Housewares.
Yeah, that's right. The Ash at the end of this movie is a pro at this shit by now. He's done caring and gets to business, killing the Deadite without even getting a single scratch. Ending by putting his gun away and making out with, who knows, some chick. That's all that matters. That Ash is now a badass demon slayer, a fed-up dork who can use a shotgun like a pro, and a king in his own way. Army of Darkness has gone on, just like the first two, to carve out its own personal legacy. Like I said, there are a lot of people who have watched and know of this movie that have never even seen Evil Dead 1 and 2. It did make its budget back, but didn't do super well in theaters, but it has a huge fan base, and that's understandable. From the entertainment value to all of the fun stop motion, miniatures, and special effects that just narrowly came out around the time CGI was beginning to pop off, but they opted for a more old school style, and I really respect it for that. Most people say that this is the best incarnation of Ash, a man annoyed and fed up with his circumstances, just wanting to get home, completely fucking up almost everything, and yet somehow still managing to be an absolute badass when it matters most. All of these things combined creates this amalgamation of so many different fun flavors colliding into the kind of movie that comes along once in a lifetime. Having said all that, though, it's no mistake that I am a huge fan of this movie, and like many others, this was the first movie of the Evil Dead series that I ever saw. I think the first time I watched it was on one of AMC's Monster Fest marathons during October. I didn't know what it was, but the opening scenes and the pit fight, that sold me right away. However, and brace yourself, I'm sorry, but it is my least favorite of the original trilogy, and it's really mostly because of my personal preferences. Nothing wrong with the movie itself, I love it for what it is, but I do prefer the original horror aspects of the first two a lot more, and how much darker they got than this one. How Army of Darkness got an R rating, I have no idea, because compared to the first two, this is nothing. There's hardly any gore or horrific imagery at all like the first two had. And I just feel like there's a little too much humor, whereas I feel like it had a more balanced approach in Evil Dead 2 with the horror and humor. It's also an incredibly short movie, running only 80 minutes long. And think about how much happens in this film, and it's that short, and it's the end of the trilogy. They do go out big, but it is over within a blink of an eye. Now, there are longer cuts of the film that exist. The director's cut is around 96 minutes. It adds a few extra scenes, a couple bits of more gore. It shows Ash and Sheila get it on, well, briefly. But the biggest factor is the ending. See, the original ending ended in traditional Evil Dead fashion on a massive cliffhanger. It was meant to show Ash take the potion that was supposed to make him fall asleep, but he gets distracted and takes one more extra drop than he should have, causing him to wake up in a destroyed post-apocalyptic future way beyond the present time. I love this ending, and I think it's so much more fitting for the series, but the studio wanted a more upbeat, happy ending, so it was scrapped for the S-Mart ending. Now look, I actually really do like the S-Mart ending, and because we eventually get the Ash vs. Evil Dead TV series later on, it makes the S-Mart ending the smarter choice, in hindsight. At the time of Army of Darkness's release, though, I would have definitely taken the cliffhanger ending, but then you also have to consider, did they even want to make an Evil Dead 4 at this point? And also, considering that it would be 22 years before Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell would officially return to the franchise, I thank God that Ash got a happy ending rather than staying in this limbo of an apocalyptic future for 2 decades before we picked back up with him. But even if Army of Darkness is my least favorite, it still is a favorite. I might have to be in the right kind of mood to want to watch it, but I'm still a huge supporter of this film and the creativity that Sam Raimi brought to it, and of course Bruce Campbell's performance. And I think it's essential viewing, not just for Evil Dead fans, but for all filmgoers, because it's definitely the most accessible film in the franchise, and like me and many others, it was the starting point. So now that we have finished the original trilogy, Evil Dead 1, 2, and Army of Darkness, I really hope that you guys have grabbed your extra large coffee today, because we're going to need the caffeine boost, because where I am about to take this video next is going to lead us down a lot of different roads and paths that might break our sanity a little bit more than it's already been broken. But hey, if you've made it this far into the video, then I think you got it. I think you can do it. I think you just need your little bit of a second wind. I think you just need to slam a coffee, and then we're good to go. Now, I had to make a decision about what direction I wanted to take this video after the original trilogy was done, because as you can see, there's a couple of different routes that we can take here. Now, Army of Darkness came out in 1992, and it would be until 2015 that Ash would make his first real appearance back. This is 20-some years later, where he would finally return in Ash vs. Evil Dead in 2015. That is a huge gap of time in between seeing the characters, and we've seen revivals of characters before, like Laurie Strode coming back in Halloween with Halloween 2018, and incarnations like that. We had Scream eventually have a revival, but Evil Dead's gap in time before Ash and that continuity, as much continuity as there is, finally returned, was a huge gap of time. We had to wait many years before we got to see Ash on the screen again, and unfortunately it's not the big screen, it's the small screen, but not unfortunately, because we get that much more of Ash versus the Evil Dead as the series went on. So I could jump all the way to 2015 and begin talking about Ash versus Evil Dead. However, I kind of want to tackle this video in the same way that I did the Halloween retrospective, if you guys watch that, where I want to have the video presented in the same way that us as the fans had to experience the Evil Dead franchise continuing, which means I'm going to be covering it in release order, not necessarily chronological order or staying within one complete universe and one complete timeline. If that's not confusing enough already, things are about to get a lot worse. Anyways, if I am going to continue this video in release order, the next piece of Evil Dead that we got in film form would be, of course, the Evil Dead remake from 2013, which is still 21 years later before we got an actual another Evil Dead movie on the big screen. That is, again, just a ridiculous amount of time in between having some Evil Dead content. Like, I understand that the movies weren't necessarily the most popular, and they do have like a more of a cult following than a large, well mainstream kind of value to them, whereas Halloween has a little bit more of a marquee value to it, even Friday the 13th, which of course got like 12 movies. And by the way, the fact that there's 12 Friday the 13th movies when there could be 13 leads me to think that they really need to revive Friday the 13th. But I don't want to get into Friday the 13th just yet, because we are going to get into Friday the 13th a little bit and how it might relate to the Evil Dead franchise. Yeah, okay. So before I get to the Evil Dead remake, I'm going to branch off into another tangent. And I'm going to cover things that have happened in between Army of Darkness and the Evil Dead remake, and there is a lot of stuff. So we're going to go into Evil Dead in other media. So not film, not TV, but other media that exist around the Evil Dead franchise. We're going to go into potential Evil Dead movies that never happened. We're going to go into video games and comics. We're going to go into other tangent ideas of what happened with the Evil Dead franchise in between this time, what they were trying to do, movies that they wanted to make happen that didn't happen, and other various incarnations of different timelines that we could potentially have in Evil Dead. So we're going to take a brief break from the movies, and we're going to go into other media, and then we'll come back and do the Evil Dead remake. Then we'll go to Ash vs. Evil Dead, the TV series, and hopefully by the time this video comes out, I will have seen Evil Dead Rise, and we'll wrap up with that. So that's the adventure going forward. I hope you will join me. So when it comes to the films, after Army of Darkness blew up in the cult status that it got, fans were always seething for more Evil Dead in their lives. Talks of Evil Dead 4 always came up every few years, but very little information was ever released. Bruce Campbell seemed to suggest that they were always bouncing around ideas or coming back to the concept here and there. But just like before, Sam Raimi wanted to make more movies than just horror movies and just Evil Dead movies. And through the rest of the 90s and the early 2000s, this man was on fire. His first movie after Army of Darkness was a Western called The Quick and the Dead in 1995. After that was the suspense thriller film A Simple Plan that I mentioned earlier, with I think it's just criminally underrated, from 1998. He did a baseball flick called For the Love of the Game in 1999, and another horror-ish thriller called The Gift in 2000. And then, of course, what must have been a dream come true for him, he got to adapt the very first big screen appearance of Spider-Man in 2002. Just imagine, the guy that began his journey with a movie featuring tree rape eventually got to give us a web-slinging adventure that stole the hearts of millions. It just goes to show you guys, never give up on your dreams. Also, to me, I think Spider-Man 2 from 2004 is still, to this day, not only the best Spider-Man movie, but one of the greatest superhero movies of all time. Having Sam Raimi's eye for camera movement and intensity really made that movie stand out. Not many superhero movies put me on the edge of my seat the way that the train fight sequence did in Spider-Man 2. And it all comes from Sam Raimi's passion for the material and his dedication to making the best movies that he possibly could. But while all this is going on, it leaves the Evil Dead franchise in a bit of a limbo. I know that Raimi had ideas for an Evil Dead 4, but it was hard to find much information on it. In some interviews that he gave, he said that he and his brother Ivan Raimi would take a crack at writing it every now and then, but always would wind up hating their ideas before finishing the first act. Raimi also wanted to follow up on the original ending of Army of Darkness with Ash in the apocalyptic future, but of course he was stuck with the theatrical ending that most people saw. He mentioned in another interview that one plan for Evil Dead 4 would actually have both timelines be canon. Yeah, don't even get me started. It would have two Ashes from two different universes and a storyline that would cut back and forth between the both of them before eventually colliding. How this would even work, I don't know, and my brain hurts thinking about how I would put this on the timeline board. I mean, I get the Necronomicon would make time travel and also dimension hopping possible, but imagine trying to pitch that premise to a studio. And that was probably one of the major problems that Raimi had. He probably knew the struggle he would have trying to get them to finance it, even if he had become a much bigger name with the Spider-Man trilogy. But then again, after Spider-Man 3, it kind of tarnished his reputation for a bit. The movie still did well financially, but it was a big step down from the first two in quality, and he was forced to buy the studio to make a bunch of changes and to add Venom in as a character that he didn't know much about or didn't even want to include. Sam grew up during the OG run of the Spider-Man series in the 60s and 70s. By the time Venom made his first appearance in the mid-80s, Raimi was already busting his ass trying to be a filmmaker. He probably didn't have time to read that many new comics or know much about Venom, who the character was or what he was supposed to be, and after watching Spider-Man 3, that's kind of apparent.
Interested?
But what about an Evil Dead movie without Sam Raimi as the director? What about taking the Ash character and throwing him into a completely different scenario outside of fighting Deadites? There's been a long, complicated process of merging different horror IPs together and being able to do some crossover films. And Ash was one of the characters that was heavily considered in being part of those crossovers. In 2003, two long-running horror franchises, Friday the 13th and A Nightmare on Elm Street, collided together in Freddy vs. Jason, a movie that pit the main slasher antagonist of both films together into one movie with the intention of seeing them go head-to-head in an epic battle. And boy, did we get it. I know that Freddy vs. Jason does have its haters, but I adore this movie so much, and I think it delivers on all the aspects that it promises. You see creative and wacky Freddy dream sequences and powers, you see Jason with a machete resurrected doing his thing, and you get a simple yet relevant storyline that gives a solid reason why we would eventually have to have these characters go head to head. They fight in the dream world, they fight at Camp Crystal Lake, and the movie is no holds barred, rated R, gory as all hell, and I loved it. After it came out, there was always talk about doing another one, a sequel to it, a rematch between them, and even adding in another iconic horror character. But as most horror characters that people want to see are killers, demons, monsters, and that sort of thing, Evil Dead had a character that could fight that was actually a hero. Well, sort of a hero. So Ash himself was in heavy consideration to join Freddy and Jason for a future battle royale. But there was a lot of complications in getting this to work. For one thing, even though Jason and Freddy were both owned by New Line, Evil Dead was not. And when you have to share creative licenses and revenue and things like that, things get hectic. There was a lot of back and forth about how the characters should act in the movie. And to be fair, this led to the only thing about Freddy vs. Jason that I'm not a huge fan of, and that's the ambiguous ending. Because when you bring characters from different franchises together, it's really hard to make everybody happy, give every character equal screen time, and, of course, decide who wins the fights. The creators of all three series apparently couldn't see eye to eye on how to make the story work. Basically, it was lost in creator development hell and people not being able to agree on how to handle all the IPs together. Bruce Campbell is on record saying that he's not really a fan of crossover material to begin with, and he didn't want Ash to be portrayed in the way that they wanted to and were suggesting to him, and that they, on the Evil Dead side of things, wouldn't really have much creative control over the character and the project, and I kind of respect Bruce for that. As much as I would want to see it, Ash is special to him. It's what he's known for, and let's face it, Bruce Campbell isn't the biggest actor out there, so I'm sure the paycheck from whatever they would make him do in the movie would have been nice. But instead, he stuck to his guns, and he didn't want to go against what he felt the character would do and say. In other words, he didn't sell out, and I think that's pretty metal. But even when you begin the idea that if this movie happened, that means that Evil Dead, Nightmare on Elm Street, and Friday the 13th all take place in the same universe. Now, the first immediate problem with this is the fact that Nancy was watching Evil Dead in the first Nightmare on Elm Street movie, or the fact that in Evil Dead 2 in the tool shed, Freddy's glove is hanging over the door as just kind of a nod and joke back and forth between Sam Raimi and Wes Craven. I'm sorry I forgot to mention that in the actual review, but it's not really a big thing. It's just kind of in the background. But the rabbit hole goes even deeper because of this movie. Jason Goes to Hell. Yeah, all right, we're going there. Jason Goes to Hell is the 9th movie in the Friday the 13th series, and the most batshit crazy weird one as well. A lot of people hate this movie, but it does have its fans too. I kind of like it just because of how bonkers it is, and I kind of respect the movie for, as the 9th film in the franchise, to take a huge risk and try something totally different. And when I say different, I mean really fucking different. In this movie, Jason is blown up in the first 10 minutes, but he's able to transfer his evil essence into others by compelling a coroner to eat his heart, and then traveling from body to body in search for a relative with the same bloodline so that he can somehow get his original body back, all the while having characters who need to stab him with a sacred dagger that looks very similar to the Kandarian dagger from Evil Dead, which will eventually have him dragged to hell. Sam Raimi did go on to make a movie called Drag Me to Hell, but there's no relation there. Anyway, the thing is, in Jason Goes to Hell, there is a shot of the characters finding the Necronomicon. Now, it's only a cameo. They don't mention anything about it for the plot, and once again, this movie was made by a studio that didn't have the rights to Evil Dead, so they weren't allowed to reference it or say anything about it, but it's in there. And many years after the movie came out, the director, Adam Marcus, has confirmed that it was his intent to link Friday the 13th and the Evil Dead movie series together within the same universe. From an interview with BloodyDisgusting.com, the director says, "When we were pre-producing the movie, Bob Kurtzman and the guys at K&B said that we were going to do the effects on the movie. So I got to go on Sam Raimi's set for Army of Darkness. I asked Bob if Sam would lend me the Necronomicon for Jason Goes to Hell. I let Bob in on my little secret plan, and I knew that I couldn't say Deadite or Evil Dead in the movie because Universal owned the rights. But if I take that prop and put it in the Voorhees house and use the Kandarian dagger as the thing that kills Jason, what I'm doing is setting up a mythology that Jason's mom wanted her son back so badly that she made a deal with the darkness. So she reads from the Necronomicon and brings about a resurrection of her son Jason." So does that mean that he's trying to retroactively change the Friday the 13th lore and make Jason a Deadite? But Deadites are demon possession, and they usually have personality, they talk, and they taunt their victims, where Jason is a silent, stone-cold killer. Also, it's widely considered that up until Friday the 13th Part 4, that Jason was just a human who had been living in the woods and protecting his territory, until Corey Feldman showed up and fucked him up. But then in Part 6, Jason is resurrected from the grave by a bolt of lightning and became Zombie Jason, who seemingly can't be killed and can regenerate from anything. Of course, it is strange that just a bolt of lightning would give him that much power, so maybe there is something more supernatural happening here. But if he's made powerful by the Necronomicon, then it's clearly a different incantation than anything we've seen before. But also, if the director is saying that Pamela Voorhees is the one who used the Necronomicon before she died, Jason clearly didn't resurrect until after her death. Maybe that was the catalyst. Even so, the first Friday the 13th movie takes place in 1980, and the first Evil Dead, well, it doesn't have a defined date, but they're released around 1981, and according to Evil Dead lore, Dr. Nobi found the Necronomicon in the Kandarian ruins and then brought it to the cabin. So I don't think that he made a pit stop at Camp Crystal Lake, and even if he did, the book wouldn't still be there 13 years later when they find it in 1993, when the Necronomicon is seen in Jason Goes to Hell. But then again, in Army of Darkness, we do see 3 books at the altar at the cemetery, so even if one book was taken to the castle and stayed there for hundreds of years and found in 1980 and then destroyed by ash in the fireplace, the other 2 are unaccounted for, and maybe a different Necronomicon explains why the Deadite Jason would also act different than the other Deadites we've seen before. Maybe Jason was always a Deadite from the start, and his resurrection in Part 6 is only amplified by the effects of the Necronomicon. But this is also all done in secret by the director and never explained within the movie itself, so it really can't be canon. But if it were...
Wait. So that means the director of Jason Goes to Hell deliberately tried to connect the Friday the 13th franchise with the Evil Dead franchise, which is already at that point connected to the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. Actually, the only reason that Friday the 13th is connected to Nightmare on Elm Street is also because of the movie Jason Goes to Hell, because at the end of the film, Freddy's glove rises up out of the ground, it pulls Jason's mask down into hell, and of course in Freddy vs. Jason in 2003, we have Freddy finding Jason in hell, resurrecting him, and then causing him to go on a rampage. He goes on too much of a rampage, Freddy tries to stop him, thus they fight. So Jason Goes to Hell, although it may be the most reviled movie of the entire franchise, the one that people hate the most, is single-handedly responsible for connecting Friday the 13th into two different horror franchises. Now, of course, it's not official that Friday the 13th is connected to Evil Dead because he had to hide the fact that he was doing it and they were owned by different studios, so he couldn't mention it or reference it, but he clearly has the Necronomicon, clearly has a Kandarian dagger, and also has in interviews post-movie said that, yeah, that was his intention. That's what he wanted to do. He even said that he got the book, the Necronomicon book, he got that from Sam Raimi himself after visiting the set of Army of Darkness. So this was a preconceived notion and plan that he had in from the beginning. But that throws so many things out of whack, because if we are to assume that the Evil Dead franchise and Friday the 13th take place in the same universe, that means we got Friday number 1, Friday 2, Friday 3, Friday 4, Friday 5, Friday 6. That's Zombie Jason's first appearance, by the way. Friday 7, Friday 8, but then Friday the 13th, part 9, which is Jason Goes to Hell. This is the movie that connects it to the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. So we have Nightmare 1. I'm just going to write numbers because this is too much. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not 7, because A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 7 is New Nightmare, which actually takes place in our real world, but obviously it's a movie, so we could say that that is another tangent universe, which goes over here to New Nightmare, because in that movie, Freddy Krueger movies are movies, but in that movie, there is a demon that takes inspiration from the Nightmare on Elm Street movies and basically makes itself into Freddy Krueger. So it's a movie that takes place in the real world, but then makes Freddy Krueger a real character. So you could say that's part of like the meta style of movies, which also relates to My Name is Bruce, which I don't think takes place in the same universe, but we're going to say that it does. My Name is Bruce is a movie about Bruce Campbell playing himself, but a real demon pops out, and then a bunch of other characters kidnap him, thinking he's going to be like Ash from the Evil Dead. So it's a movie that's very meta in the same way that New Nightmare is. So maybe those take place in the same universe. But then we also have Freddy vs. Jason, which takes place in between Jason Goes to Hell and Jason X, which takes place in space. So that is in the future. And then we have the Friday the 13th remake, which is also going to be part of this. But that would mean that the Nightmare on Elm Street remake is also part of this, but they're in their own tangent universes over here. So this movie connects the Evil Dead, and there's apparently 3 Necronomicons. So there's 3 Necronomicons here that are featured in, not that, but up in Army of Darkness. And so one of them gets taken and brought to the Kandarian castle, which is excavated in the beginning of Evil Dead, and the old scientist researches it. But then the first book gets destroyed by a fire, so that's not there. But there's still 2 more books that exist here. So I guess another book got taken to Pamela Voorhees before the events of Jason Goes to Hell and the entire Friday the 13th franchise, which means that before the first movie, Pamela Voorhees had used the Necronomicon to awaken her son and bring him back to life. But he doesn't awaken until her death at the end of the first Friday the 13th. So we're saying that Friday the 13th part 1 through 4 exists in a world where Jason is essentially a deadite, but that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because Jason does canonically die in part 4. He's not in part 5 because that movie's a piece of shit, but then in part 6 he gets resurrected as a zombie. So does that resurrection of a zombie have anything to do with the original Necronomicon, or is this completely different and he just gets resurrected by a bolt of lightning? I don't really know, but it is clear that in Friday the 13th part 6, 7, 8, and Jason Goes to Hell, that he is a big zombie motherfucker, and then he gets blown up and of course has to find, you know, his remnants of his family in order to come back at the end of Jason Goes to Hell, but then he gets dragged to hell, not to be confused with the movie Drag Me to Hell, which is a movie by Sam Raimi where a character gets dragged to hell, which is in a different universe, I believe, although he could connect that to Evil Dead if he wanted to, but we're still not even clear if the Evil Dead remake from 2013 and Evil Dead Rise are connected to the original Evil Dead, and if so, does that mean the third Necronomicon is the one that is featured in these movies? But also, there is the cabin in the woods motif, so it really wouldn't make sense for this movie to be connected to the original Evil Dead, because then we have two weird cabins with the Necronomicon in it. By the way, who is the motherfucker that rented out the cabin to the characters in the first movie anyways? Because clearly, as the Kandarian castle was excavated and that book was brought to the cabin to be researched, that clearly only happened a little bit before our main characters, Ash and his friends, got to the cabin. So who the fuck told them that they could go see the cabin? Maybe that answer is in the Ash vs. Evil Dead TV series, because granted, at the recording of this video, I've only watched through that series once when it was airing, so it's been about 4 or 5 years since I've seen season 1. I'm really excited to go back and rewatch it, but at the moment of recording this video, all I can say is that all these movies are canonically connected, which means during at the same time that the Kandarian demons were attacking the Evil Dead, which was 1981, which I believe was Friday the 13th part 2, that's the same time that Jason became the main villain. So wait, maybe them reading from the Necronomicon is what awakened Jason, and that's why there is no Jason in the first Friday the 13th, but there is in the second. But there is the child Jason that pops out of the water at the end of the first Friday the 13th movie, but that is assumed to be a dream. But at the same time, maybe that was real. But then how would he turn to a child to an adult? Well, maybe that's a factor of the Necronomicon. But the truth of the matter is, since the studios couldn't connect Jason Goes to Hell and Evil Dead because of rights issues, none of this matters. Anyway, let me get back on track. Let me go back to Freddy versus Jason versus Ash. Even though it never came to fruition in a movie, there was actually a comic book series. They took some of the ideas that they had for the possible movie and transferred it over to comic form. James Couric and Jason Craig worked on it, and it released in 2007. And it is written to be a sequel to the actual Freddy vs. Jason movie with some recurring characters. So, in a tangent comic book universe, they did make Friday, Nightmare, and Evil Dead all in the same continuity. But I don't think there's any connection to the Jason Goes to Hell route with Jason being a Deadite. So I guess that's another universe. There was also a sequel to the comic series called Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, The Nightmare Warriors, which apparently is pretty insane in its own right. I will be honest, I have never read these comics, and I did plan for this video to be about movies primarily, but for fun, if I can find the time to read these comics and still finish the video by the time Evil Dead Rise comes out, I will include a brief review of Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash right here. Okay, somehow I managed to do it. I read the Ash versus Freddy versus Jason comic book. I think it's Freddy versus Jason versus Ash. I just have Evil Dead in the brain. I actually read it. I had to read it online. I couldn't find a physical copy, but whatever, I did. So I'm just going to give you a brief kind of overview of how I felt about it. Also, there's another version that I'm going to review right after this. But this version of Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash makes the canon basically the same as what Jason Goes to Hell would be, because they kind of bring on the idea that Pamela Voorhees had a Necronomicon, the Necronomicon. I don't know, it's not really explained if there's multiple books or if it's just one book. So the comic starts out and you have
Laurie and Will from Freddy vs. Jason, and for some godforsaken reason, they decide to return to Camp Crystal Lake. And I thought one of the funniest things was that the reason that Ash is brought here, not just coming here to find the Necronomicon and destroy it once and for good, but the other reason is that they built an S-Mart right like down the street from the camp, which is absolutely hilarious. And Ash is being a transferred employee coming to that S-Mart. And it just makes me laugh so hard because it's like, as much as Ash can't escape the evil of the world, he also can't seem to escape retail. And maybe that's the reason why I vibe so hard with Ash in Evil Dead. Maybe I just understand him on that visceral level because I worked retail for most of my life, only quitting for the first time last year, and it still haunts me to this day. I have dreams, I have nightmares, I have visions. I think about old customers yelling at me about coupons and spitting in my face. It's a long story. If you work retail, I'm with you, man. Like, my heart goes out to you. Like, we are one. We are one and the same, man. So Will and Laurie show up at the lake only because Laurie wants to make sure that Freddy and Jason are dead. So Will had no reason to be here. He didn't want to come. He only came because his girl asked him to. My poor man Will lost his entire youth living in an insane asylum because of some convenient lie that came up about him witnessing the death of Laurie's mom. And so he lost his entire youth, and then he finally gets out, and he finally gets with his ex-GF, and she's like, let's go back to the cabin and see if Jason's actually dead. Woman, you're crazy. Now, I know it's a trope in a lot of horror movies to bring back characters in the sequel and then kill them off, and maybe that's what they were going with here. But Laurie and Will don't really add anything to this story of what the comic is doing. It's just the opening kill scene to show that Jason is still alive, and he does kill them both. After that, Ash shows up. He comes to the S-Mart, and there's a bunch of S-Mart employees. There's kind of like a whole group of kids that he kind of leads in this story, and that was my least favorite element of it. I didn't care about any of them. They gave him a love interest. I think Caroline was her name, which is one of the employees, and it just, none of it, I didn't like any of that. I understood having those characters as a body count because you got to have a body count. If you have, an Evil Dead mixed with a Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street, you gotta kill people. So I understand that aspect of it, but I really didn't like any of these characters, and I was just focused on Ash the entire time. The other thing I thought was cool is that the severed head of Freddy from the end of Freddy vs. Jason brought back to his little shrine and put it right next to his mother's severed head that you see in Friday the 13th Part 3. I like that idea. Also, I guess Freddy is communicating with Jason mentally and within his dreams, I suppose, still kind of alive but needing to be resurrected, and that's why he needs the Necronomicon, because it will allow him to ascend back to full power. I can buy that. The Necronomicon is pretty much a MacGuffin that can do anything demonic, so reviving Freddy, finding a way to revive him, bring him into the real physical world, have him keep his powers once he's there, I can imagine the Necronomicon has some way to do that. So Freddy knows the Necronomicon is nearby, so he wants Jason to get it, so he's manipulating Jason to do it by basically being his stepdaddy. There's a dream sequence where he's banging Jason's mom. I don't know. And essentially, getting the Necronomicon changes hands a few times. Ash goes to try to get it, and then there's a bunch of kills by Jason. There is a great moment where Jason actually goes into the S-Mart. So you see Jason in the middle of a well-lit retail store, and he does kill somebody with a shopping cart, which is fantastic. I would love to see that in a movie. And there's this really annoying manager there that carries around a clipboard at all times, and he kills him with the clipboard. That's creative. I like that. That is something that if they were to actually make this in a movie, I would like to see that because it's something different. You never see Jason in a convenience store. We've seen him in New York City, but we've never seen him in a convenience store, and killing somebody with a shopping cart is just the kind of thing that I would expect Jason to do. So I really, really enjoyed that. It changes hands a few times, but eventually Jason gets the Necronomicon, which allows Freddy Krueger to kind of come back, resurrect, be more than just a head, his full body, but he also has this enhanced ability that he can use some of his dreamscape powers in the real world, which makes him like 10 times more, devastating than he was before. Ash does have a nightmare where he meets Freddy for the first time, which is great. Freddy has his glove hand kind of grow from Ash's severed hand. He thinks he gets his hand back, and then the glove grows over it. He has to chop it off again, so that's pretty cool. A lot of cool ideas in here, really. Like, honestly, if they made this into a live action, obviously there's a lot you'd have to expand on, but there's a lot of cool ideas that are floating here, and if these are the same ideas that were kind of pitched for the actual live action version, I would have really liked to see these. Ash fights him for a little bit, and then Freddy kind of reveals himself to have powers in the real world also. And another cool aspect is he resurrects a bunch of the victims of Jason. Once Jason turns on him again, which is inevitably going to happen, he resurrects a bunch of his victims. And although it's only in a few panels, I imagine if it was in a movie, it would be expanded on. I'm imagining like Deadite versions of past victims from the Friday the 13th films. How cool would it be to kind of go back and bring back, I don't know, like that jokester that gave him the hockey mask to begin with in part 3, or like, I don't know, any of the other victims that we've seen throughout the Friday the 13th franchise come back, but as Deadites. And they basically try to like grab Jason and throw him into hell and stuff like that. A great, awesome thing that they do also is kind of change the forms of Freddy and Jason a little bit. Well, mostly Freddy. There is a brief scene in Freddy vs. Jason in the movie where he gets really pissed off and his makeup changes, and he kind of looks a lot more demonic, like a lot more like a demon. He has that form in this comic, but it's kind of expanded on, like the flesh around his cheeks is kind of melting away, and you can see his jaw, and he's got like basically like his ears are like devil horns. And I really like it, man. The thing is, like, as much as I prefer like the traditional, Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street movies, I like when they take risks and go a little bit batshit crazy with it, because we've seen the status quo many times. That's why I kind of appreciate Jason Goes to Hell, because even though I don't think it's a great movie, I really appreciate the balls of just kind of going batshit with it, and that's kind of the vibe I was getting from this a little bit. But it does culminate in a fight between Jason, Freddy, and Ash all fighting together. Ash does get fucked up quite a bit, but, he perseveres. He's Ash. And then it ends, of course, with the Necronomicon passages being read and kind of pulling them into a hell dimension of some sort. And that's it kind of ends on a whimper. It kind of goes out really quick. It's only 6 issues, so it's got a lot of build-up, getting Freddy back, being revived, Ash being there, assembling his team. There's a lot of kind of build-up. And there's a short payoff, and then it ends. And that would be my only real criticism with it, is that, I want to see more of kind of the carnage once everything is going crazy at the end. But I actually did really enjoy it. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty solid. I would say if you're a fan of any 3 of these franchises, if you saw this in the Barnes & Nobles or something, I don't know what would sell comics like this. Probably nowhere anymore. I don't know. I would pick it up. But there was a second Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, a sequel. So let me get right back to you guys after I read that one. Okay, you know how I said I liked when things get batshit crazy? In this instance, in the sequel comic of Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, The Nightmare Warriors, I regret saying that. This one is so all over the place. In some aspects, I appreciate that they tried to combine so much of the lore of the Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street series into this. Not so much of the Evil Dead, actually, a little bit, but not as much as I would hope so. But this just went crazy. Okay, so in the sequel comic, essentially, I was wrong. At the end of the first one, Jason doesn't get pulled into the Necronomicon vortex, just Freddy does. He sinks in the lake again. The government shows up, and you know how I distrust the government immediately, so that's not going to be good. They're aware of the Necronomicon for some reason, and they want to use it to help basically fight terroristic threats. Like, they want to figure out how to harness the power of Freddy's dream ability and the Necronomicon to basically take people out from a distance and use it to their benefit. So they start to translate the Necronomicon. I don't know. Jason rises from the grave once again, and once again gets manipulated by Freddy, this time to go take out Ash because of last time. And the girl that Ash was with actually was still with him. Actually, they're just hanging out, cooking a barbecue. I do like the image of Ash having a spatula on his severed hand instead of a chainsaw. But of course, Jason shows up and kills Catherine, so it is Ash on his own, wanting vengeance once again. But here's where things get really crazy, is they bring back characters from both the Friday the 13th and the Nightmare on Elm Street lore, but it is really, really hard to keep track of them because I had a hard time like figuring out who was who, because they're all just drawn, they're all just illustrated. They don't look how they did in the movies. And also we have children that were in the movies that were grown up. There was a baby in Jason Goes to Hell, which is now basically an adult or close to. Same thing with the child from the Dream Child from Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. We have Jason's daughter from Freddy's Dead, who basically gets manipulated by Jason here, it's so crazy, manipulated by Freddy. And there's a really weird scene where he's like, come to daddy, and it's drawn, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess I wouldn't put it past Freddy to do this to his daughter, but still. And there's this whole like team assembled of previous characters. There's the psychic girl from Friday the 13th Part 7, and there's like Freddy's daughter, and just a bunch of characters. And then Tommy Jarvis even shows up. Fucking Tommy Jarvis, originally played by Corey Feldman, also was in Part 5 and Part 6. Tommy Jarvis is here, and of course, he's the Jason expert. But he's kind of like off on his own. Like, he comes into the group for a moment. Him and Ash kind of butt heads, which is unfortunate because, not unfortunate that they butt heads, but those are the two characters that I would really like to see together. A lot of the other characters, I'm just like, why are you back? Why are you here? I mean, I guess I understand and I appreciate them trying to pull so much from all these franchises together, but it was just a little bit overwhelming. Not to mention the fact that the actual plot line with the government is here, and they pull Freddy back out of the Necronomicon, but they pull him back as human. But really, Freddy still actually does have his abilities and is just kind of fooling them. And he manipulates Jason once again for the third time in a row. And you would think Jason would realize, but then Jason is Jason, so whatever. And then he kind of gives Jason a makeover. Like, he pretties him up. He gives him long hair. He makes him handsome. But then he sends Jason out to be a member of his Deadeye army, because apparently while Freddy was within the Necronomicon dimension of whatever evil was there, he's like assimilated with it, and like his body, you know how he like pulled up his shirt and showed all the souls within him in one of the Nightmare movies? Well, now it's like the Necronomicon is his body, which is kind of the only concept in this comic series that I liked. I kind of liked the idea of Freddy, you know, once he's within the world of the Necronomicon, that he would somehow find a way to master it and assimilate over it. It feels very in character for Freddy to do that. Also, just Freddy just has, he's got, like, Ash has got a lot of plot armor, but Freddy's got a ton of plot armor, man. But then he creates a Deadeye army. He resurrects a Deadeye army for Jason to lead. And Jason leads the Deadeye army into Congress and just kills all the politicians. On second thought, you know what? Maybe this comic is awesome. Apparently George Bush must have still been president when this came out, because they show him, but it's actually Freddy masquerading as him. So Freddy is creating this worldwide, like, Deadeye army for just absolute destruction. Ash has a ragtag team of various characters from other Nightmare and Friday the 13th movies. There's the character that's related to Jason, like his niece from Jason Goes to Hell. She's a prominent character here. And then the ending gets so crazy. There's so much chaos happening. They're all fighting outside of the White House. There's a Deadeye army. There's Jason. Eventually, they have Tommy Jarvis eventually beat Jason and sever his head. But, of course, at the very end, it's kind of like alluded to that Jason will resurrect once again. But they give Tommy Jarvis his moment. But for Freddy, he goes to attack. There's so many characters. There's what's her name? Alice, that had the Dream Child from Part 5, but the Dream Child's older now. But then he unleashes all of the souls of Freddy's past victims. So we see like fucking Kincaid and, you know, the other characters from Dream Warriors. And then, of course, fucking Nancy. You know, because we got to add in all the characters. Also, we have Freddy's mom, the nun. Because we got to add in as many fucking characters as humanly possible within this 6-issue series. So, of course, we got to bring all these characters back. And they pull, you know, Freddy's powers out of him. And then make him actually human. And then Ash kills the human Freddy. Yeah, I don't know, man. This one is just wild. This is like... First of all, you need to have a PhD in the entire franchise lore of Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street to keep track of who these characters are. Not to mention the fact that we're not fighting in the dream world. We're not fighting at Crystal Lake. We're going to the White House and Congress. There's that aspect. And then also, I don't feel like Ash did enough. This is an Evil Dead video at the end of the day. And I feel like Ash, I mean, he's prominent. You know, he's in every single issue. He's doing things. But he's part of a group rather than kind of being just Ash. And I would prefer, like, this came out before Ash vs. Evil Dead was a TV show, but if we were, you know, I'd like to see, like, Kelly and Pablo in the group also. I understand this came out before then, but not a lot of Evil Dead lore, though. There is the Necronomicon, but they basically just use that as a vessel to do whatever they want, and for Freddy Krueger to have complete control over everything. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I guess, again, like, I appreciate them trying to bring so much in together, but it's almost too much. It's overwhelming. I thought the first Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash was much better because of its simplicity. Seeing a pretty boy, long hair Fabio Jason leading a Deadite army into Congress is kind of feels like a dream. Like, it kind of feels like that should be the dream sequence. I don't know. Read this one at your own discretion, I would say. Also, I wasn't a huge fan of the artwork. No offense to the artist himself, but is there some parts where it was kind of like, I don't know. But yeah, so there we go. So I read an Evil Dead comic. I chose to read the Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash series. I'm not surprised they didn't make another one after this one. Maybe we should go back and reboot it. I don't know. Which would be awesome. Let's see current day Ash. Let's see post Ash versus Evil Dead, you know, versus Jason and Freddy. And throw Michael Myers in there too. Why not? I miss him. Anyways, on to the rest of the video. So thank you guys for indulging me and checking out some of this other media. But there is actually a lot more Ash and Evil Dead comic books way beyond the Freddy vs. Jason one that continue the story in a variety of ways. And thank God the Evil Dead Wiki has compiled all of them onto one page, because this is an insane list. I would have no time to read all of these, but if you guys have read any of the comics, let me know which ones are worth it in the comments below, and if any of them really fit into the movie timelines at all. Okay, so as you can see, there is a shit ton of Evil Dead comic series and crossovers. Like, I didn't even realize that there was this many. I knew that there was a handful. I knew about the Freddy vs. Jason. I knew about the Army of Darkness comics, but Ash in Space, I mean, I don't know, man. I just wasn't expecting this many comics featuring Ash and Evil Dead. So I'm really, really glad that I didn't decide to try to read all of the comics to do this video, because in that case, the video probably would not release until like June of next year. But yeah, let's just run through these. Let's see what we got. So I think this is just an adaptation of Army of Darkness. So they used to do that a lot with movies. I don't know if they still do. I remember being a little kid, and whenever a movie would come out, like a big franchise film, like I remember the original Spider-Man or like Jurassic Park: The Lost World and stuff like that. I remember they always did a comic book adaptation. Like they would do novelizations of it, but then they would also do the comic book adaptation. So I think that that's what this is. So you got Army of Darkness. I think this is the same for the Evil Dead, which is interesting. I'd like to get my hands on some of these. Then we have Carnage. I don't know what that is, but that's there. Army of Darkness, Ashes to Ashes. I don't know what this is. I'm assuming it's like a sequel to Army of Darkness. I know Army of Darkness had its own line of comics, so I think that that's what this is. I don't know who these two chicks are on Ash, but, you know, I buy it. And we have Army of Darkness, Shop Till You Drop. Okay. Looks like Ash is just wreaking havoc. Looks like Deadites just released themselves in the public. We have Army of Darkness, Ash Saves Obama.
I mean, it makes sense, I suppose, that Obama is canon to the Evil Dead universe. I mean, if it takes place in, you know, the real world. I wonder if they would make an Ash Saves Trump or Biden one. I doubt it. Ash and the Army of Darkness. Okay, so we're changing up the title a little bit. I kind of like this one where he's like on the throne. Kind of reminds me of Conan. We have Army of Darkness. Ash gets hitched. Okay, so in one universe, Ash gets married, which is very different than how we find him in Ash versus Evil Dead, just kind of banging hoes on the side. Army of Darkness, Furious Road. I don't know if this has any relation to Fury Road, but if you could cross over Evil Dead and Mad Max, bro, you have like the two asshole reluctant heroes that have to team up. We have freaking Deadites driving cars going 90 miles per hour. I'm down with that, man. That's what they need to make. Ash versus the Army of Darkness. Again, just kind of going with more Army of Darkness themed. Look at his forearms in this image, man. He's freaking jacked. We have the Death to the Army of Darkness, introducing Team Ash, which looks like Ash, some chick, a different version of Ash, a skeleton, and a puppy. That's a good team. I'd be down with that team. So yeah, there's that one. We have the Army of Darkness, 1979. I don't know what that will entail. The first Evil Dead, I'm assuming, takes place in 1981, but it was filmed probably late 70s, so maybe maybe the Army of Darkness releases earlier in that version. I don't know. Army of Darkness versus Reanimator. Crazy. I don't know. Is that supposed to be no, Ash is in the background there. Reanimator is one of my favorite 80s horror movies. It is ridiculous, wacky, off the wall. I don't even know how to begin to describe Reanimator, but it's a good one. I definitely recommend it. Darkman versus Army of Darkness. Okay, so this one's creative because Darkman is also a creation of Sam Raimi. That did have a couple of sequels, but I think Sam Raimi only directed the first movie. And then you have Ash, of course, his other character there. So I kind of like that idea. I like that team up. That's a good idea. Marvel Zombies versus Army of Darkness. So now, I don't know how this works, but apparently in this tangent universe, we have Ash from the Evil Dead existing in the same world as Marvel. So thank God that's not in the movies, because then the timeline board would not have time to fit every single Marvel movie alongside Evil Dead. Also adds into so many different questions. By the way, are the Marvel zombies Deadites, or are they just regular zombies? And how did Ash get there? I don't know, man. That's too much for my brain right now. And then, of course, yeah, we have Freddy versus Jason versus Ash, which we're going to talk about. Army of Darkness and Xena Warrior Princess. Now, Sam Raimi did have some involvement on the Xena TV show. Also, Lucy Lawless, of course, shows up in Ash versus Evil Dead. So this is a fun little crossover. I don't know how that would work. I have watched Xena, but when I was a kid, you know, it was on TV, I think in like the mid to late 90s. So I don't remember much from it. There was Xena and the Hercules show, of course, that were also connected. So if we're assuming the Evil Dead universe exists in a world that can connect with Xena, that also connects with Hercules. Yeah. Looks like there's another one. Xena and Army of Darkness. Okay. The Freddy versus Jason versus Ash sequel. Danger Girl and the Army of Darkness. I'm assuming Danger Girl is a known character. I don't know who that is, but she teams up with Ash as well, connecting yet another universe. Prophecy. I don't know. This one doesn't even have Ash on the cover or in the title, so I don't know what that is. Army of Darkness versus Hack and Slash. Again, I don't know what Hack and Slash is, but apparently Ash also joins that character. Is that a man or a woman? I don't know. Anyways, Army of Darkness and Reanimator, another Reanimator crossover, so that's pretty dope. Reanimator basically has zombies also. He you know, is able to reanimate the dead, obviously, due to the title, but they're not really zombies. They're not really Deadites. They're kind of their own thing. Vampirella and Army of Darkness. I don't know what this is, but I will tell you that if you look like this chick right here, I'm assuming is Vampirella. If you look like this chick, my DMs are open. We have Army of Darkness and Xena Warrior Princess once again. I like that cover. Yeah, that's pretty dope. We have Kiss and Army of Darkness.
You know, it kind of makes sense that Ash would canonically be a fan of Kiss. I buy it. Army of Darkness and Bubba Hotep. I haven't even gotten into Bubba Hotep, man. That is another movie with Bruce Campbell where he plays an aging Elvis Presley in a retirement home and has to face a mummy with a black JFK. It's a pretty good movie. Dynamite Lives. I don't know, but Ash is looking jacked as fuck right there. Like he's got to be on the juice, dude. I can buy drawing Ash with some like muscle definition and making him look strong, but he is so goddamn jacked here that this has to be a version of Ash where he is like taking some juice, man, if you know what I'm saying. Army of Darkness versus Reanimator again. There's a lot of Reanimator crossovers, that's cool, man. Tales of Army of Darkness, okay. Yet another one. I'll play on Tales from the Crypt. Army of Darkness, Ash's Christmas Horror. Apparently Ash also fights the Krampus. All right. Or just regular Santa. I don't know, maybe it's Santa that turned into a Deadeye. Army of Darkness, Convention Invasion. Okay. I feel like that might be another play on Bruce Campbell himself. Ash and the Army of Darkness. I don't know why, but it looks like Napoleon makes an appearance and Gandhi. So some time travel and Marilyn Monroe. That would be a great cast. They should make an Evil Dead movie with that cast. Just another Army of Darkness. Okay. Army of Darkness election special. All right. What's with the politics, man? Just another Army of Darkness. Okay. Army of Darkness, Ash the Author. All right. Just another Army of Darkness. Another Army of Darkness. Army of Darkness with this guy. I don't know what's going on. This guy's in a wiener costume. Army of Darkness from the Ashes. This cover looks fucking dope. Holy shit, this cover looks really cool. I dig it. I dig the art style there. Army of Darkness, The Long Road Home. Army of Darkness, Home Sweet Hell. King for a Day. Just all these variations of Army of Darkness. Hellbillies and Deadnecks. Montezuma's Revenge. What is going on? I don't even know what's going on anymore. Okay, yeah, all right, that one makes sense. Sure. Sure, Jack the Ripper, why not? More time travel. Yeah, Ancient Egypt, why not? Ash in Space, why the fuck not? I mean, Jason got to go to space, Hellraiser got to go to space, Leprechaun got to go to space, why not Ash? The Art of Army of Darkness. Evil Dead 2, the comic. I mean, it's been a while. We've had mostly Army of Darkness, so okay. Evil Dead 2 comic as well. Evil Dead 2, Tales of Ex Mortis. Evil Dead 2, Cradle of the Damned. All right. Evil Dead 2, Dark Ones Rising. Okay. Evil Dead 2, The Revenge of Hitler. I want to read this one. I want to see Ash fight Nazis. All right, I'm down. I'm down with that one. That's awesome. Versus Dracula. Why not? Fuck it. Versus Dracula. Fuck yeah. Let's do it. What else? Versus Martians. Yeah. Ash versus Martians, man. Let's bring it into space and bring aliens to Earth. Jack the Ripper. Yeah, let's do it. Krampus. Again, let's do it. Fuck it. Evil Ed. Oh, come on. Evil Dead was dispatched so easily. He doesn't deserve his own comic. Evil Dead 2, A Merry Deadite Christmas. Christmas special, Evil Dead, why not? Is that it? No. Coloring book. The Evil Dead 2 coloring book. Yes, that has to exist. Evil Dead 2, Dead by Dawn. Which, yeah, that's the subtitle of that movie. I don't think I talked about that, but it does have a subtitle, Dead by Dawn, in some places. I don't know what that is. Okay, was that it? I think that's it. I think that's all the comic books. Wow. That is a lot. That is way more than I was expecting. Holy shit. Well, if you ever want to read some Evil Dead comics, you are definitely not in any kind of shortage. And there's at least going to be one of those titles that piques your interest. Now, as far as the availability of these titles, I don't know. I did try to see if I could get a copy of the Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, but it's like really, really hard to find. So I don't know, man, but there you have it. Those are all the Evil Dead comic books. But after the comics, it doesn't stop there. There's plenty of Evil Dead video games as well. The only one I ever remember playing a little bit was Evil Dead Regeneration, and I remember they made you buddy up with this weird deadite midget guy. I don't know. But there's been versions of Evil Dead in a video game for almost every era, all the way back to Commodore 64. There's one on the original PlayStation, PS2, mobile games, and the most recent Evil Dead game came out in 2022. That features characters from the Ash vs. Evil Dead TV series. Again, I can't comment on the games or their continuity or lore or even how well they play because I haven't played them myself, but there's a lot out there. Now, I got to thank one of my subscribers, Deviator, for the information on this one because I have not played the newest Evil Dead video game, but I hear that it's pretty badass. My subscriber has played it, and he gave me a little bit of a synopsis of it. So just to kind of give you guys a brief idea of what it's about, basically it focuses on being a multiplayer game, which is pretty cool, and it gives you a bunch of different characters that you can select throughout the entire franchise, and a lot more continue to be added as time goes on. And they all have different perks and abilities that you can utilize. Some are better with guns, some are better with melee weapons, some are better with healing, and so on. So you basically have 4 characters that play in a multiplayer format that they have to find Necronomicon pages, restore the Kandarian dagger, and kill the ones that are opposing them. There are other various objectives along the way too. Meanwhile, there's a 5th other player that's designed as the demon in order to stop the survivors. You can set environmental and ambush traps for them. You can possess one of the players, or you can summon a demon to fight for you. There's like Henrietta and Evil Ash from Army of Darkness that work as antagonists. And he said that there's actually like a lot of diversity in the game as far as which character you choose, what they can do, how you can work with them, and all the various locations also. But since a lot of it is focused on the multiplayer aspect of it, well, that also depends on the people you're playing with, if you're on the same page, if you can communicate with each other well. So that can also kind of make or break how you feel about the game. Beyond that, there was even, this one really blows my mind, but there was an Evil Dead stage play musical. Yeah, with approval from Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell, a team from Canada put together an entire full-length stage play combining the story of Evil Dead 1 and 2 into a full-fledged musical that toured across North America. I really don't know how to explain it, but it actually kind of works, and I actually really want a film version of the Evil Dead musical now. All right, shout out to Darian Christian on YouTube. This is like the only good quality of the Evil Dead musical that I could find, so I thought I would just react to a little bit of it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to post this clip because I don't know if it's going to copyright from either the musical itself or the YouTube channel. I will credit you. I'll put you down in the description. But I just wanted to check it out because I'd never seen anything from the Evil Dead musical before. So the entire thing is up on YouTube, and he's not the only one that's posted it. It's posted in a few different places. But yeah, let's just see what this is. Okay. This is definitely something that I would totally enjoy going to see. It's adding some lore to Scott. He picked up his girlfriend in a bar, man. Oh my god. Yeah! Fucking Scotty. Scotty's a bad... Bring back Scotty. I miss Scotty so much, man. He was such a badass. Oh, shit. That was good. That was good. I wish I was Scotty. My boy Scotty on the ground. Poor guy. Well, you know. You know, this does follow the movie pretty good. Scotty. Oh no, Scotty! I need to see this, man. I would have a ball during this, man. I would take a chick on a first date to this, and then she'd never speak to me again, but at least I would have a good time. And then, just to show you guys, it does go into the plot of Evil Dead 2 as well. So it does cover Evil Dead 1 and 2. Actually, pretty goddamn accurately. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sitting here watching this, and I'm like, this is basically just like a very quick version of the movies. Like, everything happens the way it's supposed to. They use dialogue from the movies. The songs are pretty funny. Some of them are kind of annoying, but like, I don't know, man. I dig it, man. So it even gives us the SMAR ending. So instead of Ash getting thrown back into the past, things seem to have worked out. It skips that part, and it goes to the ending of Army of Darkness. So you get a little bit of all three movies in the stage play. Fantastic. Fantastic. Wonderful. Seal of approval, man. Seal of approval. It needs a comeback. It needs a comeback. We need to see this again. I need to see this again. This is something that I want in my life. Anybody bring it back. Another fun adjacent Evil Dead kind of film is called My Name is Bruce from 2007, starring Bruce Campbell playing himself. It basically serves as like a meta in-joke idea of a real-life evil demon resurrecting, and a bunch of fans of Evil Dead and of Bruce Campbell's films kidnap the actor and want his help fighting the demon. It's an incredibly low-budget movie, and Bruce Campbell himself actually directs it, but it throws in a huge amount of nods and references to his films, and specifically Evil Dead. A few Evil Dead alumni actors even show up in it. So this movie is definitely an in-joke for the fans. Now, I have seen this movie, but it's been a really, really long time, and I did not rewatch it for this review, but I did look it up, and it is kind of hard to find at this point. I think it's streaming on Tubi for free, but as of the making of this video, I haven't found it streaming anywhere else. It's a pretty funny movie, and if you're an Evil Dead fan, it's probably something you should seek out just for the laughs, but obviously it's not connected to the actual Evil Dead lore at all. But of course, it does create another tangent universe in which demons do exist, and actor Bruce Campbell has in fact faced them in real life. To add some further confusion, there are a handful of movies out there that have the words Evil Dead in the title, but are in no way related to the Evil Dead franchise. Mostly they are foreign films that got translations into English and aren't widely known, but it has been confusing for some people. There is a 1988 Japanese slasher film called Evil Dead Trap about a woman who is sent a snuff film, and while her and others go to investigate the location that it was filmed at, they periodically get killed off as well. I'm actually kind of intrigued about this movie, and I heard that it's pretty good, so maybe I'll watch it and review it in another video. There's a movie that was translated as Return of the Evil Dead, which is a Spanish film that actually predates the Sam Raimi Evil Dead by almost a decade, and it's just a random translated title. It's also known as Return of the Blind Dead, blind and evil. I don't know how that got interchanged, but it happened. Even more confusing than that is that Return of the Evil Dead is a sequel to Tombs of the Blind Dead, which was never translated as Evil Dead in any version that I could find, but it's not as confusing as the final movie in the Blind Dead series, which translates to Night of the Seagulls. Yeah, I don't know. I've never watched these movies. I've never even heard of them until researching this video, and I did notice that Return of the Evil Dead is available on YouTube, so maybe I'll check it out, but honestly, it looks kind of boring. There's a movie called, and I shit you not, Holy Virgin versus the Evil Dead. And even more surprising to me is that this movie stars Donnie Yen. What the fuck? So this is a martial arts movie? The synopsis of this movie says, an evil moon monster. A moon monster? What the fuck is a moon monster? A moon monster devours young, nubile, and usually naked women, based, and everyone thinks that Donnie did it. I mean, he is a pimp, so it makes sense. In order to prove his innocence, he teams up with a Cambodian witch doctor. Holy shit, this movie sounds fucking awesome. All right, I'm going to search for some clips for this so that you guys can see it.
这个阴力是真神赐给你的，当你享受完了之后，就会魔法大成。
And finally, for those of you that are wondering, and I'm sure you are, yes, there is an Evil Dead porn parody called Evil Head. And for purely research purposes only, and for the authenticity of the full scope of the Evil Dead review video that I'm making, I did search up the porn parody and watched a good amount of it. Again, purely for research.
To be covered in some kind of dry white residue of what I can only guess to be semen. What the fuck?
Hey, what's that on your face?
Hey, what are you doing? Put that away.
And to my complete lack of shock, all I will tell you is that the tree scene from the first movie is, let's just say, reimagined. And if it didn't feel like a hentai before, it definitely does now. So obviously, the expanded lore and universes of the Evil Dead franchise know no bounds. They cross over through everything from comics, video games, musicals, to porn. Everything is there that you could possibly want to consume. Now, it still does blow my mind that all of those things exist, and yet it still took over 20 years before we got another Evil Dead movie. But eventually, in 2013, we got released the Evil Dead remake. I have not cleaned up the timeline board, as you can see. I don't think I will. But the Evil Dead remake is going to take us into some strange territory. First of all, we are in the dangerous buzzword territory of remake, which is a word that a lot of horror fans don't like to hear, myself included, because 9 times out of 10, when you remake a classic horror film, not only does it turn out like dog shit, but it also just doesn't kind of satisfy our fan urge. We want to see a continuation of the storyline that we're used to. We want to see the recurring characters that we're used to, and we want to see the same actors come back. And this was a major problem, especially when they remade Nightmare on Elm Street, where they cast Jackie Earle Haley in the role. Well, Robert Englund had kind of solidified himself as that Freddy Krueger character. It's kind of hard to recast it and have people take it seriously. And that happens sometimes with iconic movies when you try to recast characters. There are some characters that are interchangeable. We've had so many Batmans and they all work. But there are some actors that have just created such a iconic, legendary version of a character that no other actor is ever going to compare. Remember when they tried to make that Han Solo movie? It just didn't work. And I think that Ash, played by Bruce Campbell, is another one of those characters that falls into that category of so iconic that you can't imagine another actor in the role whatsoever. I mean, there is another actor in the stage play and porn versions, but, you know, that's a different territory. When it actually comes to films that are going to be on the big screen, that is one of the biggest worries, and especially in a world where Bruce Campbell is definitely willing to play Ash again, but they want to have creative control, which makes sense. Now, when you get to the remake territory, and I'll explain it in a little bit more detail how it came to be in the review, but essentially we're getting into a world where not only is there not going to be an Ash character in the movie, but the movie is not going to be made by Sam Raimi. Instead, it's going to be directed by Fede Alvarez. So this is a huge shift and a huge change, and something that definitely didn't make a lot of people happy when the announcement of the movie was coming out, especially since this was kind of during the time that they were trying to remake all these classic movies from the 70s and 80s. We already had the Halloween remake, the Friday the 13th remake came out in 2009. I forget when the Nightmare on Elm Street remake, but that came out, and we had all of these different movies that were being rebooted, and none of them lived up to the potential of the original. And so the idea of doing an Evil Dead remake, especially too when you consider the fact that the original Evil Dead prided itself on its original practical effects, that it was a low budget film, that it was people making their first film. There's a lot of things to love about it that is about the making of the movie itself beyond just the movie. And then of course it became the franchise that it became, and Ash became the iconic character that he became. So if you remove all of that, you remove the low budget cheesy special effects of the original the things that made people love it, you take out the main character, you're changing directors, then can you even call the movie Evil Dead at that point? Sure, you could have a Necronomicon, you can have people get possessed by demons, you can have a lot of blood and gore, but is it Evil Dead without Ash? And that's the main question and the main problem that most people have, myself included, before I went to go see the movie. I'll say briefly, I will say this, is that there's a part of me that kind of wishes that the Evil Dead remake was called something different, because I do associate Evil Dead with Ash, with Bruce Campbell, with Sam Raimi, and with that classic storyline. To me, that is Evil Dead. To me, this original timeline, if you can still see it, is the Evil Dead that I love and enjoy. However, having said that, after I watched the 2013 movie, I couldn't deny the fact that it is an awesome horror movie in its own right. And I don't know where my viewers or the audience that's going to watch this video is going to fall on this, because I know that the 2013 Evil Dead has a lot of lovers and it has a lot of haters. I'm torn, I'm conflicted, because overall I think as a horror movie, the movie is great. I think it's intense. I think it's chaotic. I think it's a fun ride from start to finish. I think the characters in it are good. I like everything about it, except for the fact that it's called Evil Dead and there's no Ash. Now, if they did recast Ash and had a different character playing, or a different actor playing Ash, I probably would have hated it more, because I would have been picturing Bruce Campbell in my mind and how he would have delivered the lines and how his performance would be, and seeing somebody else playing that character just feels dirty. It just feels like you're cheating on somebody. Like, it's just like, no, just don't do that. That's gross. But having a completely new cast and new characters, and the main character that it did have, I gotta say that it's a pretty damn good movie. So after many years of back and forth on where to take the Evil Dead franchise, in 2011, it was officially confirmed that Evil Dead would not be getting a fourth installment, but instead, a remake. And you have to understand the frustration of that news at the time. During the mid-2000s and beyond, a lot of classic horror movies got remakes, and let's just say a lot of them dropped the ball and missed the point entirely of why people loved the original films to begin with. There was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in 2003, the Amityville Horror in 2005, The Omen in 2006, The Hills Have Eyes in 2006, Halloween from 2007, Last House on the Left in 2009, Friday the 13th in 2009, Nightmare on Elm Street in 2010, which I would say is the worst out of all of those, and many, many more. And regardless if some of those films might have been decent or some not so much, people were sick of remakes, especially of films that were already good. And since Evil Dead would eventually release in 2013, very deep into this tirade of remakes, it would seem likely that it would end up just another forgettable, lame imitation of something that we already loved. Not to mention the fact, in 2012, there was a little film called The Cabin in the Woods, which takes the setup and premise of Evil Dead but turns it into a meta look at horror films in general. It's actually a really great movie, and I kind of don't want to spoil it if you haven't already seen it. All I'll say is the Cabin in the Woods idea does not in any way turn out how you think it will, and there's actually a much more gigantic conspiracy theory happening behind the scenes. But because this movie released first before the Evil Dead remake, not to mention the other fact that this movie was supposed to release several years earlier but got tangled up in financial and release rights anyway. But I remember when the trailers for Evil Dead began to drop, I actually heard people say, didn't they just make this movie? And is this movie ripping off Cabin in the Woods? I already saw Cabin in the Woods. Ugh. The uncultured swine of this world, my friends. That's what I said to them, because the remake of Evil Dead was coming out directly after Cabin in the Woods. People thought it was a Cabin in the Woods ripoff movie, even though Cabin in the Woods is directly referencing and spoofing the original Evil Dead in its premise, and that's the entire point of that movie. But since a lot of people never saw the original Evil Dead, they wouldn't know that, but it still drives me crazy as a horror fan. But yes, Cabin in the Woods is actually an awesome movie, and I definitely recommend seeing it. Unicorn kill scene, That's all I'm going to say. But it did add to the confusion and frustration of the release of the Evil Dead remake in 2013. But since Evil Dead was getting a remake, that meant that Sam Raimi was not going to come back to direct. However, he, Bruce Campbell, and Rob Tapper would be producers on the remake film. From what I can tell, it was basically agreed on like this. Raimi thought that it would be a good outlet for a new upcoming filmmaker to flex their talent similarly to the way that he did. He wanted it to go to somebody young, somebody upcoming, and that the Ash character would not be featured. This way they didn't have to figure out a way for either Bruce to reprise his role or for it to be recast. Which is smart because, like I said, if you try to put anybody else in those shoes, people would instantly hate it, and they understood that. With those stipulations in mind, they eventually landed on their director in Fede Alvarez. Fede is a filmmaker from Uruguay that made a short film called Ataque de Panico. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but it's a CGI-heavy short film about an alien invasion and giant robots attacking a city. But how an incredibly CGI-heavy short film made Raimi think that he was a good candidate for a practical effects-heavy project, I don't know. But it worked out, so clearly Raimi knows more than I do. And once again, I love the idea that he just created this short film on his own. People loved it, he got noticed, and then a couple of years later, he's sitting at a desk with Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell talking to them about making his first feature film ever in The Evil Dead. That's got to be a dream come true. And also an immense amount of pressure. Fede wrote the screenplay along with a guy named Rodo Seigas, and they were given a $17 million budget, which is still incredibly low, especially it was going to be a wide release film. Produced by Ghost House Pictures and being distributed by TriStar. And they also decided to go back to the original true horror roots and cut out the comedy aspect of the franchise. This one was decided on to go full horror and try to make it as messed up and scary as possible, and I'm really glad they decided to do that. I think the opening of the movie is the only thing I really dislike about it. It starts off with a woman running through the woods and she's pinned down and taken captive by some men. She then wakes up tied to a post in a basement surrounded by a bunch of weird-looking people, and her father comes up to burn her alive. She then reveals herself to be possessed, and that's the bait and switch of the scene, is that she was actually the evil entity and all these people were regular humans trying to stop her. And I really don't like it for a few reasons. I don't like starting the movie off already showing the demon stuff. I prefer the slow build that the rest of the movie gives us, along with the way that the original did it. Also, the use of the CGI fire in the opening on the character that's being burned, it doesn't look that great, especially to open a film, and a film that's going to be mostly practical effects. And since this scene doesn't play much of a role in the actual story of the movie, I feel like you could cut it out and not miss much. But then we have to meet our actual main characters. It's a cast of 5, 3 girls and 2 guys reminiscent of the original film, but they are all playing different characters. Also, the names of these new characters, David, Eric, Mia, Olivia, and Natalie. So if you put the first letter of all their names together, it spells the word demon. Yeah, clever. The centered relationship is Mia and David, who are siblings, and the entire point of them coming up to the cabin in this movie is to help Mia get off of drugs and support her through her withdrawal, surrounded by a bunch of friends and in nature and away from being influenced. Basically, it's a cabin detox. This leads to several things that do help the plot of the movie, as in, it's a reason to not give in to Mia's pleas to leave the cabin, or when she starts saying that there's something wrong. It allows Mia to be the first one to witness the strange activity and not be taken seriously, and because she's already in a weakened mental state, it makes Mia the most susceptible to being overtaken by darkness. David and Mia have a rocky history, though, with him being absent for their mother's sickness and her eventual death, so now he finally shows up and is attempting to take responsibility by helping his sister through her addiction. The cabin itself is a place that they stayed many times as kids. Along with him is his girlfriend Natalie and 2 other friends, Olivia and Eric. So we get a different premise going on with different characters, and it works. But things start up the same as the original by finding the basement door, entering down into it, but even with the dead animals hanging everywhere, I don't find this basement to be nearly as creepy as the original one. Also, this is assuming whatever that opening scene was, that those people brought the possessed girl here to this basement, but why? And after they left, they even left the book here? Okay, to be fair, they did wrap it up with barbed wire in order to prevent some dumbass from opening it. This is the dumbass of the movie, by the way. But you would think they would have tossed it down the well or somewhere outside or buried it in the ground or, I don't know, just something other than leaving it out in the open. And this is probably the most flawed aspect of the movie for me. And I know, it doesn't matter that much, but it does kind of matter. And look, even though I like this movie, unlike my Halloween retrospective video, there is no Evil Dead entry that I absolutely hate. So it leaves me without a good rant to go on. So let me take this opportunity, even though I like this movie, to just rant a little bit, okay? Okay, in the original Evil Dead movie, they find the Necronomicon book, the dagger, and the tape recorder in the basement. And the tape recorder is the biggest factor here, because by playing it, we get the exposition not only about the book itself, but why it's here. The old scientist found it in the castle ruins, he brought it here to the cabin to research, until he read from the book where his wife got possessed and supposedly killed him. Okay, all that makes sense, at least some sense. But in the remake version, why is the book even here? There's no dagger and there's no tape recorder, no Professor Noby, and I think lore is incredibly important, especially when you're making a series about demons and spells and possessions and stuff. The hows and whys of how things work are some of the most fun aspects of it. I agree that not everything needs to be explained. I don't need to know where the demons eat brunch before possessing a human, but at least why leave this book in the cabin where the parents of the main characters lived in just a line of dialogue would have helped. And yeah, I know the opening scene shows those characters using it here, but that's the why that I'm after. Why are they in this cabin specifically, and why do they leave the book here? It's also not the Necronomicon. So this book is actually completely different than the original. This book is called the Naturom Demonto. And as you can see, there is no signature face on the cover, but it's just stitched together with random bits of flesh. There is also no mention of Kandarian demons in this movie. It creates its own lore within the book itself, which I kind of appreciate, and instead, this book, or at least the passages that they read in this movie, is meant to begin a ritual to unleash an entity called the Taker of Souls, also known as the Abomination when it eventually reaches physical form. In order to become physical itself, it needs to devour 5 souls. And what a coincidence, 5 people are here at the cabin. So once the dumbass Eric takes the barbed wire off the book and reads the pages that say, "Do not read from this book," he reads from the book, which of course begins the ritual unleashing the Taker of Souls, manifesting itself as an evil version of Mia and haunting her with some disturbing visions. Eventually, Mia runs off into the woods and, yeah, you know what time it is. It's tree molestation time. She's wrapped up and bound within the branches of the trees and sees the Taker looking like her, taking on the appearance of a darker Mia. And then, well, it's not the trees themselves that violate her. The Taker spits out a tentacle-like tree branch, thorn, snake-like entity. I don't know. But it crawls up Mia's leg, and I'm assuming it finds the closest hole to enter her body, and yep, that's how it gets inside. I assume it's kind of like a parasite infecting its host, just in a very naughty, uncomfortable way. From there, things play out a bit like the original. Mia is the first to reveal that she's been possessed. Oh yeah, first by killing the dog. They had a dog with them. I'm more of a cat guy anyway, but yeah, the dog dies in this movie, trigger warning. David goes to confront her about it, and she's basically burning her skin off in the shower. Again, at this point, they all assume she's having withdrawal breakdowns, until she grabs the shotgun, fires it at him, and then screams demonically. Fun fact, they use some of the audio from the original movie during this sequence. From there, things begin to go as you would expect. Mia vomits all over Olivia, seemingly transferring some of the demonic parasite. The scene with Olivia cutting up her face with a piece of glass is insanely creepy and looks great. Yeah, also, the demon in this movie seems to be really masochistic. The possessed people are physically harming themselves almost as much as they're harming their victims. And don't get me started on the tongue scene. Yeah, they eventually lock Mia in the basement and she taunts them, but at one point Natalie goes down there and possessed Mia takes a box cutter and does this. And bro, look, all right, I don't know why. I got some issues I need to work through. I understand, but something about this really turns me on. I'm sorry. I need help. But the violence and practical effects in this movie are on full display, and they're pretty damn good. From Olivia stabbing Eric's eyeballs and him having to pull the needle out, he eventually kills her, but then Natalie's arm becomes infected, and like in Evil Dead 2, she has to try to cut it off before the entity can spread, using only a turkey cutter, which I would imagine would take a pretty long time. The best part, though, is when she comes around the corner after doing it, where her arm is hanging by a tether, and then it just plops off. And actually, another thing that I forgot to mention when I was writing this review is that the Book of the Dead in this movie actually cannot be damaged by fire. So remember, at the end of the very original movie, Ash basically throws the Necronomicon into the fireplace and it explodes the demons in the area. In this movie, the book is incapable of being burned. She does eventually become fully possessed and comes at Eric with a nail gun and a crowbar, and I gotta say, I kind of enjoy watching this dumbass suffer. I mean, a man who read from a book wrapped in barbed wire that said, "Do not read," I think he deserves all this. Anyway, David winds up killing her as well, and remember, this was his girlfriend, so yeah, that's some rough stuff, buddy. Now, David, as a character at this point, has basically presented himself as the main character of the movie, but only in the sense that he's remained human and not physically fucked up to the point where he can't fight. But this movie isn't really about David. The focal point was about Mia, bringing Mia here, coming back from Mia, Mia surrounded by friends, Mia being the most susceptible to fall into darkness, and so it's also her story to rise above that darkness. I think David is a fine character for horror movie standards, but him and the other friends are just plain not that interesting. And even though in the original Ash starts off kind of docile and then becomes the survivor at the end, David was never docile. Honestly, he's been pretty proactive since the beginning of the movie. In this movie, it's Mia that needs to become the survivor, and so the movie begins to take a shift. David fulfills his promise of being here and coming back to save Mia. When he finds out from the book that burying the possessed can dispel the evil, he makes his way to the basement in order to confront her. And thanks to Eric's last stand, even though he's a dumbass, they are able to get her unconscious, and he takes her out front to bury. Probably one of the creepiest moments is Mia talking through the plastic bag on her head, trying to taunt David about not being there when their mom died. But he does manage to persevere, he accomplishes what he set out to do this time, buries her to die, and then hoping to revive her afterwards using, I don't know, the man made like a makeshift defibrillator, whatever. I'm not going to touch on that one, it just happens. Anyway, he is able to resuscitate Mia to life, she's no longer possessed, and then David goes inside to get the keys so they can get the hell out of there. But then, oof, Eric is now possessed and kills David. And since Mia technically did die for a moment, that means that 5 deaths were here and enough to bring the Taker of Souls from hell into physical form. And this is where the movie gets fucking awesome. It literally begins to rain blood from the sky, and the Taker, now I guess called the Abomination, rises from the ground, and it's a versus match between the demon and Mia. The demon itself still resembles Mia, but sort of a genderless, lanky, human form kind of way. This thing chases Mia down. One of the best parts is when the machete goes through Mia's leg. That looks like it hurts so bad, and I love the effect of that. And then, of course, you might be able to make an Evil Dead movie without Ash, but so help me God, you cannot make an Evil Dead movie without a motherfucking chainsaw. The suspense grows as Mia needs to turn the chainsaw on, it's low on gas, the Abomination flips a car onto her arm, pinning her down. Is she gonna use the chainsaw to cut off her own arm? Nope, she's just gonna guts in the eclipse that bitch and rip it off from the stump, so that she can shove her severed forearm into the handle of the chainsaw and then fuck the ever-living shit out of the Abomination's face with it. Yeah, in perhaps the coolest shot of the entire Evil Dead franchise, I'll just say it, I don't even care. I mean, come on, this is just dope. So Mia gains the victory, and she becomes the lone survivor, beginning to walk away with her bloody stump and the cabin burning in flames behind her. And that is the end of the movie. There is an extended ending that was cut from the film where Mia is walking down the road, passes out, and a truck driver stops to pick her up. I love how he asks, "Are you okay?" as she's literally missing an arm. But as she lays in the back seat, they do the cheesy, her eyes open up really fast and it cuts to black. Now, I understand it would be a trope to end the movie on a cliffhanger like past Evil Dead movies, but it would make no sense for her still to be possessed at this point. Also, I guess they wanted the truck driver to be played by Bruce Campbell or actually even be the Ash character, but it was all scrapped. And I'm kind of glad for that. And I'm glad that the whole scene was taken out because it's not needed and it's pretty cliche. Also, I gotta say, after the credits roll, there is a shadow shot of Bruce Campbell's face as he turns to the camera and says, "Groovy." And to me, this means nothing. It's just a little Easter egg if you stayed to the end of the credits to make you laugh for a second and say, hey, it's Bruce Campbell. I never considered it being Ash literally in the movie. And it takes a huge leap in order to want to connect it. It's literally 4 seconds of Bruce saying groovy in a darkened out background where you can't even tell where he is. But some people still interpreted this as Ash being part of the remake, and I don't get it, man. I don't consider this to mean or to infer anything about the Evil Dead remake being connected to the other movies. At least, not yet. Anyways, the Evil Dead remake from 2013, I honestly think is a solid horror movie on its own. I like that they took it seriously. I like the look of the film, the direction, the cinematography. The music is also excellent. I didn't talk about that. The characters are alright. Mia's struggle and her redemption is good. David is okay. The other three really suck and they're just here to die. I like introducing a new villain into the lore rather than it only ever being one type of demon, so that was cool. I do think the design of the new book is pretty lame, though. I miss the face on it, and it's hard to think about Evil Dead without Ash. But strictly as just a horror movie and watching it on its own, without comparison, without thinking of the original trilogy, I think it's good. I don't know where you guys stand on it, but I enjoy it. And a decent amount of the audience did too. It was financially successful, making just over $90 million from the $17 million budget, and since Evil Dead was fresh in the consciousness of people, ideas for more continuations followed. But the problems with that remain consistent. Where do we go with it, and how does it continue? Do we bring Ash back at some point? And all the other questions. And to my understanding from what I could research, things were going in two different directions from the development stage. One was to get a sequel going for this 2013 remake, a new Evil Dead 2 that would continue with Mia as the protagonist, and that Fede Alvarez would also continue to direct. While at the same time, Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell kept considering to really bring Ash back and finally make the official sequel to Army of Darkness. They wanted to do both of these movies and then, I'm not even kidding, create a shared universe and merge the two of them together. So after the new Evil Dead 2 and the new Army of Darkness 2, they'd make a 7th film in the franchise as a merger between both directors and team up Ash and Mia in some way, which is incredibly ambitious, and I can't say I wouldn't have been curious of how they would do it, and I totally would have watched all the movies, but perhaps it was too ambitious too soon. Before a new Evil Dead 2 was even finished in the script writing stage, Fede Alvarez, understandably so, just like Sam Raimi many years before him, wanted to go and make more movies. So he wrote his own original horror thriller called Don't Breathe, a movie about some kids that try to attempt to rob a blind man of his fortune. But this particular blind man is a fucking war veteran that has booby traps all over his house and is a stone cold killer and has got some really freaky shit going on in his basement that I won't spoil. I highly recommend this movie. Go watch it. But yeah, he got pretty busy with that. The Raimi-directed Evil Dead 4 also never got much traction, and slowly but surely over the years, everything seemed to deflate once again. Until finally a compromise was made, deals were struck, the Evil Dead 4 idea had to be reworked a little bit, but eventually Ash the character would finally return, once again played by Bruce Campbell, but this time in a TV series, continuing from Army of Darkness 23 years later. In 2015, we finally got Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 1.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, I have yet to clean up my mess, but just remember that none of this is canon. None of this matters. We were in this timeline. We jumped over to the remake timeline. Evil Dead Rise is still a little bit of a question mark. I don't know if it actually ties into the 2013 movie yet or not, but I'll find that out soon. But now we're going to jump back over to the original timeline and go into Ash vs. Evil Dead, the TV series, which there's going to be a lot to talk about with that. And I'm a little bit nervous at this point because at the time of recording this intro, I am 2 weeks out from Evil Dead Rise hitting theaters, and I really want to be able to release this video on the weekend that it comes out, not only to play into the algorithm, but it'll also be relevant, and it'll also give you my review of Evil Dead Rise all in one big fell swoop. And so that's my idea, and that's what I want to do with this video. But Ash vs. Evil Dead, the TV show, has 30 episodes, and me, being the crazy fuck that I am, I want to review each episode individually rather than doing a full season objective review. So that's going to cause things to go on even longer. So I'm kind of considering how I want to approach reviewing the TV series, because as of now, even if they didn't feel like it, I have been writing scripts to every single review video. This entire video, other than the timeline board segments, have been scripted. These are the only off-the-cuff moments, which is why I stutter more and things are more awkward. So that's that. But when it comes to the Ash vs. Evil Dead TV series, I wasn't sure if I wanted to write a script for each individual episode or watch the episode and then just do kind of an off-the-cuff review. And I think that now that I'm finally getting into it, I have to make a decision. I'm going to experiment. So I think with season 1, it's really going to depend on season 1. It's going to depend on how quickly I can get through season 1, because I can watch 10 episodes, no problem. They're about 30 minutes apiece. You know, if I really, really tried, I can do that all in one day. But when it comes to writing the scripts for the episodes and then the recording and then the editing process, that's when things become very time consuming. When you see an average 10-minute video on my YouTube channel, if I wrote a script for it, edited it, and, you know, brought all the video clips and the image clips and re-recorded and recorded over again and again and again, all that time process, it probably takes, I'd say, minimum probably at least 6 hours to do a 10-minute video. So if you can tell by the length of this video, which I believe we are about 2 hours and 45 minutes in, somewhere around there. I'm not really sure. We'll find out, I guess, when this comes out, because I have to add in a couple more segments. So actually, we're probably more at the 3-hour mark by this point. But anyways, I'm going to do an experiment with season 1. I'm going to see how fast I can get through it doing scripts for the episodes and reviewing the episodes individually. If that takes way too long, and I'm getting closer and closer to the approach of Evil Dead Rise, for seasons 2 and 3, I will change the review format and I will do more off-the-cuff reviews. I'll still add in clips and images and things like that, but it'll just be a way to get through the videos a little bit quicker. So here's the experimental stage of the video. We're going to see how it goes. Also, interesting to note, even though I am a huge Evil Dead fan, and I wouldn't have chose to do a video like this if I wasn't, I actually have only watched through Ash vs. Evil Dead once. I've seen the original 3 movies a million times. I've seen the remake probably like 5 or 6 times at this point, but I've only watched through the series once, and when it was releasing. So I haven't watched season 1 since like 2015 when it came out. And seasons 2 and 3, the same thing. So it's been a long time. I've forgotten a lot, so that's also going to play into how the reviews are formatted. Now, I did hear that Netflix was deleting the series from their catalog, so I actually went out and I have the Blu-rays of season 1, 2, and 3. I've had season 1, the Blu-ray, for quite some time. That's the longest one. It's got that cool little holographic cover, which I enjoy. But then I also grabbed recently seasons 2 and seasons 3 so that I could do the review video a little bit better. I love the season 3 cover with the Kandarian demon on there. And I love these characters. I love Kelly. I love Pablo. So I'm really, really excited to get back into the Ash vs. Evil Dead TV series. But I'm just at a little bit of I'm just a little nervous that I'm going to reach my deadline, you know? And if I have to push the video back, I will. That's fine if I have to do it. But I really, really told myself I want to get this out the weekend that Evil Dead Rise comes out in theaters. So that's my goal. That's my plan. Season 1 is the experiment. Beyond that, thank you guys for watching as much of the video as you have so far. If you're still with me, if you're still on my journey, and I wanted to wait until we were pretty deep into the video before I did this. So I apologize that this is here, but I just wanted to throw this in because if you've made it this far into the video and you want to keep going, can you please like the video, comment on it,
And if you really like it, share it with other Evil Dead fans or other horror fans or just fans of long-form content to begin with. Liking the video and commenting really, really does help me out in the algorithm. And I'll be honest, again, at the recording of this video, my YouTube channel's not doing so great. The views are kind of in the gutter right now, and I'm trying really, really hard to try to keep things at a good level and keep being able to pay my bills and keep being able to make content. And this is a video that I don't know how well this is going to do on my channel, and I'm really doing it purely out of passion because I really, really enjoyed doing the Halloween retrospective video at the end of last year, and I've been waiting to think of another horror franchise to do it with, and I thought the timing was perfect. It would be relevant with Evil Dead Rise. I hadn't seen, the TV series in a long time. It's time to get back into it, to deep dive, to rediscover, refresh my memory of the entire series before I go see Evil Dead Rise, and then I could make an entire video out of my process of it. But by doing that, I'm spending so much time making this particular video that I don't have time to work on other videos. So while I'm making this big giant experimental content that probably won't do well on my channel to begin with, my channel's views are going even further down because I'm taking time away from making other videos that could potentially help it. So if you want to help just a little bit, just like the video and comment on it, share it if you want to. And if you want to help the channel on another level, down below in the description, I have a Patreon with a variety of tiers starting as low as $1. The same thing with channel memberships, a variety of tiers starting as low as $1. I even have a merch store where you can pick yourself up some shirts or hoodies or anything like that, phone cases. That's all linked down in the description below, and all of those things would really, really help me out too. So if you've enjoyed the video this far, if you could just do me that little favor, just click the like button and leave any comment, any comment. You could just say Ryan is ugly as fuck. Just leave any comment you want. It doesn't matter. With that all out of the way, I'm really excited. So let's get into the conception of the Ash vs. Evil Dead series and then get into reviewing Season 1. Once the suggestion was brought up to, instead of trying to continue Evil Dead as a movie, but to make it into a TV show, things actually began to fall into place, and it seemed to be a way to give everybody what they wanted. It was more likely to get funded without needing a huge movie budget. They could take all the various ideas that they had for Evil Dead 4 films and flesh them out and make them longer content, also giving fans way more Evil Dead in the process, and Bruce Campbell had experience doing TV. They found a place where they could be as wild as they wanted, free to have gore, and free to go into that hard R territory. And each episode was going to be 30 minutes. With the bombastic intensity of Evil Dead style, the episodes seem to fly by, but still give you a good punch for what they're worth. Also, as I stated before, I think that the TV series really understands and blends the tone that Evil Dead had become and is now known for. It's an incredibly funny show, and Ash is definitely a nearly 30 years older continuation of his incompetent Army of Darkness self, but it also adds so much genuine horror, demons, and death scenes to satisfy even the most old-school Evil Dead fans of that original film. The biggest issue is, though, that the show got picked up by the network called Starz. And I don't know how many people had that network. It's not HBO, it's not a streaming service, it's Starz. So unless you knew that and had the channel, you wouldn't have been able to watch it. Unless you were like me and many others and found, let's just say, alternative ways to watch it online. But hey, you saw, I bought the Blu-rays, I supported it, it's fair. But back in 2015, I was literally living off of ramen noodles and peanut butter sandwiches because I could barely afford groceries or to even pay the rent. I didn't even have a car, so I'm sorry. At the time, I couldn't buy Starz. Actually, a lot of people still think that this is a Netflix series since they eventually got the streaming rights. And in a funny way, just like the original movies, Ash vs. Evil Dead didn't get popular or have a huge following until after most of the show's run was over. By the way, if you are planning to watch this on Netflix, if you haven't seen it for some reason, it's gonna go away, probably by the time this video is up. Yeah, I don't know why, probably the rights eventually kind of give way, but they are dropping Ash vs. Evil Dead from Netflix, I believe on the 28th of April of 2023, which is directly after this video is gonna come out and directly after Evil Dead Rise. and why you would want to get rid of an Evil Dead series right as a new Evil Dead movie is coming out and could potentially draw in a bunch of new fans, and maybe they would discover the original Ash and the original Evil Dead series for the very first time. Nothing but good things could possibly happen by keeping this on Netflix right when Evil Dead Rise comes out. But it's probably not Netflix's call. It's probably some contract that just conveniently and ironically ends at the same time Evil Dead Rise comes out, but man, that is a bummer. Anyways, let's get into episode 1, which is titled El Jefe. This episode is actually directed by Sam Raimi, which makes for a great introduction back into the original series and really makes it feel like a true continuation. Sadly, this is the only episode that Raimi would direct on the entire series, so in a way, this first episode is the closest we will ever have to a true Evil Dead 4 movie. The episode is even 40 minutes long, so it's kind of like half a movie already. Also, I love the decisions of what they made Ash's character become. The last time that we saw him was in 1992, and now it's 2015. Ash is immediately shown living in a junky trailer, putting on a girdle to suck his gut in, and then going out to a bar to try to pick up some bitches. Fantastic. But as hilarious as it is, it's also incredibly sad. The fact that Ash has been unable to progress in several decades and has this escapist delusion about himself is kind of perfect. He's even still working retail, and at this point is still just a stock boy. No longer an S-Mart employee, this time he works at Value Stop, and I feel like part of that is also for Raimi to kind of throw shade at the mandated studio ending of Army of Darkness. It's like Ash may have had his moment to shine, but in the end, he still turns out to be a loser. He's not respected, he's broke, his charm has long since worn off, and he drowns his sorrows in alcohol, drugs, and random bar hoes, numbing the pain of his experiences. But as he's taken this chick to Pound Town, he envisions her as a deadite. After quickly finishing, he then returns to his trailer and pulls out the Necronomicon. All of a sudden, remembering when he brought a different chick over not long ago, they got high and read from the book. Fuck. Okay, now on one hand, this is hilarious. This is definitely the same Ash that fucked up saying the magic words and awakened a skeleton army once. And it's a fun, quick way to get the show started without some convoluted way to awaken demonic entities from the book. Like, let's just get the ball rolling and not waste any time. I dig it. But as I have been trying to keep the timeline as straight as possible in an almost impossible to do franchise, I gotta ask where the Necronomicon came from. And I had actually forgotten that they explained this a little bit later in a different episode, but I wrote this entire rant in the review, so I'm just gonna read it anyways. Because at the end of the first movie, Ash destroys the Necronomicon by burning it, and what was left of Cheryl and Scotty are exploded. In Evil Dead 2, the book is shown, but only in the shot during the recap portion, assuming that when we actually get going into the movie, the book is still supposed to be destroyed from the previous movie. In Army of Darkness, yes, it shows 3 books, but Ash brings only one back to the Kandarian castle, and I assume it was left there so that hundreds of years later, when the castle is excavated, the book is found and then brought to the cabin to research, which begins the events of Evil Dead 1. If Ash took the book with him back to the past, that would make no sense because that would mean that he brought it further into the future than the past events of Evil Dead 1, so the events would have never began in the first place, thus creating an alternate timeline in which Ash and his friends get to the cabin and never find the book, which means Ash would never go into the past and bring the book back to the castle, so that doesn't work. Okay. I'm just going to headcanon this so we can move forward. Let's say, similarly to how the book works in the remake where it cannot be burned, what if after burning the book in Evil Dead 1, the book just regenerates or puts itself back together? Yeah, that makes sense. It's an evil book. It can do that. So when Ash returns to the present after Army of Darkness, he grabs the book in the cabin, takes it with him, with the intent that it won't harm anyone else if he keeps it hidden. Until he gets super stoned one day, shows it to a chick who reads from it, and thus the Ash vs. Evil Dead TV show gets started. There we go. Moving on. Fuck. One of the best sequences in the first episode is actually when a detective named Amanda and her partner investigate this house where the girl that Ash was hooking up with is possessed by a deadite and attacks them. It's so totally traditionally Sam Raimi Evil Dead, and I love it. From the way the camera works to the creepy contorting bodies of the Deadites, all of it is fantastic. The other new characters introduced are Pablo and Kelly, and they are definitely the best additions to the franchise in a while. They are both co-workers of Ash, Pablo very hopeful and optimistic, and a nephew of a shaman. He's the only one that can sense some kind of value within Ash himself. Kelly, of course, sees him as an idiot and is dealing with the recent loss of her mother. But as weird shit starts happening around the store, like living dolls, Ash is forced to tell Pablo about the events of the original Evil Dead films. And this is the first time all of his friends, not just Linda, are actually referenced. And look, they are even able to use clips of the first movie this time. This is so advanced. But the only thing they couldn't do was use clips from Army of Darkness, because during Season 1, there were still rights issues tangled up, and yes, the events are still canon, but as of right now, due to more dumb behind-the-scenes issues, Ash can't talk about how he went to the past and fought in a skeleton war. When Pablo brings Kelly to Ash's trailer because he believes that he can help, they are attacked by his neighbors, and it's time for the old-school Ash to come out of retirement. He may be old, he may be fatter, but he can still use a shotgun. And as the creepy old lady plans to rip Kelly's eyes out, we see the classic return of the motherfucking chainsaw. Yeah, it's cheesy as hell, it's gory, and it's awesome. The setup is clear. Ash needs to do something about the book's new awakening, the team is assembled with Kelly and Pablo, and something else is happening with Detective Amanda and a strange woman named Ruby in the background that seems to know a lot of what's happening, but more on her later. In episode 2, titled Bait, Ash tells them that he plans to go see a translator of ancient texts so that he can find an incantation in the book to fix the new Deadite problem. But Kelly wants to get her parents since her father's phone call told her that her mother, who was assumed dead, mysteriously reappeared. She heads out on her own, and since Pablo has a big old crush on her, he lies and tells Ash that Kelly took the book with her so that they would have to follow her. During the drive, their manager, now possessed, attacks them, and I just love how every single episode pretty much is going to show the characters get completely covered in blood in some way. Thank God they got to be on an uncensored network. So the main story here is trying to figure out if Kelly's mom is actually back or secretly a Deadite. My favorite is when Ash and Pablo arrive at the house and try to explain why they're covered in blood.
Why are you covered in blood?
We hit a deer on the way up here. And when I tried to pull it out of the grill of my car, the sucker just exploded all over it. So we had to cut it up with my chainsaw arm.
Like, imagine an older man bursts into your home waving around a shotgun and literally has a chainsaw hand. But they take it well enough and invite them to dinner. The episode also really toes the line between horror and comedy, and I'm pretty satisfied with the split between the two. Like Ash sitting at the dinner table trying to grill her with questions to see if she's a Deadite is hilarious, but when she finally reveals herself, it's intense. Kelly's father dies with a fork in the eye, and when the mom tries to comfort Kelly, but then in traditional Deadite fashion, tries to hurt her emotionally by telling her that her mother wanted to leave, and that that's why she was gone. When she attacks again, Pablo jumps in to stab her, but it's just not good enough. You can't just stab the brain, you need some good old bodily dismemberment. And yeah, Ash gruesomely chainsaws Kelly's mom's head right off in front of her. Crazy stuff. But afterwards, Kelly decides to come with Ash, wanting vengeance for her parents, and Pablo continues to tag along because, well, he likes Kelly and he thinks Ash is cool. Episode 3, Books from Beyond, is when things start to really get good. The opening shows Ruby arriving at Kelly's parents' house, and as the father rises from the grave as a Deadite, Kelly overpowers him and begins asking him where Ash went, torturing him with the Kandarian dagger. So clearly she is not only aware of what's going on, but also incredibly capable of taking it on. Meanwhile, Ash makes it to the bookstore where the man inside, the employee Lionel, is ecstatic to see the actual Necronomicon in the flesh. Literally, it's bound in flesh. He adds some extra lore to the series, explaining that the book was created by beings known as the Dark Ones, wearing red cloaks and forging the book from flesh of cursed humans. He explains that the Dark Ones aren't really human and aren't really demon, but are kind of their own thing, extremely powerful and experts in dark magic, creating the Necronomicon as a gateway to bring evil entities from hell and other dimensions into the physical world. Their first conversation is interrupted by Amanda holding a gun on Ash, but then she gets knocked out by Pablo, before he finds out that she's a cop. And with her out of commission, Ash has the genius idea to summon a weaker demon from the book so that he can ask it how to undo everything. And in the history of bad ideas that Ash has had, this one's pretty high on the list. But it's okay, because they made a special circle the demon can't break out of, unless the circle is broken. This segment is super cool for a few reasons. One is that this is one of the first times that we see an actual demon in physical form rather than it possessing a human. And I'm glad that the TV show is branching out and trying things like this and can deliver a good variety of monsters along the way. Not to mention the demon they summon, named Elagos, is so fucking cool. The design is this slender gray skin thing with no eyes and a protruding jaw with sharp teeth, and they also add this effect that makes it look like he's always vibrating, but the mouth stays in place. He's known as a demon of the mind, and beyond possession, he can also teleport, phase from place to place, use telekinesis, and cause intense psychic damage to somebody. And this is one of the weaker demons. It makes you think pretty much the only reason Ash has been able to defeat so many demons is that they've been in a human body. Obviously, the circle gets broken, and Elagos wipes the floor with the characters until seemingly disappears when Kelly hits it with the Necronomicon. Lionel dies in the process, and they leave Amanda handcuffed to a shelf as the main three run the hell out of there. And with no options left, Pablo suggests that they go see his uncle about it, since he's a shaman. Episode 4, Brujo. The bookstore owner Lionel wakes up as a Deadeye and almost kills Amanda before Ruby shows up and fucks his shit up good. Ruby then reveals herself to be another daughter of Professor Nobi, the scientist that was researching the book at the cabin, which also would make her the sister of Annie from Evil Dead 2. Now, this is a huge reveal, but also a misdirect, but we'll deal with that later. I figure we'll just deal with every revelation as it comes. But let's go with this idea for now. Ruby has the Kandarian dagger, which is the item that would have killed her sister. In fact, the last time that we saw it, it was stabbed in Annie's back, and the thing that stabbed her was Ash's evil possessed hand. And yeah, Ruby has that too, and is using the hand as basically her compass to lead her back to Ash. And for some reason, I love that idea, and just the fact that they are choosing to bring the evil hand back. Yeah, it was never destroyed, so why wouldn't it still be alive? That's awesome. When Ash and his team, which Pablo calls the Ghost Beaters, they arrive at the uncle's, and Pablo pleads with the Brujo to help Ash find a way to close up the evil book for good. To do this, Ash has to look inside himself, which basically means he's going to go on an ayahuasca trip, which is a real thing. It's a hallucinogenic drug that's used for many things, but also with shamanistic practices as a spiritually healing item to help people discover deep-seated issues and answers within themselves that they can't come to consciously. So when Ash takes it, of course, at first it puts his mind into a dark, traumatic situation, but as the Brujo guides him to where he finds peace, he's transported to Jacksonville, Florida. Why? Well, he just wanted to go there once, but never did. But he just assumes that it's a great place to go. So he chills, and his bearded dragon pet shows up and is even able to talk to him, kind of like a spirit guide. Meanwhile, Pablo attempts to make Ash a new prosthetic hand with some equipment, and this is the only thing where I'm kind of like, huh? I mean, it hasn't been established that Pablo is some kind of tech whiz or steampunk creator. I mean, sure, he's definitely a nerd, so I guess I can buy it. And we do need to get Bruce Campbell something where he can move his fingers in a scene, so I get it, but it still feels random. Kelly, on the other hand, has been effectively possessed by Elagos, and he uses her to knock out Pablo with an electric shock and try to kill Ash as he's tripping. Just by being near him, Elagos can attack Ash within his mind. Damn, this demon is cool. Anyways, the bearded dragon Eli reminds Ash that it's his mind and that he needs to take control, which he does, but that also causes his physical body to attack Kelly, almost choking her out before Pablo regains consciousness and knocks out Ash. Episode 5 is called The Host, not to be confused with the Korean monster movie. Not that I think that you would, I just want to mention that movie because I think it's dope. I won't spend too long on this one. They think Ash is the possessed one since he attacked Kelly, so they tie him up. As the Brujo attempts an exorcism, the actually possessed Kelly comes on to Pablo, and I kind of feel bad for the guy. He keeps wanting to say how he feels, and now she's giving him all the signals and suggests that they smoke some weed out of a shotgun barrel. My man Pablo just wants her to like him, so he obliges and almost gets his head blown off. Well, that's a lesson for you fellas. But when she reveals herself, they manage to get her tied up instead and free Ash. After a few failed attempts, Elagos reveals himself crawling out of Kelly's body and killing the Brujo. It then begins its teleportation like at the bookstore, making it nearly impossible to hit, but Ash actually does remember something from his drug trip. His philosophy of shooting first and asking questions later, resulting in the idea of acting on instinct. Don't think, just act. He concentrates and manages to prime the shotgun right where Elagos would appear, pulling the trigger and blasting him into pieces. I like the method of defeat, but I hated losing such an awesome creature this early on, but there is much more to come. But now we have a trend of deaths following these characters everywhere. Kelly's parents, Pablo's uncle, and still no answers on how to dispel the evil. Upon burning the Brujo's body, he leaves an amulet for Pablo to perhaps follow in his footsteps and become a shaman in his own right. Episode 6, Killer of Killers. So you know how Ruby has been incredibly badass at taking out Deadites so far? Well, not this time. When she arrives at the Brujo's, his burning corpse is possessed, grabs Ruby, and jumps into the fire with her. It's such a random and shocking opening, and it's great. The CGI of the skeleton doesn't look that good, but I understand them not making a full practical effect since he's only on screen for like 30 seconds. After Ruby is supposedly dead, Amanda takes her car and heads off alone, eventually tracking Ash down to a diner called the Western Moose. I love that. Ash has basically come to the conclusion that the only answers left are to be found at the original cabin where he wants to go and bury the book for good, in which he doesn't want to take Kelly and Pablo. And even though the two of them do convince Ash to keep them with him, I like the idea that Ash, even as much of a dumbass as he is sometimes, doesn't want to lose who he considers to be his friends. But moments later, Ash tries to get out of paying his bill of only $22 by instead suggesting to the waitress that he and her meet in the men's room and smash. Fantastic. Also, here's the episode where Kelly and Pablo address the fact that Ash said that he did try to burn the Necronomicon once, but it came back, which solves the issue of the end of the first movie. But anyways, instead of the waitress agreeing to get the old one-handed finger trick by Ash, Amanda shows up to arrest him. Not lasting long until the evil force crashes into the diner, killing several people in the process and turning the rest into Deadites. Amanda then gets to see firsthand that Ash isn't the cause of evil, but is the one fighting against it. At the end, she eventually decides to join their team, and now we have a four-piece all heading towards the cabin. Episode 7, Fire in the Hole. This is definitely my least favorite episode of the season, and possibly my least favorite of the whole series. It's not like offensively bad or anything, but it just slogs, and it really feels like filler, especially since the final 3 episodes of the season are going to take place at the cabin. This really just feels like a side quest before they get there. Basically, Ash had a friend connected with this militia named Lem, who got possessed by a Deadite from the diner in the previous episode. So when Ash and crew arrive, the militia capture them, assuming they're working with the government and that this is some big poison conspiracy. As a conspiracy theorist myself, I respect that, but all these characters are really lame and pretty throwaway, mostly just here to either get killed or turn into some Deadites. But it's also a way for Ash and his group to acquire some weapons before they get to the cabin confrontation. The pluses of the episode, I think, are cutting back to Ruby, who rises out of the ashes of the fire seemingly unfazed, also naked Lucy Lawless, so maybe it is one of the better episodes now that I think about it. Anyway, this proves that she's definitely something other than human and that her story is probably full of shit. Also, the final shot of this episode showing Ash's severed hand that ran off on its own, arriving at the cabin, it's just a shot that gives me absolute nostalgic joy. I remember the first time watching this, I got so hyped for the next episodes, and I still am. Episode 8, Ashes to Ashes. This is where shit gets really good. Ash returns to the cabin after giving his group the slip, another attempt to spare them a horrible fate, though Amanda catches up to him, and the two head inside. And I gotta give an immense amount of credit because the attention to detail of this set to the original 2 movies is spot on. This is where it really begins to feel like Evil Dead once again. Specifically also that everything is where Ash left it, including Linda's severed head in the tool shed's vice grip. 30 years of rot turned it into just a skull, but with Ash's sudden presence, the head comes back to life, resembling the young Linda and tormenting Ash about leaving and killing her. Also that he cannot protect this new girl, and sadly she's right. Because simultaneously, Ash's severed hand starts to regenerate behind the scenes until it creates an entirely new body resembling Ash perfectly, other than the decaying hand where it all began. So what do we call this entity? Well, this is Evil Ash. But the antagonist of Army of Darkness was also called Evil Ash, separating itself from the main Ash body. So are these the same character? I would say yes and no. This is my fan theory headcanon, okay? But I think both of them originate with Ash being hit by the demonic force and originally becoming possessed. But when he chopped off his hand, both he and the hand had some evil remnants in them. I believe the Army of Darkness creation of the mini Ashes was a way to get that evil out of him and into its own body. And here, the evil that was in his hand is spreading into its own body. So I think it's the same evil essence, but manifesting in 2 entirely different ways. So you can still call this Evil Ash, but it's not the same Evil Ash from Army of Darkness. I don't know, that's my headcanon. But this Evil Ash manipulates Amanda, making her think that it's actually him, and to escape with him. But as she notices the hand, they break out into a fight. She does manage to chop the hand off again, which is pretty funny, and then she cuts it up into pieces, but the newly formed Ash body continues to assault and then slices her with a cleaver before she falls backwards onto the deer head on the floor, stabbing right through her. And it's honestly rather shocking. This is season 1, so no character could be safe, but seeing her killed off so quickly and so violently really lets you know that anybody can die. Pablo and Kelly stumble upon 3 hikers in the woods, which I'll talk about more in a minute, but they lead them to the cabin only to arrive as the real Ash is standing over Amanda's body. Ash rushes through the cabin to find his evil counterpart and face him down. Episode 9, Bound in Flesh. Shockingly, the Evil Ash story point is dealt with incredibly quickly. This is not going to be our final antagonist, no. After a classic which one is the real Ash scene, Kelly and Pablo just blow the shit out of Evil Ash, killing him before the opening credits. That's wild. I just love how this show keeps things moving and makes me have no idea what will happen next. Now let's talk about these hikers. Okay, so we have 3 lost kids, aka some more body count, that at first lead Kelly and Pablo to the cabin, and then Kelly and Pablo try now to lead them away from it so that Ash can finish the job alone. We got Brad and Melissa, who are married, and their single friend named Heather, played by Samara Weaving, who, might I add, is extremely drop-dead gorgeous, but also since this appearance has kind of gone on to become a little bit of a horror scream queen herself, starring in the film Ready or Not, which is fantastic, and also in the opening kill scene of the newest Scream movie. She gets a little crush on Pablo and is really the only one of the 3 hikers with any character to her, because Melissa and Brad are immediately killed off by a deadite Amanda who, and this is great, she stabs her hands into their skulls and uses them as puppets to taunt the others. The only hope of rescue comes in the form of Ruby, fending the deadite Amanda off but not killing her just yet. They lead her back to Ash, and upon their first meeting, Ash doesn't know who Ruby is, but she still claims that the cabin is her family's property, and that only she knows the way to destroy the Necronomicon for good with the Kandarian dagger. They eventually agree to hear her out, and it's the worst mistake possible. She tells Ash he has to cut the face off of the book, and he does so, but then the severed cover flies onto Pablo's face, kind of like a demonic mask, culminating in Ruby stating to Ash as the episode ends that she wrote the book. Episode 10, The Dark One. In the finale of Season 1, shit gets real. So, the real story behind Ruby is that she is a Dark One, explained earlier in Episode 3 as the entities that created the Necronomicon. Her backstory is not fleshed out just yet, but basically she wants complete control over the book in order to once again control the dark forces within it. To what end is not very clear by the end of Season 1. Also, it's not explained as to what a Dark One actually is. She obviously appears human, but is a good deal faster and stronger than an average person, along with having the ability to regenerate herself, but at the same time is also damaged specifically by the Kandarian dagger, similar to demons. Dark Ones have an ability to control demonic entities and will be explained to have enslaved humanity once upon a time, so my best guess is that they are either from another dimension entirely, or were originally human that got so well versed in dark magic that they basically ascended to become another form. Whatever the case may be with a Dark One, Ruby is one, and seems to be the last one at this point of the series, and she begins using Pablo to basically summon and birth out her demon spawn. And this scene is truly horrific. Pablo screams in agony and he basically vomits up an amniotic sac containing a child-sized demon creature with pure black eyes. It's actually kind of disturbing. Ash has to put on his chainsaw hand, he takes out the deadite Amanda for good, and then he heads down to the basement to face the demon spawn creature and Ruby. As that's happening, the general evil within the cabin begins to haunt Kelly and Heather. Kelly really goes through the ringer here, and it's very reminiscent of the shit that happens to Ash in Evil Dead 2. Blood pouring out of the cabin walls, intense wind. She gets blown out of the cabin herself so that it can swallow up the weakened Heather. Not sure how the cabin kills her, but it just spits out her body parts like it's hawking a loogie. All of it is great, and it's so Evil Dead. Meanwhile, Ash vs. the Demon Spawn is also great. It basically kicks the crap out of him until finally Ash gets it to bite down on the end of the shotgun and blasts it away. But when he finally backs Ruby up against a wall with the dagger, the possessed Pablo is about to kill Kelly. So Ruby offers a deal. Relinquish complete control of the book to her so that she can contain the evil, and Ash will be relieved of his burden to constantly have to battle them. Instead, he can go to Jacksonville, Florida and live in peace. And there's a couple of things I gotta say here. In story, I think Ash deciding to make a deal like this is not totally crazy. To not always have to be haunted by darkness and to have a taste of the life that he dreamed of before it all happened. I think that he would want that. But also, he only agrees under the condition that both Kelly and Pablo would be okay too. A large portion of this season shows Ash talking about the people that he lost and all of those that die whenever he shows up and is around, even just losing Amanda. I think Ash wants to protect his friends, even if it means sticking his head in the sand and ignoring what is about to befall the Earth. But it also makes the season feel like it ends incredibly abruptly and is completely unsatisfying. The fact that I know there's more episodes helps ease that fact, and they might have known that they were getting a season 2 anyways, but the build-up of episodes 8, 9, and 10, going back to the cabin, and the escalation of everything was done so fantastically that the ending really feels like such a fizzle in comparison. Ruby frees Pablo, and the three of them just leave, driving away as a huge sinkhole opens up behind them. So there's an idea here that works with Ash wanting to forget all of this and save his friends, but as the season finale, it kind of blue balls you pretty hard. But all things considered, I think Season 1 of Ash vs. Evil Dead was an incredible return to the franchise. After so long, it's just wild to actually see Ash back, and to be at the cabin again, and to get to have the series be able to be as violent, gory, and over-the-top as possible. There's so much expansion on the lore, which is fun. New enemies, demon spawn, dark ones, motherfucking Elagos. Anyways, I'm about to barrel into Season 2, which I've only seen once when it was airing, so I can't wait to refresh my memory with it, and I figure let's get right to it. Episode 11, Home. I'm unclear just about how much time passes between Season 1 and Season 2, but at least long enough for all of Ruby's demon spawn to grow to adult size. But given that they are demons, that could have been anywhere from a year to just a couple of weeks. But as many adolescents do, they start rebelling against their mother and chasing Ruby for possession of the Necronomicon. So her plan of being able to contain and control the evil is not working out very well for her. Meanwhile, Ash is living his dream, partying at the beach in Jacksonville, Florida. He even almost scores a mom-daughter combo. Nice. Sadly for Ash, though, Ruby undoes the truce of peace for him, resulting in his potential hookups becoming deadites. And I love just how this reminds you of what kind of show you're in. Ash, Kelly, and Pablo get absolutely soaked, covered, and drenched in blood in the beginning of this episode. It's so over the top, so ridiculous, and that's why I love it. But Ruby doesn't appear here herself. Instead, she sends a clue having a deadite call Ash Ashy Slashy. And this is one of my favorite elements of the season. Apparently Ash, wherever he was living before Jacksonville, was not still in his hometown. That would be Elk Grove, Michigan. He's been purposely avoiding it because, well, he is hated, reviled, ridiculed, and considered an outcast. Everybody there hates him or looks down at him as some kind of freak. And I'm kind of glad they went there because, look, if you go up to a cabin with 4 of your friends and come back alone, they're all dead and you're missing a hand, obviously everybody is going to think that Ash is the one that murdered them. So he became a town outcast called Ashy Slashy. Nobody can prove it, but also nobody respects him. Ash even stops to see his own father, Brock, played by Lee Majors, an actor famous for playing Steve Austin in the $6 Million Man TV show from the 70s, and this is also the first time Ash's family is really explored. His mother is long since passed away, and his father is portrayed as a much more hard-ass version of Ash, but disappointed in him from running away from town and also obviously holding that resentment for Ash taking his sister Cheryl to the cabin and not being able to protect her. I love the dynamic of a character that we, the audience, know is the victim, but in most cases, the people around him view him as some kind of monster, not the one fighting the monsters. Pablo is also having some demonic visions, clearly still infected somewhat from the Necronomicon that was attached to him. They managed to track down Ruby at a crematorium facing off against her demon spawn. The spawn themselves show some cool new abilities like being able to shapeshift into a shadow and having an extremely potent and quick regeneration factor when Ash attacks them. It seems like their only weakness is the Kandarian dagger itself. They do manage to kill one of them, and Ruby admits to them that she needs their help now in order to send her demon spawn back to hell, and to stop them from getting the Necronomicon. Episode 12, The Morgue. So now that we have a momentary team-up between Ash and Ruby, they return to Ash's dad's house as their home base, which is kind of hilarious as Brock is super annoyed but also just kind of lets it happen. I like the callback to the original Evil Dead when Ash sees Cheryl's bedroom door, remembering his sister. Ruby tells them that she had to stash the Necronomicon when she was at the morgue so that Spawn wouldn't find it, and it currently resides inside of a dead body. So Ash and Kelly go to retrieve it, as Ruby and Pablo stay behind. Pablo opting to so that he could be alone with Ruby in order to question her about his visions, and apparently he's starting to see fragments of the future. As Ash and Kelly leave, Ash spots an older woman he remembers from his youth being super hot, and she shows up at his house, but to hang out with his dad. But things are as they seem because she's actually a Deadite planning to wait for Ash to return, but impatiently attacks Ruby and Pablo in the process.
This is literally one of those moments that, like, I can't show you any clips whatsoever. Like, there's no way to edit around this. There's no way to show you guys this. Like, I mean, these are just very quick little overview summaries of the episodes anyway, so to get the full experience, you gotta watch the show. But this episode is famous for a reason, and this scene could legitimately give the boys a run for their money as far as just going extreme, hardcore, disgusting, nasty, gory, just over the top. Like, how do you, okay. So there's the dead body laying, I'm just gonna explain it. So they go to the morgue to get the Necronomicon, which is inside of the dead body, okay? He opens it up, he takes Necronomicon out, but of course the dead body comes alive, but it's sort of like the body is dead, but like the sphincter and the intestines inside of the body, which is cut open, comes alive and becomes like its own little creature. But the character, the dead body itself, is completely naked on the slab, and he's got a giant, big, floppy dick with a huge piercing in the dick that's just kind of flopping out. And as the sphincter comes out of the body, through the asshole. No, it doesn't come out of the asshole, but it comes out like a tentacle, and it wraps around Ash, and it drags him to the body as the body is shitting. as the body is taking a huge ass shit of like liquid, nasty diarrhea. All right, and as the cord is wrapped around Ash's body, it pulls him up into the asshole of the dead body. And you can see Ash's head like come through the stomach, so it goes up the asshole, and then the body's cut open, so Ash is literally wearing the body on his shoulders, but don't forget it's got a big floppy dick. So Ash has got this big floppy dick in front of his face while he's covered with shit, while the body is attacking him through the intestines and the sphincter, and it's just this absolute madness, and it's so disgusting, and I can't even explain it. Like, I almost forgot about this. Like, I remembered this scene. I remembered Ash getting pulled up an asshole, but I forgot just how, like, I forgot how much shit there was. Like, there's so much shit. There's shit and blood, and okay, so eventually he manages to get out of it, and then, like, the sphincter goes to attack again, and it puts its like asshole around the shotgun, and he blows the sphincter, but then shit goes everywhere, and it just rains shit down on him. And so, it's kind of like, just, if you ever like had a really bad day at Chipotle, but imagine that all over Ash's face, not to mention the big floppy fucking pierced dick in front of his face. It's a great episode, and they managed to get the Necronomicon. Also, there's the sheriff character, but, whatever. Kelly knocks him out. I don't know. He doesn't like Ash. That's the episode.
At the end of the episode, Ash returns home, but leaves the Necronomicon in his car, which is promptly stolen by a couple of teenage douchebags as the episode ends. Episode 13, Last Call. First, we get a great callback to the original Evil Dead films and Ash's car. I guess I haven't talked about it much yet, but yes, along with Ash being unable to move on from his past, he still has been driving around that same car, which is also funny because even if Sam Raimi doesn't direct the entire series, it still has his classic car reference. The teens that stole it drive around looking to hook up with their girls, one of them being the stepdaughter of the sheriff in town. And she's the only one making it out of this episode alive. The Necronomicon causes the car itself to become possessed, and we basically have Christine on steroids. It's driving around, shooting flames. I love how it throws a hubcap off, gutting one of the kids, and it returns back like a boomerang. But the best kill is the tire scene. The kid falls over and the car jumps on top of him, slowly rolling the tire faster and faster and then descending upon his face, ripping it into pieces, and the effect is just priceless. Meanwhile, Ash thinks that the best way to lure the teenagers back with his car is to throw a massive party, drawing people in with his specialty drink, the Pink Fuck, which is made with ketamine. Yeah, this series is also progressively upping the ante on the worst decisions Ash can make in a given moment. But we're also introduced to a new character, a friend of Ash's named Chet, the bartender, which is played by Ted Raimi, this time seeing him as an actual human, unlike when he played the role of Deadite Henrietta back in Evil Dead 2. But by far the most shocking thing about this episode comes in its ending. Ash's dad comes to the bar and, after failing to hit on Ruby, has a confrontation with Ash once again, seeing him as a killer for losing his sister. But when Brock goes to hook up with a chick in the bathroom that turns out to be a Deadite, Ash manages to save him at the last second. This makes Brock realize that Ash was telling the truth after all of these years, and what begins to be a moment of bonding between the two, and as Brock says that he has something really important to tell him, he is run the fuck over by the car and is killed, and it comes out of fucking nowhere. And with Ash's dad only being introduced 2 episodes ago, this was extremely unexpected because you think maybe this season is going to be about their dynamic. Maybe the season will be them teaming up, but nope. It also feels incredibly appropriate because Ash does lose everybody. Pablo and Kelly are still safe for now, but this abrupt death of his dad is probably one of the biggest surprises in the entire series for me. Episode 14, DUI. Pablo is taken by the possessed car, along with the girl who is the last survivor from the kids from the last episode. Ash convinces Chet, who is incredibly intoxicated, to take his car in order to follow them, but luckily Ash is the one driving. The 2 plots go on at the same time here, as the Necronomicon itself is trying to communicate with Pablo and convince him to send it back to the dimension where it came from, though it's obviously a trick, and its hallucinogenic power are very heavily convincing to Pablo, who just wants to stop having these nightmaric visions. Ruby gets tired of waiting, and with the help of Kelly, they go to track down her demon spawn. Along the way, Ruby explains more about their intent. It appears even though she is deemed as their mother, they are much more interested in releasing their father onto the world, an extremely powerful demon named Baal. Now, what Ruby and Baal did to make these kids, I don't know. If they were created or originally birthed organically, because if Baal is a demon and Ruby is a dark one, which is neither demon nor human, I don't know how that works. What I do know is that Ruby and Kelly blasting spawns with automatic rifles is pretty cool, and with the help of the Kandarian dagger, they managed to kill all of them off in the battle. As Ash battles against his own car after the car spits Lucy and Pablo out, shockingly both still alive at this point, but it's all part of the manipulation. The Necronomicon tells Pablo how to send it away, to have it open a portal in the trunk of the car and toss the book in. None of this seems like a good idea, but they do it, and all seems calm, until they walk away, the portal opens back up, and yeah. Episode 15, Confinement. So Baal is going to serve as pretty much the prime antagonist of Season 2. Even though he appears human, he's much more powerful and durable, featuring a signature claw on his hand that can slice somebody's skin clean off. His main ability is his manipulation and his seduction. It shows right in the opening of this episode that he lures a female cop towards him, lowering her guard, hypnotizing her, before ripping her skin off. He also likes to wear people's skin as both a disguise and also to get those extra sick kicks of tormenting his victims before revealing himself. He causes Ash to get arrested for the suspected killing of the girl from the bar, which leads all our characters being trapped in the police station. We have Ash, Ruby, Kelly, Pablo, Chet, and some other prisoners featuring a homeless man and a prostitute that I think is also a man, as well as the sheriff, his wife Linda. Yeah, there's another Linda here, and Ash does have a crush on her. I'm glad they kept that theme going. And her daughter, who was the girl trapped in the car from earlier. It's basically a situation like in The Thing, where any one of them could be Baal in disguise, and the characters argue back and forth on who it actually could be, several of them suspecting Ash because of his reputation. But it's all a misdirect, because actually none of these are Baal, who waits in the body of yet another policeman for Ruby to enter the evidence room and then reveals himself to her specifically, again seducing and mind-manipulating her before he appears. It's not clear what his full intentions are just yet in the physical world, but out of glee and curiosity, he wants to test Ash and see why he's such an enemy to demon kind at this point. So he sends out the skinned policewoman from earlier in the episode. No main characters die yet, and Ash and Ruby are able to defeat it, but the bigger problem is with Pablo, because he seems to still be connected to the Necronomicon somehow, his body scarring up and imprinting the Sumerian text on him. Episode 16, Trapped Inside. First of all, this episode has my favorite Kelly quote of all time.
Back off now, or I will fuck your faces with bullets!
And it's definitely one of my favorite Season 2 episodes. Ash and company head back to his dad's house for refuge, but the sheriff, being manipulated and seduced into bloodthirst by Baal, leads an angry mob to the house ready to tear it down and kill Ash for justice to the townspeople. As Ruby tries to guide Pablo through his assimilation with the book so that she can find the passage that will send Baal back and save him, it's also revealed that somewhere between Season 1 and 2, Ruby's spawn removed her immortality, so that means she has no more super healing factor and can be killed just like anybody else. But the standout of this episode isn't an attempt to fuck with Ash. Baal resurrects the Deadite version of his sister Cheryl, and they actually bring back Ellen Sandweiss to reprise her role from the first movie. They even have her in the same outfit from the original film, and this was such a treat to see. Even 30 years later, when she transforms into the Deadite version of herself, it looks so close to how it did in that first film. Look, I don't know how killed Deadites can be brought back, but this is just so cool, and I honestly don't even care. Ash is only briefly caught off guard, but he's been through this enough to know that's not his actual sister. I also like the not-so-subtle joke that Chet, who is here too, used to hook up with Cheryl when they were teens, but never told Ash, so he acts extra awkward around the situation. And then, of course, Cheryl kills him as well right in front of Ash, poor guy. But even if it is only just for this episode, this was a great cameo and a momentary antagonist for Ash to have to face, and as a longtime Evil Dead fan, it's about as fan service as you can get, but hey, I am a fan, so service me, goddammit. Eventually, Ash shoots Cheryl outside, in which he gets to prove to the angry mob of Elk Grove that his stories of demons are actually true. Cheryl continues her tirade outside until Ash eventually traps her within the trunk of a car and chains off her head. Episode 17, Delusion. This episode really reminds me of an episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer called Normal Again that had a very similar concept, and come to think of it, it also reminds me of Angel, since there's a puppet Ash, just like there's an episode with a puppet Angel. Maybe the writers are Buffy fans. Overall, not one of my favorites, but it does its job. It takes the idea that maybe all the events Ash has experienced thus far were all figments of his imagination, and that for 30 years he's been in an insane asylum dealing with the fact that he did actually murder his sister and friends back at the cabin 30 years ago, and that he imagines people in the asylum as parts of his delusion. Kelly is just another patient, Ruby and Pablo are just orderlies, and his therapist, Dr. Peacock, resembles Ball, which would be his enemy. And Ash really remains in character, never truly believing in this reality and pressing that it's all a trick by Ball to torment him. And it's another moment where Ash's stubborn nature works to his benefit. It doesn't matter how many times he's told that he's a maniac and how many times any of the other characters don't acknowledge themselves as how he knows them to be, or that he sits in bed talking to his puppet hand. He still tries to escape with the girl that he thinks is Kelly, and there's a great little throwback line about Kelly not knowing how to kill deadites because she's just a patient and suggests that maybe sunlight will do the trick. Ash saying that sunlight is for vampires, but it did work that one time, which is, of course, referring to the beginning of Evil Dead 2 that I questioned earlier. Forgot about this moment in the TV series. I gotta give credit to the show for really tying a lot of these loose ends and plot holes together. But it isn't until Ash sees video footage of him killing his delusions of Kelly and Pablo, who were never Kelly and Pablo in the first place, and a visit from the new Linda, that he finally submits to Ball and says that he'll do whatever he can to defeat the illusion. Episode 18, Ashy Slashy. As the last episode focused purely on Ash in the asylum, this one takes us back to Pablo, Kelly, and Ruby, who attempt to rescue him. They do a good job making the empty halls and corridors of the asylum feel creepy and puts us back into that horror movie vibe. Turns out the Linda Ash spoke to was actually the real her, the sheriff, and their daughter, brought here by Ball to do his bidding. And as the series continues to not be afraid to kill off characters at any turn, the daughter, Lacey, is turned into a deadite and decapitates her father, the sheriff, right before the credits roll. A highlight of the episode is definitely when Kelly comes face to face with the Ash puppet and has to fight it. I don't know what to say about this scene. I mean, it's a grown woman fighting a puppet. Like, what more do you need?
Somebody likes it. Safe word. Safe word.
Meanwhile, Ash seems to have resolved himself to need to kill his delusions in order to be free, so he works a little bit more like a slasher villain in this episode, hunting Pablo and Ruby through the hallways. He's not possessed or anything, he just becomes very stoic and determined. But it's all an act. Once he gathers all the characters into one location with Ball, he reveals that he was just putting on an act the entire time, which still means that Ash's stubbornness once again works as a net positive and saves him, unable to be manipulated because Ash is just Ash. Now, since Pablo at this point is assimilated with the Necronomicon, he's basically a walking, talking Book of the Dead. They can't do anything against Ball physically because he's too strong and regenerates instantly, but once Pablo starts reciting dark spells from his own body, Ball falls prey and melts into a pile of black goo. But before he goes, he manages to swipe his claw hand at Pablo and cuts him in half. And it's not just implied, it's not a joke or a vision. They actually cut Pablo, a main character, in half and have his guts spill out everywhere, and the episode ends with that. This show never ceases to amaze me, man. Episode 19, Home Again. Pablo is dead, and actually, like, really dead. So Ash tries to think of any way to fix this and bring him back to life. After driving around drunk with Pablo's corpse and seeing visions of the corpse talk to him, he gets the idea that the power of the Necronomicon passages might have the ability to travel back in time and stop himself from ever picking up the book in the first place. That means, dear God, we're doing time travel!
Now, I shouldn't be surprised that Ash vs. Evil Dead, the TV show, is deciding to do time travel. After all, time travel is already something that is completely well established within the Evil Dead lore, so it makes sense. They went all through season 1 without doing time travel. It's not till the final 2 episodes of season 2 that they eventually try it again. Obviously, Army of Darkness already happened. That entire movie takes place in the past, back in 1300 AD or somewhere around there. Time travel is something they always wanted to do, always wanted to incorporate. Even Sam Raimi's original first sequel idea for Evil Dead was The Medieval Dead, which eventually became Army of Darkness. So time travel is something they wanted to do and has been incorporated for so long. The only issue is with the time travel that we begin to discover within season 2, because the time travel of Army of Darkness makes sense. We have the Army of Darkness events that happen, which have Ash bring the book to the Kandarian castle after the ruins are excavated, just before. By the way, I always assumed that the Evil Dead 1 and 2 took place in 1981, because that's when Evil Dead 1 came out, but Ash refers to it as 1982 in Ash vs. Evil Dead, so we're just updating that to 1982. It's just 1982 now. It's just retroactively 1982. Anyways, so when that happens, the events of Evil Dead 2 take place. At the end of Evil Dead 2, Ash gets sent back in time to Army of Darkness to begin the events, and they all just start up again. So it's this cycle that works and works very well. And then, as we found out, the book, the Necronomicon, which he tried to destroy, came back, and he kept it with him until 2015, when he read from the book again, and all of these events started. So, Ash vs. Evil Dead, I'm assuming, just takes place the year it came out. Same thing with Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 2. I'm assuming just takes place the year after it came out. Also would have given time for Ruby's children to grow up and betray her and all that stuff. But anyways, we get to the time travel at the end of season 2 of Ash vs. Evil Dead. And while trying to keep the timeline straight, the last 2 episodes of this season are going to drive me fucking insane, because it makes no goddamn sense. Now, I'm going to try to make as much sense of it as I possibly can. I'm going to try to tie this all together with one nice, neat little bow. But essentially what happens is, when Pablo dies, and Ash decides to go back in time to change everything to that original first interaction with the book to make sure it never happens. He wants to get to the cabin before him in the past got to the cabin with his friends and take the book away so that he never finds it. Of course, if that did happen, he would have never wound up working at the store that he worked. I forget the name of the store real quick. Sorry, someone correct me in the comments. But where he met Pablo and Kelly in the first place, nor would he have the ability to go back in time without being aware of the book. So are we going to enter into a stage where we create an alternate timeline? Because that's definitely something that can happen. When Ash goes back in time, it appears that he goes back to, we'll just start here. We'll go here, and then he goes back in time to 1982, just before the events of the very first Evil Dead, because he's going to go arrive at the cabin, not when his friends and his sister was there, but when Professor Nobi was researching the book. So this is during the time when he brought the book to the cabin and he was doing all of his research and with the tape recorder and creating all that stuff. So it's a little bit of time before Ash ever gets to the cabin. So Ash doesn't interact with his past self, but he does interact with the past quite a bit. And it does seem that how this type of time travel works is that when he goes into the past, his past self would be there. And we discover this a little bit later when we meet the past version of Ruby. So that means that he is in the same timeline. It's not an alternate timeline. He literally went back to the same exact timeline, so their past selves are there. He doesn't go back to his earlier body. He doesn't create an alternate timeline. He's back to where his past self was. So this is where we begin. And in this episode, it doesn't get quite as crazy. But in the season finale of season 2, it's going to require some work. But anyways, let's just go with it. Ash goes back to the past. He's in the woods. He gets separated from Kelly and Ruby, and he makes his way towards the cabin.
When Ash gets to the cabin, separated from Ruby and Kelly, I like how once again the cabin is wonderfully recreated, and here everything is neatly in place without all the damage from the first 2 movies. Actually, Ash is here during the time that Professor Nobi would be researching the book. And I love the joke that Ash can't remember if he found the book on the table or in the basement, since In the original movie, it's in the basement, and in the non-canon opening of Evil Dead 2, it was on the table. But first, there's this really amazing scene where, okay, at first his leg seems to be possessed, just like his hand once did, so he contemplates cutting off his leg, but instead decides to suck out the demonic energy like it's some kind of poison, which puts the demonic energy in his stomach, which calls back to Army of Darkness and how he tries to get the evil out by chugging scalding hot water, which he does again, but this time instead of spitting out a mini Ash, it's a mini whatever the fuck this thing is. I don't know what it is, but it cracks me the fuck up and I love it.
Ash, fuck you! Fuck you, motherfucker!
I'm just gonna say that this little thing was the evil entity that would have created Evil Ash, but this time Ash nipped it in the bud before it got its time. But once he finally does go into the basement, he finds motherfucking Henrietta, that crazy old bitch from Evil Dead 2, but here, she's not buried in the ground yet. Instead, she's chained to the wall looking human, claiming that her husband went mad and locked her down here. Then the professor enters the cabin above them with a pretty hot young ginger girl. I'm gonna have to look up who that actress is. But his motives for bringing the girl here are not what you think, if what you think is thinking like Ash. He wants to find a way to transfer the demon from Henrietta's body into this girl in order to save his wife without having to kill her. Isn't that romantic? See, he's a good dude. Obviously it doesn't work, but I like that he tried. But as his method to trap her in a bear trap makes Ash think that maybe he did actually go crazy, he unlocks Henrietta, only to find out, yeah, she's definitely possessed at this point. And in this moment, the timeline effectively begins to change. Henrietta transforms into her classic disgusting-looking self, and fun fact, she's actually played once again by Ted Raimi in The Suit, so Ted had 2 roles in Season 2 as Chet and Deadite Henrietta. The professor makes it upstairs, and he locks Ash and a student in the basement with his lovely wife, which leads us to the season finale, Episode 20, Second Coming. Okay, this one is going to require the timeline board again, but first, the cute ginger girl is killed off instantly, man, and so is Professor Nobi. But this is from an off-screen killer, and I'll get to that in a second. But first, we do have the rematch, though it's technically the first fight, since this is earlier in the timeline, between Ash and Henrietta. It's so absolutely disgusting. Not quite as bad as the asshole fight from earlier in the season, but she does make Ash suck on her tits, which are projecting some weird, nasty-looking milk. Anyways, Ash eventually gets the upper hand and chainsaws her head off, similarly to how he did in Evil Dead 2. However, when Ash comes back upstairs, it's revealed that the person who killed the professor was Ruby. But it's the Ruby from this timeline, which means it's her in the 1980s, before all of her character development. Now, already this doesn't make much sense because the whole thing was that she was searching for the Necronomicon and could never find it. If she was the killer of Professor Nobi, then she would have just taken the book here, and Ash and his friends would have never found it in the first movie. So, okay, already the timeline is being massively changed, and I have an explanation for it. But first I want to know, how did Professor Nobi originally die? Like, we know that Henrietta got possessed, and at one point he was able to subdue her and bury her in the basement. Okay, but then who killed him afterwards? Maybe it was the college student that would have turned to a Deadite if Ash didn't interfere, but if that was the case, then that Deadite would still be around, and she wasn't in the other 2 movies, so who killed that Deadite? Okay, so maybe after Nobi killed that Deadite and then buried Henrietta, he drove through the woods like he was about to do here, but in the original timeline, he was killed by the trees for trying to escape. That would explain why his body was never found or seen in the first 2 movies, and that his car wasn't at the cabin when the kids arrived. Okay, alright, that's explained away, we got that. But then we also have to explain why Ruby is here. But first, Kelly and future Ruby show up, and 80s Ruby stabs future Ruby. Like, stabs her to the point where she actually kills her. She stabs her with the Kandarian dagger and then cuts off her head. So we are still freshly into the season finale, and now Pablo and Ruby are both dead. But shit gets weirder than that. They run out of the cabin, and Ash regrows his hand, and Pablo seemingly comes back to life, and now I gotta talk about it.
Alright, so I'm gonna do my best to explain this to the best of my ability and try to get this to work within canon. Okay, so they're at the cabin. Ruby shows up. Why is Ruby there? Well, here is my theory. My theory is that she is there because of Baal, because Baal is actually possessing Pablo's dead body. And by doing that, he was the one to manipulate and convince Ash to go to the past to begin with. So Ash essentially brings Baal to the past, okay, in Pablo's body. But at that point in time, I believe Baal somehow sends out a signal to Ruby to meet him at the cabin. Because if you remember, Ruby didn't know where the Necronomicon was. She wasn't supposed to be able to find it. She spent this last 30 years looking for Ash, and so that he could lead her to the book, or that she could find the book in some way. So there's no reason for her to be at the cabin to begin with. Also, it wouldn't make sense, because if she was the one that killed Nobi, then she would have gotten the book and left, which would have also solved Ash's problem, because he would have never been able to find the book to begin with. So my headcanon, even though this is not explained in the episode whatsoever, is so Ash decides to go back to the past because Baal convinces him. And so when they go back, he sends out a signal to Ruby, who goes to pick up the book, and then it's revealed that Pablo is actually Baal. He takes off his skin, reveals himself, and so now it's the OG original dangerous couple of Baal and Ruby. Before any kind of betrayal could possibly happen, he finds her, when she's still infatuated with him. She still likes him, although she does wind up kind of screwing him over, but that's in a little bit. So that happens. But here's the weird thing. So when Ash goes back to the car, he has his hand. Now, it would make sense if the timeline was changed, that Ash never got to the cabin, so his hand never got possessed, so he would regrow his hand. But that would create a whole different version. That would create an alternate timeline with an Ash that never went to the cabin to begin with. So at Evil Dead 1 and 2 wouldn't have happened. But again, that can't be possible, because if that were possible, Ash would have never had the book in this timeline to go back to the past to begin with. So what I'm assuming is happening here with Ash having his hand is a manipulation by Baal himself. So I'm going to go with the headcanon that Ash doesn't really have his hand back, but he grows a new hand, but it's because of Baal's influence and his power. That's what I'm going with. Again, pure, complete headcanon, not explained in the episode. I'm just trying to explain why things are happening the way they are. All right, so they go back to the cabin, and they start birthing the Hellspawn from before, just like before, except now it's being birthed out of the book itself instead of the book becoming a mask for somebody else, because in this timeline, now, Ruby would be in possession of the book. So in season 1, Ash had to relinquish it to Ruby. In this one, he did not, because he hadn't even gotten to the book yet, because this is the book from the past, remember? And so she's able to birth the spawn directly from the book itself, rather than having to cut off the face and have it go on to somebody else. Okay, got it. Makes sense. Again, all of this is happening at this checkpoint. So this is the time where normally Professor Nobi would be here. I'm assuming he ran off and got raped by trees in the woods. I don't know. Anyways, so that's when that timeline would have been. And neither of these two characters would have been here at this point. So that's why all this can happen right here in the past and whatever. So while this is happening, Ash, of course, challenges Baal to a fight. He says, hey, take away your powers. If I beat you in a one-on-one fight, you give us Pablo back. And if you beat me, you get to kill me and, have Kelly be destroyed and dismantled and amongst other things with the demon spawn. All right. So that's how it works. So Baal agrees to the fight. Of course, he is faking it. Of course, he's using his powers the entire time. He pretends to be Chet, which is really actually one of the most hilarious moments is even though Ash just got his hand back, that Baal in Chet's body cuts it off again with the chainsaw. It's actually a pretty brutal fight. Both characters get their ass kicked pretty hard, but of course Baal is using his powers the entire time. He's manipulating him by trying to pretend to be his dad, pretend to be Chet. So Ruby sees this and she hates the idea that Baal is even going along with this fight whatsoever, and she's kind of on the edge about him right now. Maybe it takes a couple of decades for her to kind of truly kind of get over him. I don't know what it is. So this version of Ruby does alter the deal, and even though it's not completely specified, I think it is along the lines of Baal and his immortality, or at least his ability to regenerate, because what happens at the end is that Ash catches him at a disadvantage, grabs his hook finger the finger that he fingers with, I don't know what it is, and literally splits him up the front, ripping his skin off, and then kind of like sending them into hell. So that's basically what happens. So Ball is, again, taken out in 2016, put into Pablo's body, taken to the past, fights Ash, loses, gets sucked into hell. And I believe that because he agreed to the deal, that if he lost, Pablo would come back. That is why Pablo gets resurrected back here in the past. Whew. So now we have Ash, Kelly, and Pablo got resurrected, but in the past. So Pablo probably wasn't even born yet at this point in time, but this is the Pablo body that was taken to the past, got resurrected. Okay, we're on board. We're on track. Except now, in this timeline, the cabin bursts into flames and gets destroyed. That's not a cabin, but it's on fire. So everything could have been fine if the book was left here, and then Ash would have found it, which would have continued the timeline the way that it was before. And Pablo would have been resurrected, and everything could have just went along the way that it was. But with the cabin being destroyed and Ruby in it as well, that means that there is no cabin. That means that the events of Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2 could not have happened. But here's the part that gets the most fucked up, because they go back to 2016 or to Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 2, and here I'm expecting to see an altered timeline. I'm expecting to see a timeline where Ash goes back and his sister's alive, and maybe my man motherfucking Scotty is there. I want to see Scotty again, god damn it. And maybe they're all alive and fine, and Ash isn't considered Ashy Slashy, and the world is different because if they destroyed the cabin here, none of this would have happened. Of course, if they did do that, and the events of Evil Dead 2 never happened, that means that the events of Army of Darkness would never have happened, which actually means that the book would have never been at the Kandarian Castle to be at the altered timeline point in order for them to change the timeline and burn down the cabin. So, actually, none of this would have ever happened. But the weirdest thing is, when he goes back to 2016, everything is the same. His dad's still dead. His sister's still dead. Chet is still dead. He sees a bunch of Force ghosts of him. Everything's the same. And in fact, he even comments on the fact that the town used to think that he was a serial killer, but now that he's proved himself by killing a demon in front of everybody, that they all hail him as a hero. Which is great because Season 2 ends on a positive note, which is very, very rare for Evil Dead, seeing Ash as a hero and now his town respects him. And it took him 30-some years in order to be respected by anybody. So, I appreciate that, and I'm glad for Ash. But at the same time, it doesn't make any sense, because if the timeline didn't change, then how the fuck did he go back into the past and do everything that he just did and come back to a perfectly fine new timeline? Unless, by burning the cabin, that actually does create the altered timeline, in a timeline where, the book is still there, which, by the way, there's a little post-credit scene of somebody picking up the book. I'm not sure, I can't remember what that is all about. I haven't seen these episodes in so long, and I actually forgot how messed up this timeline change is at the end of Season 2, because there's literally no way for the ending to exist if they burn down the cabin in the past. There's no way. Unless... No, there is no way. There's no way, because that's the one that Professor Nobi was at. I was going to say if there was a second cabin, but then there wasn't. Unless you count Evil Dead 1 and Evil Dead 2 being a separate cabin. But we've already solved that problem, and that's not the case. Bruce Campbell himself even said that the beginning of Evil Dead 2 is not canon, and so there is no second cabin, there is no second Necronomicon. Ash doesn't come to the cabin a second time. It doesn't count. You cut out the beginning, and you cut out the ending of Evil Dead 2. That's how you do it. And then you watch Army of Darkness, and then everything makes sense. Up until Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 1, but when you get to Season 2, the finale doesn't make any goddamn sense, unless it does create an alternate timeline, but it just doesn't matter, because when they go back to the future, that this timeline just goes off and does its own thing, and it doesn't matter. Like, this is just a brand new timeline where Ash never goes to the cabin, and a bunch of shit happens, but we never see it, because I'm pretty sure it's never brought up in Season 3. Again, I can't wait to rewatch season 3, but I'm pretty sure it's not brought up from what I remember about it. And if that happens, then this is kind of like the time travel that's featured in Dragon Ball Z. Because remember how Trunks goes back to the past in order to warn Goku and the others that the androids are coming to save the future? But then he goes back to his timeline and the androids are still there, because what he does is actually create an alternate timeline and doesn't save anything. And that's kind of the same thing with what's happening here, because Ash goes back in time, destroys the cabin, and defeats Ball in the past, but it doesn't change anything about the present. However, Pablo is alive, but I think that Pablo is only alive because Bal agreed to the deal that if Ash defeats him in combat, that Pablo will be resurrected. So the only reason that Pablo is alive is because of that deal, and actually has nothing to do with the fact that he went into the past, which is actually kind of funny, because that leads up to the Evil Dead style of humor, that Ash's whole idea to go back into the past to save Pablo actually would have never mattered, because even if he did go back and change a bunch of shit in the past, Pablo would still be dead. The only reason Pablo is still alive is because Ash wanted to fight Bal in a hand-to-hand combat match in which he lost his second new hand, but did become the winner. And in the process, burned Ruby down as well. And then the Ruby that he knew that I was actually getting closer to him and actually had some good character development, well, she got beheaded, and so she doesn't exist anymore. But, you know, that's whatever. We're back in the timeline. We're back here. We're back in 2016. Nothing's changed. Nothing's different. And I think that season 3 just very offhandedly mentions this, but doesn't have anything to do about it. I'm trying to remember season 3 as I get to the end of season 2 and realize how fucked up the timeline is, because I remember, not spoiler, you guys know Evil Dead. I remember the introduction of Ash's daughter. I remember the finale with the Kandarian demon. And I remember the bits and pieces of being in the school. I remember scenes. It's been a long time. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't get nearly as fucked up as this. But in a way, maybe the fucked up part of the timeline is part of what we love about Evil Dead. Maybe Evil Dead is never supposed to actually have a consistent, fluent, coherent, easy to follow timeline. And maybe part of the fun of it is how disjointed and non-canon the canon is. And maybe me, just being some hyper-fixated nerd, trying to figure out the timeline of the Evil Dead franchise, it's just wasting its fucking time when I could just sit and enjoy the content and not ask so many goddamn questions. And maybe that's the point. And maybe I'm losing my fucking mind making this goddamn video. I gotta do something. I gotta do something that will end the madness.
Work shed.
This big fuck. Ugh. Not even gonna mess with.
There! I'm so glad I got that done. That log's been driving me crazy. There was a really bad windstorm and this huge branch fell out of my tree. I've been slowly chopping it up day to day, but now it's finally finished. And that means I can start Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 3.
Episode 21, Family. The Season 3 opener is definitely one of the weaker overall episodes to me, and the weakest season premiere. Ash has decided to stay in Elk Grove now that he isn't reviled as an outcast, and he decides to open up a hardware/sex toy store, which is pretty funny on its own, but even funnier to me is, just like fighting evil, Ash also can't seem to avoid working retail the rest of his life. But hey, at least he's the store owner now. Meanwhile, on a Pawn Star-like TV show, a woman brings up a particular book to be looked at by an expert. Yes, it's the Necronomicon. And which Necronomicon is this? Well, you know, at this point in the story, I don't even care to question it anymore. It's just here, okay? Last season, when they traveled back to 1982, the book was left in the cabin in the forest as it burned down, and in the post-credit scene of season 2, somebody off-screen picks it up in a present-day format. But I didn't think that that could be the current timeline, because when Ash came back, nothing had changed, so That would have meant everything that happened in the original movie still happened. Also, we will see that the Ruby from 1982 is here in the present as well. So did the timeline change? Did it not change? I have no freaking idea. And you know what? It doesn't matter. But you know what does matter? Ash is a dad. Yeah. And actually, I buy this a lot more than a timeline change, because if you think about all the unprotected sex and one-night stands Ash has had over the years and his drunken binges, well, it's bound to happen. A woman from town tells him not only did she have his daughter, but they actually even got hitched. Ash doesn't remember it at all, but the child was conceived in the back of his Delta, which is great. And if the daughter is 17 in present time, that means that Ash banged this chick somewhere around the year 2001, just in case anybody wanted to know that. The daughter's name is Brandy, and she and her friend Rachel are trapped in the school as evil escapes and possesses whoever was the school mascot at the time. The mascot's name is Coogie. This is the best part of the episode. Eat your heart out, Five Nights at Freddy's. So Ash, Pablo, and Candace, Brandy's mom, show up at the school in order to rescue her. And yeah, people die. First, Rachel is turned into a deadite, and as Ash battles her, she manages to throw a symbol and decapitate Candace. Don't ever forget, no matter how important a character may seem at first, they're probably going to die if they're on this show. But again, the best part is Coogie. The demon possession basically turns the suit itself into part of its body, actually giving it sharp teeth and attempting to eat Ash. Coogie is blown the fuck up eventually with the arrival of Kelly, but she's not alone. Another new character, Dalton, is with her, claiming to be a member of something called the Knights of Samaria, searching for Ash in order to help him destroy the evil Book of the Dead for good. But then we have Brandy, who just met her dad for the first time, saw her friend and her mom die in front of her, and now Ash tries to console her by offering her a joint. Well, at least he's trying. Episode 22, Booth 3. This episode is wild. There's some lore and just a bunch of classic Evil Dead insanity. First, I'll start with Ruby. After she gets the Necronomicon back, she uses it to perform a spell impregnating herself. But we're not doing the demon spawn this time. No, this season is all about Ash being the chosen one to save the world from Deadites and his bloodline. It's the daughter aspect, it's whatever Ruby's doing. She's creating a spawn with Ash's DNA to essentially replace Ash as the chosen one. In the episode opener, she gives birth in a car where two hitchhikers stumble upon her, and we get some hilarious demon baby action. But Ruby has also been keeping tabs on Ash's current situation and is undercover at the high school as the guidance counselor in order to manipulate Brandy away from Ash and have her confide in her. Meanwhile, we have our new guy, Dalton. And what's funny about Dalton is that you would expect him to be the traditional hero. He's handsome, he's in shape, he's sworn to oath and duty to dispel evil. And because Ash is the chosen one, he even kneels down when he's in his presence. And of course, it makes Pablo super jealous that Dalton is getting kind of close with Kelly. He explains a lot more lore about the Dark Ones, the ones that created the Necronomicon, that after it was created, one Dark One stealed away the others in another dimension, which was Ruby. The Knights of Samaria managed to get the book themselves until one of them got tempted by its powers and stole it. And this is, I'm assuming, way before the events of even Army of Darkness. But apparently, for all these thousands of years, the Knights of Samaria have continued to train and educate future generations about the evil in the world and the prophesized one, which is Ash. And yeah, Ash is worried about the evil as always, but he's more worried about the thought that he might have more children out there he didn't know about. So, naturally, he heads down to the sperm bank in order to find out if any of his donations have been chosen. He tries to persuade the nurse to tell him while he's there and, well, maybe rub one out while he's here anyways. Until the second nurse turns deadite and a battle ensues. Including, not kidding, the deadite is literally shooting syringes of cum at Ash as Take On Me plays in the background. I have no words. I don't know. A lot of demon fighting characters got it bad, but did any of them have to dodge cum? I don't think so. Episode 23, Apparently Dead. The opening of this episode is great. They're having a funeral for Candace, and Ash, wanting to project the good image as a dad, shows up to comfort Brandy. But when he learns the mortician reattached Candace's head for the funeral, he knows that she's probably going to come back to life. And he's right. but as he goes to the coffin to kill her, he gets knocked out at the same time, only to wake up during the funeral itself and pop out of the coffin with her severed head attached to his balls. The lack of music and the slow awkwardness of this makes this one of the funniest scenes in the whole show for me, but here's what's not so fun. Ash sends Kelly, Pablo, Dalton to get the Kandarian dagger, not the one that they should already have, but the one left in the burned down cabin in the past timeline that they created, which in this episode is apparently not altered timeline at all because it's present day and the cabin is burned down. So wait, they actually did change the past, but I really just don't think that I can do it. I don't think I can make this work, and I think I'm done trying. I think Evil Dead has officially defeated me. I love this series. I had forgotten so much of season 3, which in a way is a good thing because I'm watching some of these scenes and I'm laughing my ass off because I don't remember them at all. But I also forgot that I guess it didn't create an alternate timeline, and that the cabin burned down in the 80s and stayed burned down, which again doesn't make any sense because then how would any of the events of the series have happened in order to get to this point? But you know what? I guess it doesn't matter. I guess in a show where you have Deadites shooting loads of cum at your main character, or you have your main character wrapped up in a colon and it gets pulled up somebody's ass, I guess in those kind of shows, continuity doesn't matter. So, you know what? I'm not even going to try. As this video is crossing the 4-hour mark, I think I did a pretty damn good job keeping everything as consistent and fluid within continuity as I possibly could. So we're just going to consider this fact that the cabin is burned down and the Kandarian dagger is there and that somehow the book stayed there for 30 years and got found by somebody else in the season 3 premiere. We're just going to assume all of that is just some sort of time variation because they went back in time. Yeah, it's going to be like fucking The Flash and Flashpoint, where you change something in time and it creates ripple effects throughout time that change various things. And we're just going to say that somehow it changed the fact that the cabin burned down, but, you know, all the events still happened, but somehow just without the cabin. So that's what we're going to assume. We're just going to go for it. It doesn't matter. I think the timeline board's done. I think it's done. I don't think that we need it anymore. I think we've ascended past the timeline board to the point where it's become obsolete. And I swear to God, if I go see Evil Dead Rise in the theaters and they add in Ash, or they merge the timelines between the 2013 remake and the Ash vs. Evil Dead timeline, I swear to fucking God. Besides all that, Dalton meets his end being attacked by the demonic force and then stabbed to a tree branch. He almost convinces Kelly that Pablo, still being infected with the book, turned and attacked him before turning into a Deadite himself, and Pablo finishes the job. Goodbye, Dalton. Well, for now. Ruby also resurrects Ash's father, who returns to the house to help persuade Brandy that Ash is the crazy one. After Brandy is knocked out with a can of pork and beans, she wakes up at the exact moment that Ash is gutting his Deadite father with a chainsaw, covering her in blood. And I honestly don't think you can be a main character on the show without getting showered in blood a few times. That's why Dalton would have never made it. Episode 24, Unfinished Business. The title references back to when Ash's dad was killed in Season 2. Realizing that Ash was right and that demons are real, he had some big important secret he wanted to tell him before getting run over by a car. But here, his dad's ghost is able to come back and interact with Ash momentarily to deliver the message. Apparently a few years before Ash returned to Elk Grove, another member of the Knights of Samaria came to town searching for Ash, carrying with him some more important pages of the book. But Ash's dad thought it was nonsense. They got in a fight, and then he knocked the knight down a flight of stairs, thinking that he killed him, so he just decided to lock him in the basement with the pages. Back at the house, Kelly is being chased down by Pablo. Dalton was correct in the assumption that evil was not finished with Pablo yet. Brandy comes back to the house as well, and her and Kelly take refuge in Ash's trailer, parked in the driveway, as Pablo tries to get in. He does manage to bite Kelly's leg, resulting in her having a Pablo mouth. And also, we got to talk about Ruby. She's been using the Necronomicon to communicate with someone via a small portal on the page. this person is apparently imprisoned and knows that one of the knights are with Ash, causing Ruby to find the still Deadite-infected Dalton. She removes the demon within him in order to interrogate him, but he shoots himself in the head before she gets any good answers. Still, all the while, this character completely dedicated to the cause, as if he's in a serious action movie. Actually, I kind of like how it juxtaposes everything else. But now he's dead. While checking out the basement, the knight that was thrown down there wrote a bunch of passages on the wall before he died, perhaps creating portals. After some tentacles have their fun with Ash, not like the tree branches outside the cabin, but still some fun, Ash is transported to Ruby's home location, seeing the trapped hitchhiker victim and the demon child that's now grown to toddler size. Truthfully, this is what all children look like to me. It's nasty. Episode 25, Baby Proof. Ash fights a toddler. Yeah. I'm a little surprised it took this long for it to happen, but it does. He realizes the toddler looks kind of like him and even has a little baby chainsaw hand, except it's made out of his actual flesh and bone, and it's a part of his body. It actually is a baby created by using Ash's DNA along with Ruby's, intended to kill him and take his place as the prophesized one. So it's essentially a demonic Ash. So we could theoretically call this Evil Ash number 3. We have had 3 separate Evil Ash incarnations throughout the franchise now, maybe 4 if you count the puppet. But not as crazy as this fight. The hitchhiker hostage loses her head, and then the toddler crawls up her vagina and begins controlling the body, using it like a flesh Gundam to attack Ash. So the only way to stop this, obviously, is to plug up her holes and keep the baby in there. Thinking quickly, Ash uses this random bowling ball collection in the house, to shove up the neck hole and the vag hole, trapping the evil Ash inside. I don't know what the writers were smoking for this one, but thank God it exists. As for the others, Pablo makes it inside the mobile home, but Brandy stabs him with the Kandarian dagger, sending his consciousness to a dimension where he meets his deceased uncle, the Brujo. The Brujo makes him make a choice by instinct in order to dispel the evil within him for good and officially become the shaman that he was meant to be. Of course, Pablo does make the right choice because he's a badass, but Kelly doesn't know what his unconscious body is doing, and she actually sells the emotion of losing Pablo for good very well here. It's honestly some great acting, I would say. And when he finally comes to, she does kiss him, something that he's always wanted. But this new enlightened Pablo has no time for smooching ladies right now. He heads out of the camper determined to find Ash and end this for good. And of course, at the end, when Ash tries to prove that the toddler is evil, he can't. Ruby takes the toddler back, but Ash does manage to escape with Brandy. Episode 26, Tales from the Rift. Some really cool lore is introduced in this, but first, Kelly shows up at Ruby's home and blasts her face off. That's awesome. But this Ruby still has that annoying regeneration factor. She even survives Kelly throwing a grenade at her by pulling herself back together. Kelly honestly does put up a pretty good fight, despite the regeneration and power difference. She's determined to end everything with the new motivation from what happened to Pablo. She wants to finish this herself. But unfortunately, Ruby is ultimately too strong and manages to stab Kelly with the Kandarian dagger, and then uses Kelly's body as a vessel to bring the woman from the Necronomicon she was speaking to back. And this ties into Ash's plot of the episode 2. 4 more members of the Knights of Samaria arrive at Ash's house, and Ash takes them to the incantations written on the wall under his hardware store. So the woman that Ruby is trying to rescue and put into Kelly's body is a character named Kaya, a human and former member of the Knights of Samaria who was tempted by the book's darkness and is the one who teamed up with Ruby to banish all other Dark Ones to another dimension. I guess with Baal out of the way, Ruby decides to go back to her original flame. Just don't tell Ash it's 2 chicks or he'll probably want to watch. But the coolest element is this idea of the dimension called the Deadlands. We'll get more on that soon, but it's a place that you don't want to be. It's where all the other Dark Ones were imprisoned, but it took Kaya along with it. At the hardware store, Pablo arrives with his newfound shaman abilities, and he's able to read the text that opens a rift to that dimension. One of the knights decides to enter it, and near instantly gets corrupted with evil. He becomes a very different kind of Deadite than we've seen before, with the ability to assimilate other humans with him. Like, he touches them and they begin to fuse to his body and become evil as well. It reminds me a bit of John Carpenter's The Thing. The best part is when he rips one of the knight's heads off and the head fuses with his hand, still attached to the spine, and uses the spine like a weapon. It's pretty cool. Ash is able to defeat him, leaving only one night left out of the 4 from this giant massacre. But as Ash rushes back home to get Brandy, Kelly's body has arrived that is still possessed by Kaya. Episode 27, Twist and Shout. This is one of those episodes where the convoluted plot of Season 3 gets even weirder, but it does have some good moments. Evil Ash 3 grows to a full-size adult, and once again we have Bruce Campbell playing his evil self. But this version is completely subservient to Ruby. It's all part of her plan to have this Ash go on a massacre in order to convince Brandy to kill him, but have Brandy kill the actual real Ash. Then Evil Ash 3 takes on the original Ash's place as the prophesized one. Makes sense? I don't know, whatever. The majority of this episode taking place at a school dance that Brandy still wants to go to despite being surrounded by evil, but hey, she is still a teenager. There, Evil Ash 3 begins killing the kids one by one just as Ruby tries to convince Brandy that Ash is the true evil one. Since Kelly is technically dead, but her body possessed by Kaya, she also helps in the manipulation. But when Pablo arrives and Kaya attempts to lure him in, he realizes she's not who she says she is, but his feelings for Kelly makes him unable to pull the trigger. The most important part of this episode is its ending, after Ruby convinces Brandy and makes Ash chainsaw her guts, making it look like she was killed, waiting to regenerate until after Ash is killed. But then the evil Ash bursts into the room fighting with Pablo, finally making Brandy realize that, no shit, Ruby was lying. Ash blows off Evil Ash's head with the shotgun, much easier target when he's a full-grown man, I would say, but this pisses off Ruby, so she throws the dagger to kill Ash, only to have Brandy jump in the way instead. Yes, Brandy does die, but her soul awakens within a hell dimension. We are finally seeing where all the damn souls go when they get entangled with demon kind. Yes, this is the Deadlands. And honestly, I'm stoked that this series decided to do this and actually takes us into one of these weird dimensions. It's a good direction for the show to go, despite not loving the overall all over the place feeling of Season 3, but this is a concept I really enjoy. Episode 28, Rifting Apart. So for the visual aesthetic of the Deadlands, it's sort of like a washed out empty version of the town of Elk Grove. I don't want to say it, but it is kind of similar to the upside down world of Stranger Things, which is a super popular show that premiered just a couple of years before Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 3, so I can kind of feel its influence here. But basically, the recently deceased are here, and I suppose this is more like a purgatory or temporary dimension before the stop to true hell. The most prominent force is this shadow demon, and I don't think it even has an official name, but it terrorizes the souls that are here, and if it catches them, to me, it looks like it's literally swallowing them. The "I swallow your soul" is something that a lot of the demons say, so maybe it's a reference to this moment, or maybe it just means what is going to happen to you when you're actually dead. Down here, Brandy comes across Kelly, and even Dalton comes back for another episode. Look at that guy. Meanwhile, Ash and Pablo steal Brandy's corpse and take it to the basement in a plan to bring her back. Not by time travel this time, thank fucking God, but by opening a rift down here like before and bringing them out. But instead of opening it and just trying to walk in, potentially turning them into a Deadite-like thing like what happened before, Ash decides that he will kill himself with the Kandarian dagger in order to get there and then bring them back when Pablo opens the rift. So yeah, canonically, this episode is the first time that Ash is actually killed. Sort of by suicide, but also Pablo holds the blade too, so we can also blame Pablo. And that means that every main character, Ash, Pablo, Kelly, and Ruby, have all been officially killed at least once in the series. Once Ash dies, he realizes that navigating the Deadlands doesn't make a lot of sense because every door leads to a different location. I imagine it's designed kind of like a labyrinth in order to keep you here long enough for the Shadow Demon to catch you and swallow your soul. I also had a really funny thought about what Scotty's reaction would have been when he got here. Imagine if you found Scotty still running around in horror for over 30 years. Man, that'd be awesome. He's just not caught because he's a badass. I miss Scotty. Dalton decides to distract the Shadow Demon long enough for Ash to get the girls to the rift location, so sorry Dalton, you did your best, but say goodbye to your soul. After Pablo takes out a Deadite in the physical world, he manages to get back to the basement and open the rift. Ash and Brandy are able to come through, their souls returning to their bodies, but Kelly's body currently has a soul in it. she has nowhere to return to, and so she's still trapped behind. I really like this episode, and it might be my favorite of season 3. I like digging into this lore and discovering, what does happen when someone is killed by demonic forces in this universe? The shadow creature is pretty scary and ominous, and since there's next to no information on what it is, it makes it that much creepier. And Kelly not being able to come back makes sense, yet she's still a presence in the show. So kudos to the writers for this episode, I really dig it. Episode 29, Judgment Day. Almost to the end, and what better way to begin to wrap up the TV series than by bringing on the apocalypse? The other Dark Ones, once betrayed by Ruby and trapped in the Deadlands, also find their way through the rift. These creatures are awesome. Never see what their true forms look like. They're always shrouded in these giant red cloaks and they're speaking some strange language, but they are here to take revenge on Ruby and reclaim ownership of the Necronomicon once again and control the evil within it to dominate the world. Ruby and Kaya kill the last remaining Knight of Samaria and use a piece of her flesh to make a new page of the book, but ultimately, it's useless. Ash shows up to face them down, but Ruby is proving to be too powerful. In perhaps the most tragic moment of the entire franchise, she rips Ash's chainsaw off his hand and crushes it in front of him. Damn, that's cold. And I gotta think, the way that Ash is, this is probably still the same chainsaw from the original Evil Dead films. It's truly one of the saddest deaths of the series. But then the Dark Ones show up, and I gotta say, this is one of the most hardcore moments I've seen in the show. They literally rip Kaya's soul out of Kelly's body, they bring her actual naked body with them, toss it to the ground, and then they forcibly put her soul back in her body just so they can instantly kill her again by burning her alive. Bro, she didn't even have one split second of a chance. The Dark Ones mean serious business. I loved it. And then after that, they melt Ruby instantly. The Dark Ones are so incredibly powerful, it's ridiculous. During the commotion, Ash grabs the book and gives probably the best comment when he watches Ruby finally die for good.
Oh, Ruby, I'm melting! Fuck off, bitch!
Even just with the Dark One's presence, it causes a huge amount of evil to disperse amongst the town. People are becoming deadites all over, and even Brandy's phone gets possessed. They give her some great little moments fighting and killing it, similar to Ash fighting many of the various creatures he's had to do. Eventually, Pablo finds her, and they try to get to Ash before he can get to the rift. Ash just wants to be able to bring Kelly back to life, not realizing the other darkness coming out of it. Eventually, Ash crashes his car, and the Dark Ones arrive, tossing Ash aside like nothing, and adding the removed pages to the book, making it complete for the first time in ages. The skies begin to storm, winds come from every direction, and the ground begins to break beneath them. It's just Ash, Pablo, and Brandy looking on as we get, a motherfucking kaiju rising from the ground. Yeah, I love giant monsters, man. Let's go. The final episode, episode 30, The Medal of Men. Unfortunately, Ash vs. Evil Dead would not get a season 4, so they needed to try to wrap up everything in one fell swoop, which is probably why they decided to go for the apocalypse angle in the last 2 episodes. Now, this entity is called Kandar the Destroyer, and I have to wonder if this is like the purest version of the evil of the Necronomicon. I remember in Evil Dead 2, they manifest the evil into a corporeal form, and it's basically a giant tree monster. This monster is still giant, but much bigger and definitely doesn't resemble a tree. So maybe how they conjured it in Evil Dead 2 was limited by the surroundings, or maybe this is just a completely different demon altogether, because it also seems like evil just radiates from it. Humans throughout town are turned into deadites at a rapid rate. Whatever the case may be, it's definitely end times, and the only one that can stop it is the prophesized one. But unlike Ash's usual reluctance, this one makes sense. I mean, it's a motherfucking kaiju Cthulhu world destroyer. What's he gonna do? I really like the moment where Ash contemplates giving up and saying that he never asked for any of this, and it's his daughter that gives him the pep talk he needs to find some motivation. But first things first, they need to revive Kelly. Ash makes his way back to the rift through the sewer, facing a horde of deadites all at once. And they also call back to the necklace that Ash gave Linda in the original Evil Dead films. He's apparently been keeping it on him in his pocket this entire time, and he decides to give it to his daughter. It's a touching moment, actually, and as he once gave it to a girl that he loved, now he is again, only this time the girl is his daughter. Pablo has also become so badass at this point that his upgrading shaman powers basically allow him to walk in both worlds, and the Deadeyes don't even attack him. He's able to make it through the rift without needing to die, and he pulls Kelly's soul back into her body just himself. And just as when he came back, they kiss once again. And even though it's not stated, I think after 30 episodes, maybe they're finally a couple. Well, maybe. Another great moment is when the military arrives, one of the soldiers gets possessed, and the Deadite starts attacking all the others, and leave it to Kelly to pick up some heavy artillery and blow it away. She's definitely always been the best with guns throughout the entire series, and I'm glad that she gets a moment here in the final episode, because most of it she spends dead. But then they all get to a van to be safely taken out of town. Pablo informs Ash that all the human weapons are only making Kandar stronger, and if they plan to nuke him, he will be unstoppable. The only weakness is the Kandarian dagger, so Ash fully owns up to his responsibility. He locks the door of the van and says goodbye to his team, ready to take on the burden himself and accept his destiny. He is the prophesized one, the hero from the sky, the Jefe. He's Ash motherfucking Williams. So he steals a tank and charges at Kandar, duct taping the dagger to one of the missiles, and as Kandar picks up the tank, Ash fires it, blasting the demon in the mouth and supposedly destroying it from the inside out. But here is where things get controversial. See, Kandar falls to the ground on top of the tank, looking like it's crushed, but there's a POV shot of Ash being dragged off by somebody wearing the Knights of Samaria ring. Then we cut to Ash waking up in some strange room with weird technology around him, followed by an android-looking girl coming into the room, bowing as one of the knights. And when Ash asks about his daughter's safety, she says she will explain everything. Nothing is explained. Instead, we get a look at a world which seems like the apocalypse did in fact still happen, similar to the original ending of Army of Darkness, which I'm sure it's a deliberate callback, and then she shows Ash this Mad Max version of his car. And he gets suited up and in the driver's seat, driving off into the distance as the episode ends. And there's no post-credit scene this time. Now I have multiple thoughts, and if Ash killed Kandar, the Destroyer, then okay, but the Dark Ones are still on Earth, so they may have summoned something else or even resurrected it, because they still were in possession of the book. So maybe they did still cause the apocalypse to happen as Ash was unconscious. But why wait so long to wake Ash back up? Well, there's honestly no telling how much time has passed. You would assume, as an android-looking chick, that it's very far into the future, but anything is possible. It's just frustrating to not know how long it's been, and are Kelly, Pablo, and Brandy even still alive? Are they old people by this time? Who knows? And I think that's the most disappointing thing, is its uncertainty. There's also the theory that this epilogue could be a dream that Ash has had, or even Ash going to the afterlife. But it's not a Deadite Hellland version of it. I mean, think about it. He's got a hot babe sidekick, a badass car, he's called the King, riding off into the sunset. Maybe he did save the world, and this is his send-off into heaven. But again, we don't know. The series cancellation was announced just days before the final episode aired, and Bruce Campbell has said that he has officially retired from playing the Ash character, at least in live action, but he'll still provide the voice in video games and even a potential animated series that is currently in development. But considering the fact that he was in his mid to late 50s during this series, and just how hardcore he took the role, all of the fighting, the screaming, getting covered in blood, shit, and cum, I mean, he put a lot into this. And if you think about it, all 3 seasons gave us 15 hours of pure insanity and more Evil Dead. That's more than one Evil Dead 4 movie could have given us on its own. I still am in many ways flabbergasted that this show even happened, and that it lasted for 3 seasons. After so many failed attempts and ideas, we really did get our Ash back, and we got so much of him. We got to see his hometown, we got to meet his father, his daughter, we got a great new additions to the franchise with Pablo and Kelly, and the show got to be a hard R, show anything, as much blood as they wanted, do anything kind of series. It honestly is a blessing, and I love this show for giving us that. When it comes to Season 3 on its own, it is my least favorite, but it still has some fantastic moments. I think in general, Season 3 got a little too convoluted and all over the place. The timeline change is one thing, but part of me also thinks it should have been time to move on from Ruby. I love Lucy Lawless, of course, but I would have liked to see something different as far as the antagonist goes this time around. But it did have some good additions, especially finally showing the other Dark Ones and ending on the giant kaiju demon monster. but I still think that season 3 lost a little something that the first 2 had. Again, I don't dislike it, but I feel like it could have been better. As for the ending, I'm kind of split. Knowing this is truly the last time we will see Ash, it does bum me out that it's such a cliffhanger. But I can also see the merit in it. Evil Dead 1 and 2 both ended in cliffhangers, and the original ending of Army of Darkness was supposed to do that as well. So in a way, the TV series gives us that original Army of Darkness ending, but with some added flair of Ash, instead of crying out against it, he's embracing it, ready to face whatever danger comes next. And that is who Ash is deep down. As long as he's alive, he will be fighting. Only this time, he's accepted it. And it really feels sad to end my journey with Ash. You know, as much as I want to get this video done and over with finally, I feel like I've been on this incredible, disgusting, and bloody adventure with him for so long that I'm really getting sad ending it. Bruce Campbell and the Ash character defined an entire generation of horror, and he is going to be forever iconic for the rest of cinema history. Sure, you have your Luke Skywalkers, your Indiana Jones, your so many different Batmen, but I'll be damned if you don't also count Ashley J. Williams as part of that list of extraordinary movie heroes. And of course, it's not the end of the video. Ash vs. Evil Dead aired its final episode on April 29th of 2018, and news of the Evil Dead franchise went silent, but only for a little while this time, because in 2019, it was announced that Evil Dead was coming back, but sadly not a continuation of the show. Instead, it would be a film under the Ghost House Picture Studio, the same one that did the 2013 remake, and executive produced by Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell again. But it's still unclear on if this movie has any connection to the 2013 movie and universe, at least at the time of me writing this. The new film, Evil Dead Rise, will be out by the time this video drops, and it is the last piece of the puzzle for the franchise for me to review. It was actually originally planned to come out directly to streaming, with HBO Max being its host, and generally that's not a good sign. However, after reviewing the film, and apparently the studio thought it was too good to just go to streaming, so they actually bumped it up to be in a theatrical release. And that is incredibly promising. The director of the film chosen was Lee Cronin. He's only made one other feature film called The Hole in the Ground from 2019. I have not seen it, so I can't comment on it. But similarly to FREDDY Alvarez with the 2013 remake, he was also handpicked by Sam Raimi to do it. And it continues the theme of giving the newer/younger directors a crack at the franchise, just like Raimi when he was making his original. The trailers for the film look pretty promising, and clearly they are once again going back to the pure horror roots and removing the comedy. All I gotta say before seeing it is, look, I prefer my Evil Dead with Ash, but the 2013 movie proved to me that you can make a cool Evil Dead movie without him, so I'm willing to give it a shot and go in with an open mind. But before I get to that final film, I do want to take a brief moment to give you guys my rankings of the entire franchise up till now, and my top 10 favorite demons.
All right, so the time has come for me to try to rank the Evil Dead franchise in a tier list format. I also realized right before I started recording this that I looked up Ash vs. Evil Dead reviews on YouTube, and not only are there hardly any, but the ones that are up aren't really that in-depth. They're very basic overviews of the season. So I'm kind of proud of myself for doing the Ash vs. Evil Dead series one episode at a time. You know, when I first decided to do that, I was like, man, that's really daunting. That's going to take so much time. But I'm kind of glad that I did it because nobody else has done it on YouTube. So I feel like I'm the first person to really kind of like go through the Ash vs. Evil Dead series from start to finish and really talk about the whole thing. So I'm excited about that. But here we are, guys. We got to rank and do some tier lists. Now, a couple of stipulations here, because I could easily, without question, put Evil Dead 1, 2, and Army of Darkness right up into S tier. I love all three of those movies so much. I've seen them a million times. They're all beautiful in their own ways. I would give them all a 10 out of 10 in their own way. But I just think that it wouldn't be fair to rank so many movies so high. So I'm going to add a little bit of a stipulation on this tier list, and that is S tier is only allowed one entry, and A tier is only allowed 2 entries. Okay, so that makes it a little bit more difficult. And then B, I'm going to say, is allowed 3, C is allowed 3, and that would be all the movies. I don't think any of the movies is going to end up in D tier. I didn't even put an F tier on here because, look, unless Evil Dead Rise is just a steaming pile of dog shit,
there's no reason for an F tier. That is the only outlier at this point. Now, I know by the time the video goes up, the movie will be out, so you might have seen it. At the time of recording this, I have not seen it yet. So that's still in limbo. So we're waiting on that one, but I'm going to rank the rest. Now, if you have watched the entire video up to this point, you know that the very first Evil Dead movie has a very special place in my heart, and it's not just about Evil Dead itself, but it's also about what you can do with no budget, with a group of friends, just getting a camera and a barrel of Karo syrup and red food dye, and just deciding to make the scariest movie you can possibly make as your first movie. I think there's something beautiful, there's something inspiring about that. And like I said, overall, I prefer kind of that classic horror vibe, that low budget, old school style of filmmaking. And it's something really, really special to me. So for me, for my personal, my personal preferences, everybody's list is going to be different, but for me, I think the original, the OG, the first Evil Dead movie is going to be the one that is going to get my S tier. Now, I said S tier is only allowed one, but if it didn't, I would put Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness both in S tier. But since I'm limiting it, then obviously both of those movies go into A tier. There's no question about it whatsoever. I think Evil Dead 2 really solidifies the feeling of Evil Dead, the tone of it, where they do add in that little bit of extra humor, that slapstick, that kind of bizarre, off-the-wall, batshit craziness. Army of Darkness triple downs on that, quadruple downs on that, and basically is like Evil Dead 2 is a horror with comedy. Army of Darkness is definitely a comedy with horror. But those movies are quintessential, they're amazing, they're the best, and I don't think anything could ever possibly top them, really. Evil Dead, the remake from 2013, I think is a really solid horror movie. Again, it's hard for me to consider Evil Dead without Ash. It's just a weird concept, but if you just look at it on its own merits, as just its own piece of cinema, and you try not to think about the originals and you just watch it as is, it's a pretty good, solid horror movie with some pretty dope moments, and the climax is pretty iconic. I think it's going to stand the test of time. So I got to put that in the B tier. Not quite A tier, because when it comes to Evil Dead, it's not quite what I'm looking for, but it's pretty damn close. Now, Ash vs. Evil Dead, the TV series, just kind of blew me out of the water. I did not expect that series to be as fantastic as it was. Going back and rewatching it now, this is only the second time I've ever watched it through, and I'm kind of mad at myself that I've only ever watched it once before this video. I'm going to watch this dozens of more times. I liked it so much more even this time around than the first time. Now, I still think that the first season is the best. I think it might have just been the happiness of seeing Evil Dead once again, of seeing Ash again, but I like the story of it. Elagos is a badass. I like kind of leading to the cabin and having the last climactic parts, the last 3 episodes be at the cabin. I like a lot of the callbacks, like the severed hand coming back. And overall, I think it's just the best full fluid season from start to finish. So that is also going to get my B tier at the top spot of B tier. Next is Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 2. And I feel pretty similar about Season 1 that I do with Season 2. I like Season 1 a little bit better, but Season 2 I definitely think has some really cool concepts. I kind of actually like Ruby being more of an anti-hero on Ash's side rather than the antagonist. Ball was a cool concept, but I wish they would have done a little bit more with him, but I do like a lot of the other stuff that's happening, minus the time travel, time change thing at the end that doesn't make any goddamn sense. But regardless, I think that's the second best season, so I'm going to put that next to that. Now, here's the controversial one, the Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 3. I really like moments of Season 3. I like the Deadlands segment. I like the final episode. I like when Ash is in the coffin with the severed head of Brandy's mom. There are things that I really like about Season 3, but overall, for consistency from start to finish, I think Season 3 is definitely the most convoluted. I think the plot's kind of all over the place. I think it doesn't have as clear of a direction as Seasons 1 and Season 2. And it definitely feels like they had to wrap things up very quickly with the series cancellation. So since I'm only limiting B tier to 3, and this might upset people, I might put Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 3 below it, meaning I like the remake a little bit more, which is totally blasphemous. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, do I actually agree with that? I feel like they should be on the same tier. You know what? maybe they should be on the same tier. I feel like I kind of feel the same way about them. So you know what? All right. I'm going to bring the Evil Dead remake down to C. I changed my mind. I'm going to bring it down to C. So I think that's where we're at right now, because it is kind of blasphemous to put that above. But if I'm only using B tier for 3, I don't think Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 3 can be up in B tier. So yeah, I changed my mind. So this is my list so far. So number 1, I have the original Evil Dead. Number 2, Evil Dead 2. Number 3, Army of Darkness. Number 4, Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 1. Number 5, Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 2. And Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 3. So really it kind of goes in order. I just realized that. Minus the remake, which technically would have come out in between Army of Darkness and Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 1. But regardless of that, I kind of feel like they've slowly declined over time. But that's not a bad thing, really. It's just like they've been able to maintain that consistency for a really, really long time, because each one I only like slightly less than the previous one. Evil Dead 2 is pretty close to Evil Dead. Army of Darkness is pretty close to Evil Dead 2, so they're all kind of neck and neck. So I think that's the direction. Now, yeah, you could look at that in a bad way, is that like H1 gets progressively worse, but it's not that it gets worse. It's just that that beginning portion, that beginning half is just so goddamn good that it's kind of like you're never going to be able to reach those peaks again. It's like once you throw out that 10 out of 10 perfection, Evil Dead 1, 2, Army of Darkness, like it's kind of hard to like ever match that quality once again, no matter what you do. Now, Evil Dead Rise is the only one left, and I'm going to go see that in 2 days from now. Very, very close to the deadline of this video. And then hopefully upload it after that. So I will return to this tier list after I see it and give you my full rankings. And besides just my tier list, I am also going to give you my top 10 favorite demons in the entire Evil Dead franchise. Obviously, Evil Dead has a ton of different deadites and monsters and demons and creations, and there is a lot to love here, but I'm going to narrow it down to 10 and give you guys my top 10 favorite demons. At number 10, I got to go with the hand puppet Ash. I don't really know what this creature actually is. It's probably just a creation by Baal, but whatever it is, I just love puppets, and anything I love more than puppets is like demonic bloodthirsty puppets. So it's got to have a spot here. At my number 9 is the Kandarian demon from Evil Dead 2 in its tree form. There's something I really appreciate about the giant foam puppet head that kind of burst through the door in Evil Dead 2. I love that they went that far with it. I love that they tried to go as extreme with Evil Dead 2 as possible and create a giant tree monster that reaches into the cabin and grabs Ash. Something about that is super awesome, always stuck with me, and it's just fantastic overall. At my number 8, I'm going to go with Evil Ash, the first Evil Ash from Army of Darkness. How could you not? First time Bruce Campbell was really playing a villain, even though he was possessed before, but this is kind of the full incarnation of it. He leads a demonic army of skeletons against a castle. What more do you want? At my number 7 is Henrietta. Poor Henrietta. She's just the wife of a scientist hanging out in a cabin, and then she gets possessed by demons, and she becomes the grossest, nastiest, most disgusting deadite pretty much in the entire series, making Ash drink out of her tit and just looking like this. I don't know what it is. Her neck elongates into some weird monkey sound while she attacks. She's the one that says, "I'll swallow your soul" for the first time. Henrietta is pretty iconic, and it definitely goes to show that it doesn't matter even if the demon is in the body of an old lady, they can still be incredibly powerful and hard to beat. My number 6 is going to be Kandar the Destroyer, the giant kaiju creature that happens at the end of Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 3. I love that they went that far with it. I love that they ended the series with a giant Cthulhu-like beast, and whether or not it's actually related to the tree demon from Evil Dead 2 or something completely different doesn't really matter. I love the design of it. I wish they would have shown more of it, but I understand with a TV budget, they were kind of under restraints and couldn't have a ton of CGI, so it makes sense, but the shots that we do get of it are pretty cool and satisfying nonetheless. My number 5 pick is going to be Ash's evil hand. Yeah, the evil hand. The hand that had to be cut off with a chainsaw, that was running around the cabin, giving Ash the finger, even killed Annie at the end of the day, and somehow miraculously survived for 30 years to be found by Ruby later. and then regenerate into its own secondary evil ash. My number 4 pick is going to be that shadow demon from the Deadlands realm. We get next to no information about what it is. We don't know if it's a demon, if it's a former dark one, if it's like Satan itself. I don't know what it is. It's just a shadow that chases around the lost souls that are within the Deadlands and swallows them up whole. Where do they go? Transported to hell? I don't know. It doesn't speak. It just moves amongst the shadows and swallows you up, and that is terrifying. My number 3 pick is going to be Cheryl, the very first Deadite that we see in the series, Ash's sister. There's just something about the way Cheryl looked in the first Evil Dead and just the iconic nature of it being the very first Deadite that we see. She's the first one possessed and the last one killed in that movie. It was also cool to see her come back in that episode of Ash vs. Evil Dead. The makeup looks fantastic, just always stuck out in my mind. My number 2 pick is going to be the Dark Ones from Ash vs. Evil Dead. Again, we only know that they created the Necronomicon in order to control the evil, to basically rule over the world, and then were banished to the Deadlands, but they're insanely powerful. I like the look. I like basically that we don't know what they look like. Like, they're just shrouded in the red cloaks, and they are so fucking strong. They killed Ruby in an instant. I love that they just ripped out Kaya's soul, threw it back in her body, and then killed her again. I don't know. These guys are badasses. But the number 1 best demon in all of Evil Dead, I gotta say, I gotta give it up again for Elagos in Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 1. This is one of the coolest looking creatures, just that gray skin that looks like it's torn off at the arms, the jaw that kind of stays in place while the creature vibrates. I love that it attacks your mind. It can attack you physically and mentally. It's so fucking cool looking. And it was one of the first like real demons that we saw that wasn't just a possessed person or a deadite, but an actual full-fledged demon. So it's got that iconic nature to it too. I just love the look of the creature. I love the fight that happens with it. This thing is fantastic. The best design demon in all of Evil Dead, in my opinion. Are you guys still with me? Have you been through the entire video up until this point? You've lasted this long. We've gone through so many different iterations and lore and timelines and variations of Deadites, and now we have finally arrived at Evil Dead Rise, which I just got back from the theater from. I'm going to talk about Evil Dead Rise, and we're going to do a brief non-spoiler portion and then a spoiler portion, because I do realize if this video does drop when Evil Dead Rise is still fairly new, you might not want spoilers right away. I'm not sure. Maybe some of you just, clicked really far into the video and this is the only portion you want to see because you want to know if you should go see it or not. I will tell you, I went to go see Evil Dead Rise tonight, and there was 2 things that happened right as the movie began that I noticed. Number 1, to the right side of me, there was like a 10-year-old child seeing the movie with his dad. And this child was super stoked and pumped about the movie. And I just, I want to be that dad someday. I want to be that cool dad that takes their kid to an R-rated horror movie and traumatizes them. That's what I want to do. It made me reflect on my own past and remember when I was a kid and my dad, he introduced me to a lot of the R-rated movies I loved as a kid, like the Alien franchise, for example. I remember watching Aliens with him, and I bring that one up specifically because this movie has a lot of vibes of not just Evil Dead, but also other horror movies like Aliens. There's a huge Aliens influence in this movie. Also a little bit of The Thing, but we'll get to that. Now, to the left side of me was a couple of kids, not kids, like teenagers. Maybe they were like late teens, early 20s, I don't know. But this chick next to me kept pulling out her phone the entire goddamn movie. And it's crazy to me that the etiquette of the 10-year-old child to my right was so much better than the etiquette of like the 19-year-old girl to my left. Like every 5 minutes she would pull out her phone. It would be right in the middle of a big, gigantic, climactic scene. And she would pull out her phone. And I'm like, who the fuck are you texting that is more important than watching deadites get chopped up alive? I can't picture anybody in my life. But beyond that, I'm home now, and it's time to talk about it. And let's get into Evil Dead Rise here. Okay, so first, non-spoiler feelings about Evil Dead Rise. I will say that I think this is a pretty fun, entertaining horror movie, and I really appreciated a couple of things. Number one is how many nods and references there are to the Evil Dead franchise. There's actually a ton of Easter eggs in this movie, just all over the place. The movie is literally like riddled with Easter eggs of the Evil Dead franchise, both in direct references and then also in lines of dialogue that the characters say, and even particular shots that are mimicked exactly from Evil Dead 1 and Evil Dead 2. So I really appreciated that. The other thing that I appreciated is that there is a ton of practical effects in this movie. A lot of gore effects. There's a lot of gore, a lot of violence. I would say it's not 100% on par with the level of gore and violence of the Evil Dead 2013 remake, but it's pretty close. It's pretty close that they pretty much push the bar to around the same level, but there is a lot of practical effects and a ton of blood, and people do get fucked up in this movie, which was great to see. Like, basically, the movie centers around a family that is in this high-rise apartment building, which is part of the reason why it's called Evil Dead Rise. Another reason, I believe, is because it's leading to just like the rise of the Deadites and kind of the future of where they might want to take this franchise. So you're dealing with this mother character who has 3 children, and her sister comes to visit her because her sister is a little bit estranged, and she's pregnant, and she wants to talk to her about it. She wants to kind of like reconcile their differences, and so she comes to the apartment. At some point, a Necronomicon is found. It is, and this time they actually do use the recordings, where in the Evil Dead 2013 remake, they just kind of read from the book itself. But in this one, it's not a tape recorder, but there's like vinyls that they find, and they play the vinyls. So I really like that they brought that aspect back. I feel like it's a lot creepier when you hear some old researcher kind of talking about his experiences reading from the book, and then having to explain that everything's fucked up, everyone's dying. The only way to stop it is bodily dismemberment. So I love that all that is called back to. So the mother character basically kind of leads the charge as being the first Deadite that we see, and kind of our main antagonist Deadite. And the actress does a great job playing this creepy, demonically possessed mom that's kind of luring her children in. She has 3 children. I'm not sure quite how old they're all supposed to be. There's like a daughter that's the oldest, I'm assuming is like early 20s. There's a teenage son, and then there's like a little girl that basically really reminded me of Newt from Aliens. And that's the Aliens vibe I got from this, which leads to her relationship with our main character, Beth, who kind of has the same kind of relationship as Ripley in Aliens, where she's feeling that like maternal vibe with the child, and then also that instinct to protect and to not let anything happen to her whatsoever throughout the course of the movie. And she's kind of like the prized possession to make sure, you know, nothing horrible happens within this amazingly horrible situation. There's even a scene very reminiscent to Aliens at the end of this movie, so that's just the vibe I got. But it's not just Aliens. There's a lot of horror movie vibes and horror movie influence throughout it, and with Evil Dead, they do a lot of tributes to Sam Raimi style camera work with the zooming camera, a lot of interesting shots, and there were some moments in this movie that were darkly humorous. They actually didn't ignore the humor entirely. Now, I will say that it's like 90% pure horror, but there are some moments that actually shocked me with how goofy they went with it, and I was like, that's totally Evil Dead. Like, I don't think this is spoiling anything. This is just minor thing that happens. This is just something that happens. I won't tell you who it happens to or what the event is. But you remember how in Evil Dead 2, where a Deadite's eye pops out and it flies across the screen and it lands in one of the girls' mouths? That happens in this movie. And it just is one of those moments that comes out of nowhere. And I'm just like, I really did not expect that to happen. Like, they actually paid tribute to a little bit of the goofiness to it. So I appreciated that. They also leave this movie very open-ended, so there could be many sequels to this or many more sequels to this. I know one of the main things you're probably curious about is, does this connect to any of the other Evil Dead movies? Well, it could, but there's not a defining moment or scene or situation that specifically connects it. I would say watching it, it would make sense and it wouldn't contradict anything for it to be connected to the 2013 remake. It could definitely be connected, but there's nothing in the movie itself that, specifically connects it to that movie. It definitely can't be connected to the Ash and Evil Dead universe, simply because, there's a lot of differences. So I couldn't see it actually being connected to that universe. But then again, with a Necronomicon, dimension hopping, time travel, anything is possible, right? Now, my gripes with the movie, I have a couple. Number one is that I didn't attach to these characters as much as I wanted to. Not that I deeply attached to the characters in the 2013 remake, but I did connect very deeply to the main character, Mia. In this movie, the main character, Beth, I like her, but I wouldn't put her on the same level. I wouldn't put her on the same level as Mia, and definitely not the same level as Ash, but that's not fair. That's not a fair comparison. She works fine as a protagonist, but that's the thing, is that she's just fine. She's a good protagonist. She works for a horror. If you'd never seen an Evil Dead movie and you just watch this as a horror movie, she's a perfectly fine final girl. And like I said, you have that kind of maternal theme to it with protecting the youngest girl, and it makes sense. But she's definitely not on par with our other Evil Dead protagonists that we've seen before. And also, it does take a little while to kind of get into the carnage. A lot of the Evil Dead movies start off relatively quickly. This one takes a little bit more time to build up its characters. And depending on how you feel about them, and how I felt about most of them were, okay. You might be sitting there thinking, when is the Necronomicon going to show up? But besides that, when it does, I think the carnage that happens is pretty great. I love the practical effects. The Deadites are awesome. There is a lot more than just the one Deadite you see in the trailer. There's more that come. There's more people that live in this high-rise. The ending sequence, the climax was great. They do something different with the Deadites that we haven't seen before at the very end. Well, kind of. We kind of saw a glimmer of it in Ash vs. Evil Dead, but it goes all the way in this one. I'll explain what that is when I get to spoilers. And like I said, they leave it open for a sequel. So overall, I think it's a good, solid horror movie. I think once again, it proves that you can do Evil Dead without Ash, but is it the optimal Evil Dead? Definitely not. I would always prefer my Evil Dead with Ash or adding Ash in somehow. He's just a staple character to the franchise, and so doing it without him, you can make the callbacks, you can have the Necronomicon, you can have Deadites, you can have other protagonists, but nothing is going to bring back that feeling and flavor of the original Ash. And so that's basically how I feel about it, is that I enjoyed it as a horror movie, but it's not 100% Evil Dead to me without Ash. Comparing it to the other movies, I would say, like I said, the violence and gore is kind of around the same level as the 2013 remake. They do some things different. They add some creative elements into it. There's one shot I really, really love that goes through the peephole of the apartment door. Really creative idea. I think I can talk about this without spoilers, but basically a character's looking through the peephole of the door, and that's the shot you see of the camera. You only see the circular kind of fisheye lens of the door, and you can't see to the right or left. So when the Deadites out there killing a bunch of people, you see the fights happening, but you can only see parts of them. There's one part where the character gets flown across the screen and hits the wall, and you can barely see them. And it's just a really cool shot. There's a scene where, in that shot, the blood starts dripping down the peephole at the same time, so it's starting to cover up half the image. It was just a really, really cool creative idea. Probably the best shot in the movie, I would say. So ultimately, would I recommend it? I would say if you're an Evil Dead fan, it's definitely worth checking out. There's a lot of homages and Easter eggs to the franchise. Also, You get more deadites, you get more kills, you get more gore. There's a lot of blood in this movie. If you're a gore hound, horror fiend, and a ton of practical effects, if that's the kind of horror you like this isn't subtle horror. This isn't like the monster is better if you don't see it. That's not what Evil Dead is. That's never been what Evil Dead is. So you get the violence, you get gore, you get people getting stabbed, you get like a giant spear through someone's head, you get people being ripped apart, you get an elevator full of blood, a la The Shining. You get a lot of that. So if you don't like gore, I wouldn't watch it. But if you don't like gore, you probably wouldn't be this far into the video anyway. All right, now let's talk spoilers. We're going to get a little bit more in depth in the movie. So this portion of the video, I'm assuming you've already seen it or you don't care. So the movie actually starts out at a cabin, not really a cabin. It's kind of just like a house in the woods. And it starts out with different characters hanging out, and one of them is sick. And when there's two girls and one guy, one girl is sick. When a girl goes in to check on her, she awakens as a deadite. She basically rips the scalp off this girl. It's a great opening kill. And then when she goes out to the lake, kills the male character, and that's where you get that scene in the trailer where she's kind of rising out of the lake, and the opening credits go Evil Dead Rise right away, leading to the idea that deadites are out there. It's going to be something that happens. And then it cuts to, it says 1 day earlier. So basically all the events of the movie take place before the prologue. And the rest of the movie is the character of Beth, and she's kind of been a little bit estranged from her family, and she's a little bit of a groupie to musical artists. She finds out that she's pregnant, and she's not really sure what to do about it, but her sister has 3 kids, basically raising them on her own. She's she's a tattoo artist, I believe, like the mother is. And she's been raising these kids. The oldest daughter is wants to be an activist and, typical teenage girl stuff. And then the boy is into music and records and stuff, typical teenage boy stuff. And then there's the youngest daughter, which is basically, I'm just going to call her Newt. That's not her name, but she's a little blonde girl that acts just like Newt from Aliens. So that's what I'm calling her. So Beth comes to visit her, and there's a whole bunch of scenes that happen between the family and figuring them out as characters. And it's, like I said, it's fine. It's not super boring or anything. It's all right, but you are kind of sitting there wondering if you didn't know it was Evil Dead, you would be like, how is the Necronomicon ever going to even show up in this scenario? Because they're in an apartment building in a high rise. And they're up on one of the top floors, and it's a building that's kind of crumbling, falling apart. It's like a shitty building. And so then what happens is there's an earthquake, and opens up a piece of the ground at the bottom floor, and it's actually built on top of an old bank, and they find one of the vaults open. The kids do. The kids find one of the vaults open. They're also going to get pizza, and it's called Henrietta's Pizza. Henrietta, of course, being a reference from Evil Dead 2. So there's a shit ton of references all through this movie. And the boy finds the book, which is down here with a bunch of research. It was in a locked box or, security box down here. And this Book of the Dead, by the way, is not like the one from the Ash versus Evil Dead universe. It doesn't have the face on it, but it's also not the book from Evil Dead 2013. And here's what they throw in here to make this work. Is when he starts playing the records that have in this time, it's not a scientist that was researching the book. It was a bunch of priests, a bunch of religious people trying to figure it out and trying to contain the evil. They basically mention that there are 3 books in existence, which calls back to Army of Darkness, where there was 3 books. In this universe, if there's 3 books. And this is how it can connect to Evil Dead 2013, because you could say that's 1 book, this is another book, and then there would be a 3rd book out there somewhere. And whether or not, and I don't think you can connect that to the Ash one, because again, the universes don't make sense together. But here in this universe, there's 3 books. So if you want to connect this to Evil Dead 2013, it can definitely work because there's multiple books. So there you go. But that's the only connection. That's literally the only connection to 2013 throughout the whole movie that I found. Maybe there's another Easter egg. I only saw the movie once just now in theaters. There's probably other Easter eggs that I missed, but that's essentially it. So then the mother is the first one to get attacked, and they do a little bit of a reminiscent of the trees from Evil Dead, but they're in a building and she's in the elevator, and it's like all the cords from the elevator, and there's a great shot where she's like pulled up. She doesn't get raped by the cords, but she's like contorted and twisted. There's a great shot of like it breaking her arms and legs and stuff. Really, really cool stuff. And that's probably one of the only CG heavy moments. Other than that, there's like mostly practical effects. So she becomes the first infected one, and then it's kind of a matter of like figuring out, is she just sick? What's going on? They figure out that she's possessed in some way, and lock her out of the apartment. And that's where you get the peephole shot that I was talking about before. Really, really cool. Best shot of the movie. Looking through the peephole, and you just see like the hallway, and there's these two kids, and they kill the kids in this movie. Like the two kids that are neighbors, and one of them just gets killed off screen. The other one gets thrown across the screen and hits the wall and slides down. There's a couple other neighbors too. One of them's a young guy. He's the one that gets his eyeball ripped out, and then the eyeball is shot into someone else's mouth. And then there's an older guy with a shotgun. Yes, a shotgun and a chainsaw are very prominent in this movie. Thank God. And he like shoots her off screen with the shotgun, and you see it all through the peephole. It's really cool. But then she does come back, manages to kill him. And other characters begin to get infected. The oldest daughter begins to get infected. She basically takes out the son. There's a great scene where she's like stabbing him on the counter. And a great moment is Newt, the little girl. She has this like little doll head on a stick, and she calls it Stephanie, like it's her staff, named Stephanie. Pretty adorable. And she says that Stephanie will protect them earlier in the movie. And then when she gets attacked by her sister, that's a Deadite, she like holds up the staff all scared, and it literally like stabs right through her mouth, out the back of her skull. So Stephanie saved the day. That was pretty cool. And then what can I say? So yeah, other stuff happens like that. Lots of chaos. And then eventually, here's the difference with these dead. Now, it's never explained if they're Kandarian demons or not. They're definitely Deadites. They act like Deadites. We've seen before how they mock their victims and they verbally torment them, and how they like cut themselves up, the ones eating glass and everything. So they definitely act like 100% traditional Deadites in the movie. But it's never mentioned if they're Kandarian demons, or if they're like a different demon. Like in 2013, it was a specific demon. It was the Taker of Souls. It's never mentioned if it's a specific demon or not. But they do something very different in this movie, is that after a bunch of them, like pretty much everybody is turned into a Deadite except for Beth and Newt. And they basically like the Thing each other. Like they assimilate into one. Like it's like half of them have their body parts chopped off at this point, and they all kind of like get on top of each other, and they start fusing into each other. So like we eventually have this creature that has like 4 heads and like 12 arms, and it's like a spider, like the Thing like creature. And I love how when it walked, like some of its hands are backwards, some of its limbs are broken, like some of it's like contort, like some of the arms are like coming out of the head, and it's like broken this way and twisted this way. It's really cool. It was a really creative idea. So it's like the Thing just like chasing them, and it chases them down to the ground floor, where there's like this giant grinder, and then the chainsaw sequence, which has a very, very similar end to Evil Dead 2013, which, here's the thing, is like I was a little bit disappointed, not disappointed, but like because the ending of Evil Dead 2013, the remake, is so awesome. It's Mia with the chainsaw, like chainsawing the head of the Taker of Souls while it rains blood around them. It's iconic. It's one of the best shots in the whole franchise. In this movie, they basically kind of do that shot again, but it's not quite as cool because you're in like a parking garage and it's not raining blood. And you have the chainsaw in the face, and you have the grinder and blood spraying everywhere, but it's not quite as cool. And so if they were going to do the same ending shot, I don't think they should have. I think they should have came up with a different way to do the final kill. Don't ask me what that way should have been. I'm not saying I'm smart enough to figure that out, but seeing the end, the final kill, was a little bit too reminiscent of 2013, But also maybe they were trying to do that because there was a lot of nods and Easter eggs to Evil Dead 1, 2, and 3. So maybe that was their moment to throw a nod towards Evil Dead 2013 as well. But I kind of wish the final kill was better. And then, of course, at the end of the movie, one of the characters from the very beginning shows up, and it ends just like Evil Dead 1 ends, with the evil force kind of moving around, the camera going up really close, and hitting her, basically getting hit with the evil force just as the credits roll, leading to the beginning of the movie with the characters at the camp. Now, to me, this opens the doors for a lot of other Evil Dead stuff if they wanted to do it, because the Necronomicon is not destroyed. It's still in the apartment building. The evil has been unleashed, and they mentioned this is only one book out of 3. So there is a lot of different directions you could go with that, a lot of different characters and a lot of different scenarios you could add. So the question then becomes, do we want more Evil Dead movies like this? Do we want to have that third book show up in a different scenario? So this one put Evil Dead in an apartment complex. Okay, then are we going to get Evil Dead in a school? Evil Dead on a movie set? That could be interesting, actually. You can make that really meta. Or Evil Dead, where else? In a office, Or Evil Dead, I don't know, somewhere else. I don't know. And do I want that? It's kind of difficult to say, because on the one hand, it's really difficult to step away from Ash. I really want Ash to come back, but I also understand Bruce Campbell is like 60 now, and Evil Dead is an extremely physically tolling experience. You're getting thrown around, you're getting doused with blood, vomit, shit, everything, right? There's no shit in this movie, but there's a lot of vomit. But so I don't blame Bruce Campbell for retiring the character, because if you're like in your mid-60s, it's probably not something you want to do all the time, and it's probably more dangerous to your health. And then you have it kind of open to where there could be more Evil Dead movies and scenarios, but I have a fear that if they continued to do that, it would eventually get stale. I have a fear that if you continue to do Evil Dead movies like this, they might be fun for 1 or 2 more movies, but then it might become a sequel-heavy, Paranormal Activity, Insidious kind of thing. Well, the Insidious movies are all, I don't know. After part 3, I kind of stopped paying attention. But I think you guys get what I'm saying. I don't want Evil Dead to become a repetitive sequel thing that gets progressively worse. That's what I don't want. That's my fear. Because we only had the Evil Dead trilogy, and that's it. That's all we had for a long time. Then there was the remake, and now we have this. Now, I would be okay with another movie. That way it would give us 2 trilogies. We would have the original Ash trilogy, and we would have the new trilogy. And I would be more okay if in the third movie, they kind of bring some finality to it somehow. Maybe they could have Mia, and they could have Beth, and they could have a new character, and it would be like the final movie of this trilogy and kind of set it to rest. That way they did a movie with each book. There'd be the book from 2013, the book from this movie, and the third book that we have yet to see. And that would be like its own trilogy, right? I think that would be a pretty good way to do it. But with the way Hollywood works and the way if movies make money, and I want that's the paradox, because I want this movie to make money because I want Evil Dead to be successful, but I also don't want an endless amount of sequels. Okay, an alarm just went off, and that scared the shit out of me. Also, it's like midnight, and I've been watching Evil Dead movies for the last month, so that scared the shit out of me. Anyways, that's right. You can't end a horror movie video without one good scare, and so you got it. You got to see me get scared for a second. But I do have my machete nearby somewhere, so bodily dismemberment it is. Anyways, that's kind of my thoughts on it. So one more Evil Dead movie without Ash, I'm totally down for. I'm interested to see where they take it. But maybe after that, pump the brakes. That's kind of where I'm at. And as we reach our final segment of the video, I return to the tier list. And unfortunately, not to say anything bad against the movie, I did enjoy it. But I don't think it's quite as good as the rest. So it will join the remake and Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 3 on the C tier. Now, that's not to take away from you seeing the movie. I think if you're an Evil Dead fan, you should still see the movie. I think it's a very enjoyable horror film. But, of course, it's not going to touch the originals. It's not going to touch anything with Ash. And I did prefer the 2013 remake a little bit more, maybe because it's more bare bones, simplistic, kind of like back to what the original Evil Dead was. But I think Evil Dead Rise is a good addition to the franchise. And I think we should get one more Evil Dead film to wrap up the new movies. And this is it. This is it, you guys. Wow. All right. Closing thoughts, closing statements. First of all, I want to say that if you made it this far into the video and you're at the end, I really, really, truly, humbly appreciate it. I really do. Evil Dead aside, let me just talk about my YouTube channel real quick, is that I have a hard time getting views on a lot of different kinds of videos. My main niche is talking about manga, if you guys don't know, and particular manga series get a lot more views than the others. Even talking about manga, there's only about like 2 or 3 manga that I talk about that actually do well video-wise. And all the rest are just, they're kind of okay. I also talk about movies. I also review movies a lot. And those do not so well. So doing a video like this is a gigantic risk, okay? I did a video like this for a Halloween. When Halloween Ends was coming out, I decided to do the same type of thing. And that was something I always wanted to do because I always found the Halloween timelines and what they do with their characters and the missed opportunities, but also the really solid, great films in the franchise. I've always been such a huge fan of it, and I've always wanted to talk about every single movie. And I figured I would do that in one gigantic video, and that was my Halloween video from last year. But I had, even though it's extremely stressful, and it takes so much time to do. This video I worked on for like a month and a half straight. But I have a lot of joy doing it. Like there's something about it that I find really enticing. Like really, I like the challenge of doing it. And I also just enjoy, talking about each step of the franchise as it goes along. And so when Evil Dead Rise was going to come out, I was like, what better time to revisit the Evil Dead franchise? And as I revisit it, why not make another in-depth retrospective video? So those of you guys that gave this video a chance and stuck it out and watched the whole thing, I really, really, truly, humbly appreciate it. Because like I said earlier in the video, taking the time to do this takes a lot of time away from doing videos that would probably do better on my channel, but I think that sometimes passion overrides, what do I want to say? Paychecks. Yeah, because I'm probably not going to do too well this month. But, maybe this video will turn it around. I don't know. But anyways, sometimes passion overrules that. And sometimes you have to do something that you feel like doing that actually like brings out that desire to create within you. I think whatever your creative endeavor is, I think whether you're doing YouTube videos or writing or making music or, crafting something by hand, I think that sometimes, the more you continue to do things that just because people want to see it, that's just what people want from you. And even if you like doing those things, you can't do those things all the time. Sometimes you got to branch out and you got to do other things because there's more than just one thing in life that brings you joy. And so, I took this as an opportunity to really step into something that I felt passionate about and that I really wanted to do. The reception of this video, time will tell. I can't control that, and it's gonna be what it is. The video is gonna release, and whether it gets 2,000 views, 20,000 views, I don't know. But I know that while I created it, and while I went through all of the Evil Dead franchise once again, I know that I did something that I really enjoyed and something that I'm really proud of. I think that this is probably one of my best videos, in my personal opinion. You might disagree, and that's fine, but I do. So thank you guys for being here with me. Thanks for sticking it out. Thanks for going on this journey with me. And now that we're finally drawing it to a close, like, comment, and subscribe. No, but really, what I would really love for you to do is to share this with other Evil Dead fans. Get it out there. That's what I would like. Share it. I don't know where, but if you know people that like horror movies, that like Evil Dead, share it. And if you like this and you didn't see my Halloween retrospective, go ahead and check that out. And of course, I will also say, if there is another horror movie franchise that you would like the Real Life Ryan retrospective treatment, let me know what you think. I know a lot of people were saying like Friday the 13th when I did Halloween. I don't know, maybe, because there's a lot of movies, and I'm not quite as passionate about Friday the 13th as I am Halloween and Evil Dead, even though I like it. I'd probably be more apt to do like a Nightmare on Elm Street. I could probably really get down and kind of dive into that, so that would be a fun one to do. The Scream franchise is always a possibility as well. What other franchises? The Night of the Living Dead, George Romero franchise would be a good one too. So throw some out at me. Throw some out at me and let me know what you think. Thank you guys. I love you. I appreciate you. I value you. And now is actually, finally, the real, authentic, official end of the video. Actually, we're going to do one more top 10 most fuckable Deadites. Number 1, Mia. Wait!